刚开始朋友喊我玩永劫无间，然后跟朋友一起打3排嘛，然后就特别喜欢跟别人打架，就是刀碰刀的那种感觉，然后把别人就是说打过了之后非常爽。转到单排是因为没有朋友，我玩游戏的时间要比他们多很多。如果他们都不在的话，其实我就会去打单排。后来单排打着打着就一直在打单排了。毕竟这是一个拼刀的游戏嘛，主要还是以拼刀为主吧。我的远程其实拿不了太多的分，就是偶尔运气好，可以说 K 1-2个头。而且我个人就是比较急，我有点忍不住，看到2个人想再打，我就忍不住，就切入的时机不是那么完美。所以我更多还是说正面1v1一些。作为一个新人，其实我个人是比较享受这个舞台的，就是不会打得畏手畏脚，然后再加上我打完之后出的问题，我们教练都会帮我复盘啊，然后对我心态上的鼓励啊之类的。最后一把拿大分其实并不难，因为减少点运营，多一些打架嘛，更多的就是打架其实打赢了就会有分。最后一把就是从开始的那一瞬间就不会再想这些事情了，就是专心打好这把游戏。然后决赛圈我有想过就是分够不够，但是就想了2秒，就是打到最后一个圈缩完，然后我天选之后从那一刻就是非常激动，因为走路的时候再看右下角，我发现就是他没有杀人，就是他没有人头的。然后当我人很多，然后天选这一刻我就知道我冠军了。反正就沉浸在那一把，非常激动。然后去采访的时候，还没从激动中就是缓过来。首先要感谢自己嘛，感谢自己在最后一把就是操作起来了，然后也感谢就是周围的所有人，然后俱乐部的教练啊，对我心态上的帮助。选手都是一起下台的嘛，下台的时候选手他们都在吹啊什么牛啊逆天之类的，然后回到休息室被教练骂了一顿，说我今天拿了2把0分。这是周冠，只是开始，希望以后能拿总决赛的冠军，加上节杯的冠军，然后所有的冠军都拿一遍。打好每一局比赛，享受每一局比赛，然后尽人事听天命，能力越大，责任越大。
Morris' blessing with Draco Storm has descended, and the long-awaited NAD crowd has come to claim it. Just as Morris' blessing was about to unlock, the NAD trio was blown away by an explosion. Who was sneaking around in the dark? It turned out to be XCG's Nye HQ, who was sitting on a high platform manipulating Ballista. Poorly conditioned NAD tried to retreat in suffering. In the end, XCG cleverly utilized Ballista and easily captured Draco Storm. Ballista is a powerful strategic weapon that has been around for a long time on Morris Isle. In the current meta, the Ballista has a range of 100 meters, and the crossbow it shoots will cause a 4-meter radius explosion to the target location with a damage of 600 and an incendiary effect that burns the target subject by 40 points of HP per second for 5 seconds. Furthermore, if the crossbow arrow hits the target right in the head, its base damage will double. In addition, crossbow arrows are affected by attributes such as long-range resistance and general damage reduction. Finally, here's another tip. Ballista's crossbow arrows also receive a bonus from Desperation. We can choose to set up the Ballista on the plane or a high platform, which has a better view and a more comprehensive striking range. So wisely using the Ballista on the high platform can play a significant role in a game. Before shooting Ballista, we should open the map and mark a distance of 100 meters to get a good grasp of Ballista's range. Then, use the right mouse button to aim and let your prey have nowhere to hide. Although Ballista has enormous power, the maximum reserve is 6 rounds. A weaponry chest only contains 3 crossbow arrows, so the consumption of the weaponry chest will be massive. Special reminder that Master Tianhai's the Divine Bell can also reserve the shooting crossbow arrows. So, you need to be a bit more careful before facing him.
物有其本，事有其源。你可以18岁就崭露锋芒，顺利打进职业联赛，可以在比赛中大放异彩，可以成为最佳选手，连上采访台成为众人焦点，甚至可以顺利拿下周冠，一次次拉近和总冠军的距离。但这还不够，因为你必须是不断走上下一步阶梯的自己。
机会了 ，Spider， 这次赶紧死，
直接升龙起脚！Spider 又拿一个 Penderman，
收下了肯德曼的头，
计划装再打起来2个，拿回来8个，这边再打一个 ，Spider 这时候有可能要超了，看一下，首先这个球员顶倒了，就是一个瑞星，现在有一个荆轲剑臂 ，Spider 这一丝血，
漂亮！
究竟是什么让人变得了不起？是一天又一天连续12个小时的极限训练。 或者是敢于成为那个打破枷锁、不按常理出牌的人。如果这些你都做到了，那确实了不起。但这一切都会过去，重要的是赢得未来。
对拔的意思就是哥们儿要拿你这分，但是第2刀，哇，非常精准。而且这个现在血线已经很残了，一直在白嫖，对方的话一直想骗他阵，但小心这边不出阵呐。
舞台都打好了，细心看这的话是逼出了对方的一个技能，然后再往前压，先刚拉新钩锁补血，有的话跳技。
令牌是周冠的象征，但对我而言，它并不是最重要的。重要的是明知目标的方向，不忘自己来自哪里。重要的是面对失败的勇气，遭受打击依旧坚定。重要的是有荣耀来临之前的努力。
有人交了，躲一刀咱就赚了。出慢刀不着急，等对面的冰墩墩变好，这几刀先拿下1分。漂亮，最后的小3刀配合喷火筒，能不能打赢？打赢了！
恭喜叶然拿下本局的天选之人。
重要的不是令牌，而是可以勇敢做自己。
Hello
everybody, and welcome to the Nbpl. We're on to week 6 on the first day of that. We'll be kicking it off with solos. We have 2 more days of regular games, and then we're moving on to the third and the penultimate bi-weeklies. I'm HipRain, and I am joined by Dabby. Dabby, how you doing?
Oh man, doing good, vibing out, excited. I've been casting a lot of trios recently. I'm excited to finally get back to some good old-fashioned one-on-one, get in and get out solos, okay? I'm ready to finally see a little bit of some solos action, seeing how Holoroth has changed the stigma for these players, and at the same time, seeing if anything's changed. Has any comps been added to this? Has anybody been doing different hero picks, or are we seeing the same usual Justinas and Yodahimes, you know?
Oh, hell no, mate. We are seeing, especially on Holoroth, nothing but zippings. She's so dominant on Holoroth. The sustain for that hero uses the kind of like it's not invulnerability, but the ability to kind of only be hit by the blue focus strikes and stuff like that. While you've got that F ability on means that she's just so good in dueling. Well, there's not really, we've seen a few. So actually, one thing you will like is we're seeing less Justinas, which I'm good with. We had a game of nothing but Justinas, and then that was kind of it. I'm happy with that because I think Justina really slows the tempo down of the game. We're seeing a lot of just Yoto games where like everyone's going Yoto, and like we lose half the lobby in the first kind of 5 to 6 minutes.
Oh, wow.
And then we are also seeing a bit of, and this one is the curveball, a bit of Takaji. A few players are actually picking him up and making it work. So there has been a little bit of flexibility over the last few weeks in solos. This is why I'm loving solos so much. Solos is my favorite version of the game to watch because it can be incredibly fast paced and less zippings in the game, which unfortunately is pretty much every Holoroth game. But outside of that, Morris Isle feels like a bit like the Wild West at the moment. And while it's still incredibly dominated by the Yotohimes, there are a few curveballs coming in. We have seen a few people pull out the Wushen and the Valda, but not really to an extent to really note. But it's this Takaji which is starting to show up more and more, which is making it really, really fun in solos because they are honestly dominating the lobbies.
That's actually insane, though, especially knowing the Tarkajis too. You know, I feel like I know who the Tarkajis are. I have a feeling because they are known players to run a Tarkaji main on solos, but I'm gonna hold my predictions until I see what's going on here, as we hopefully should be getting ready to lock in here for our game 1, because like we said, we have 6 games, and obviously gotta show you the usual stuff here. It's gonna be the solos groups A and C currently, and obviously you know the ranking system, you know exactly what we're here for. You've seen the 1.6 all the way from first to second, 1.5 from third to fourth, 1.4 in the 5th and 6th, and obviously the ranking points, very, very important. But like I said before, you got to get those eliminations, man. But at the same time, this is one of those games where you don't necessarily need to have an insane pop-off game of kills in order to see yourself within that top. And what I mean by that is there's still the 3 to 5 eliminations are still just as important in that situation. So just because you have 2 or 3, if you keep yourself within a decent amount of placement here, you can still see yourself within that top.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And something we saw a lot during last Saturday in our last run of solos was actually a fairly even kill spread in some of the games where like everybody was getting some points because they're at least getting 1 or 2 kills. But because the kills were so spread out, we actually weren't having one player dominating so far that they were running miles away from the lobby. So actually the points stayed low, but everybody was scoring consistently, and it was those guys at the top who were the ones who were kind of just eking it out over everybody else. But you can actually see the points spread right now. These are the bottom end of our table. Obviously LXY in 24th place right now, has some work to do, but we're gonna see a lot of players here who've already played their games, move from the side of FPX. They have played all of their games for this bi-weekly, so they need to pray that they don't get pulled ahead of by some of those lot who are a bit lower down from them but could be in for a good day. Panda Man still yet to play his second day, so there's a chance where he could actually jump up into that top end of the standings overall. But there's still a few players who are very much within a reaching distance of a really good spot here going into that bi-weekly final. Now, this middle is all very fun, but we want to see what's going on at the top of the table and see how the top-end players are faring, because I can't remember, but I think Spider's, not doing as hot as he's previously been doing. He has been, the player that everyone's been talking about during solos, and yes, he's in top 3, but there's a very real chance that he could be overtaken today. You still got Zhang Yu and Chezyang who still have to play, but Jin, Shah, and Spider are the top 3 right now, and Jin just looking unbelievably scary.
Oh, yeah, especially with that as well here. But I got to give it up, though, keeping Zin up top here with that 31.4. If you guys was able to catch up on last week's solo games, Zin was keeping the consistent inconsistency in the sense that I think he rarely dropped the game. I don't think he dropped the game at all where he had no points. I think he had, I think his lowest was like 6 points. Right? And every other point has been there has been 11, 12. He had a 20 game at one point, 20 points. Then he had at least 2 or 3 top 3 placements, even though he had low eliminations. He kept the consistency as much as possible as we're looking at the average points for players. And obviously this is why Zin is number 1 with a 5.72. You keep the consistency all the way down. One has the 2.5 here, so he still has a nice little bit to climb here. But if you look a little past that here, look how close Anayami and Panaman are to each other in terms of their average points. And then look at the jump immediately from there to immediately Zhang Yu. It just shows you the difference between each players. Obviously, if you look at the top 3, it's a wild difference.
I'm glad you brought up Ayanami as well, because Ayanami Saturday was their second ever day on solos. They joined in late. They were a roster swap player, and they put up some numbers. I mean, they got a win on their second ever game. Wait, no, they've only done one day. Yeah. So they were on their first day. On their second ever game in Nbpl, they got themselves a dub, and they looked super good on that. It was on Holoroff. They're rocking the zipping, and they just look really, really solid. And we actually took a comparison of Spider's first 2 games versus Ayanami's first 2 games, and the numbers were just bonkers higher for Ayanami. Ayanami comes from the division below the Nbpl as a trios player, coming in last minute to kind of sub in for XCG, and they have been a phenomenal player. They definitely are my player to watch, if not this split, but going into next year, they're definitely going to be a player who I think a lot of these solos players and even teams are probably going to keep their eyes on, because I think Ayanami genuinely just cracked potential there, and I think they're going to be a really phenomenal team player to watch. Anyway, we should probably talk a little bit about this schedule, because for the last week and now going into this week, we are rocking the same schedule. So we'll be starting on Morris Isle, then we'll move to Holoroff, then 2 games on Morris Isle, then Holoroff, and then Morris Isle once again.
Oh,
so
we're going back to that format.
On Holoroff.
We're going back to that other hall. Okay, all right. That's a little bit interesting deciding to go back to it there. I'm curious kind of what made the change happen for those maps in particular, because it was good to really see the different balance of that. But now immediately going from that to the new one and then going back to the main 3 here, it looks like something is looks like there's been some slight changes.
Yeah. I think I prefer these changes actually, because what we were having 2 games on Morris Isle, 1 game on Holoroff, 2 games on Morris Isle, 1 game on Holoroff, and it kind of let the players get comfortable, because a lot of these players are very confident on Morris Isle. Now, I did say this last week, and I'm going to keep this going. I'm not forgiving players for not understanding the map now. They've had enough time on it. They really need to know what they're doing. But there's a difference between being comfortable on a map and also just it being a newer map. You might know it, but you're not going to be as comfortable on Holoroff as Morris Isle. I'll forgive them on that. They've played thousands and thousands of hours on Morris Isle. They're going to know that map like the back of their hand. Holoroff, they should know, but understandably not to that level. But having your games staggered, I know, but that is the fun, right? Having your games staggered means that they don't get comfortable. They don't kind of take that momentum. Okay, I'll drop here instead this game. They only get that twice where they play Morris Isle back to back. Other than that, it's a different map every other game.
Listen, you can call me a villain, but you can quote me on it. I love when they're uncomfortable. I live for the uncomfortableness, because at the end of the day, it really shows who is going to come out on top in these tough and tight situations. There's still more of it to be seen here within these spaces, but I actually like that at the end of the day, there is no comfortability in these spaces, and I hope that honestly we see a little bit more of it, even with once we see, you know, more of the comps come out. Hopefully we see more players get added, more heroes, should I say, excuse me, added to the game. Hopefully, even if we get another map, which obviously that's gonna be a while, but still, it's gonna be good. It really is, though. I want to be able to see it even more.
Yes, I agree. I think, you know, as long as things keep shaking it up and the players have to keep on their toes, that's the best way for them to improve as well. If you basically just stagnate on old metas, I don't think you improve that much. And I'm gonna be a little mean here, but I'm looking at the trios players, because let's be real, they've been on Monk and Yoto meta for well over a year now, basically. And you know, this season, a lot of the trios players look very, very lost. And that's because for the first time something new came out, a map had changed everything up, and I think it really affected them. So that's been something. But like, I think the solo players, I think the meta has shifted so much more and so much more frequently that these guys are actually very quick on their toes and very quick to adapt and pick up whatever is strong, whatever is new. And I think that's what's separating these guys from the trios players to me. And again, I am much more of a solos fan than I am a trios fan because of these reasons. I think there's a lot of speed in this game. The lobby tempo can be just decided by whatever hero's getting picked. I mean, we cast my mind back to last Saturday. We had our first game of the day, all Justinas. It was all Justinas, 1 Yoto. That was it. 15 Justinas. And it was a very, very slow-paced game, as you expect from a Justina lobby. But then we went on to Holoroth, and it was all zipping in as you expect, you know, no surprises there. Then game 3, we had 15 Yoto Himes and 1 Justina. Justina got taken out immediately, and then from then on, it was just a phenomenally fast-paced game. And to look at game 3 versus game 1 and 2, and how everyone in the lobby acknowledged the pace of the game and able to adapt to that, absolutely huge. We are getting ready to go in to our first game of the day. Darby, I don't know about you, but I am buzzing to see some solo action. I have that feeling in the pit of my stomach, but we're probably going to see a Justina game to warm up on. But I can praise,
I don't know.
I can praise what we can get some cicadas.
Stranger and crazier things can happen in these mitts here, as we're going to look at it immediately. See just three Justinas and a Wushin. Hold on now. Just, you know, I know you say you're going to see a lot of Justinas, but to see a Wushin means that this could be the deciding factor. As we see 3 more Justinas, and now we're going to see a 4th here from... Yes. Going to be a 4 stack of Justinas here. I mean, man, what happens when you have just a really good composition from that?
Oh!
We're switching up the game immediately as we're seeing 2 Takedas lock in from Dowley and Panda Man. I mean, these are the 2 that I knew was going to lock in those. I'm just surprised that we see him at another coming from Jin.
I've told you, man, we were getting them. They're starting to show up into solos. I absolutely love it. And holy moly, look at that drop.
Hold on now.
Everybody clustered in the northeast of the map.
This is absolutely insane here. So even with the spread of how people have been playing their games here, this is still interesting why so many people are going to be landing at the temple. Because listen, I still think it's one of the better spots to be able to go and look at all of the loot. But notice how Jin is the only person that's going to be in the center of Celestia, the only person that is going to go do something entirely different from everywhere else. But if you look at all the other spreads, both towers, both from Crow's Nest and where I think the Golden Tortoise Munich courtyard is, they're also going to find some players as well. But everybody on that side, Emerald Cottage, Bamboo Grove, and Pheromos, they're all going to be able to see all of what can be near Stillside Temple. It's going to be a fun first start. I think it's going to be a very W key aggression game.
Yeah, no, I think we're in for a pretty W key game, but at the same time, it is Justina's, and that hero is one of the best at stalling, other than the zippings, and there is one in the lobby as well. So a little bit of stall, but these Target-Gs are going to have a wonderful time when they catch out onto these members who are frozen up. Daohui and Pandaman have spotted each other out, but decide, as both prepare Target-Gs to avoid each other, going to cut over to Zhang, who's in a fight with Hongfly right now, going to get themselves caught by the uppercut immediately and sent barreling down the cliff edges. Zhang trying to to get that counter off onto Hongfly. Gonna freeze himself up to recover some armor as Hongfly will try and get the interrupt as soon as he comes out, as Zhang actually turns it around onto Hongfly, missing out a couple of shots there, and now Hongfly going a little bit low, still has his freeze up and available to him, as the pair are gonna quickly go for a light reset before just stepping away from one another. Nope. Actually, it looks like Hongfly may find himself caught, gets the freeze off. Zhang can find the damage onto him, can't do so immediately. Gets himself swept up a little bit, and if another freeze comes out, Justina freezes galore as they're going to try and interrupt each other on that wall. The scale rush not going to get charged up. Zhang, don't think he's going to be able to find his opportunity to get this opening, but they are still not done with one another. They still want to keep this fight going. Hongfly with the armor advantage knows he has the damage here as Pandaman and Yuran have found themselves in a fight. Pandaman actually catches the uppercut onto Yuran. Yuran gonna have to freeze himself up. No fireball available to Pandaman right yet, but it looks like Yuran actually is able to buy some space because Panda got himself stuck on the top of the building. Catches the uppercut and has actually got this at the infinite onto Yuran. He's got him! Oh!
Cad Pandaman catches Yateron in the jungle. There's definitely the juggle you definitely don't want to be a part of here. We don't see it too often because it is one of those rare things to be caught into, because these players are so good at recovery and really just trying not to get caught within those bad situations, whether you get cornered, whether you're stuck within, like, you know, trying to get to the escape route and somehow you just end up just having a really hard time getting away here, as Hang is able to get the elimination off of Jin. It's one of those where it's very rare to see, but when you see it and you see him caught in the air like that, you're getting juggled like at a usual circus. And sadly, it looks like you're the one that's going to be the clown at the end of the joke. And you definitely don't want to be that in those situations. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu keeping the same pressure onto Zhang, as Zhang Yu is going to push in as hard as possible here, waiting for it as the right click comes in at a beautiful time. Massive damage coming in from Zhang, really able to connect him, as Zhang Yu is going to force the slight back off here. It's going to have to pop the blue shield as well. Going to have to keep the same momentum here. Meanwhile, Xin caught, and Luren is going to be able to get the elimination and claim it, as Xin is going to have to go for the resurrect back to the stone. Luren's gonna go for the heal. I thought there was a player that was actually nearby here, but it looks like they might not have pushed in. Meanwhile, Zhang still fighting this out in here. It looks like he's found Shazang in this next fight here, as the dagger comes through, hitting nice bits of damage, forcing him to use the ice core and go for the quick shield. Immediately starts to back out, as Zhang Yu also wants to re-up on this next fight here. Said, hey, remember me, buddy? I'm still trying to fight this out. Zhang Yu forces the insane parry and just absolutely decimates Zhang Yu, not even giving him a second chance to escape this time. He said, no, you wanted to. Oh, he ends up doing the parry on his Zhang immediately. Zhang Yu is going to keep the same aggression and progression. Is going to push in, wait in for the right click, see if it connects even after coming out of it. Looks like he's able to connect it this time, as Hang tries to follow it, waiting for the parry but misses. Does get nice damage coming in. That Zhang Yu is going to try to keep that same momentum. Zhang Yu is able to claim the second elimination, but looks like Zhang might have possibly resurrected already. Could be wrong here, as Dao Hui is going to throw that beautiful fireball, still burning YKC even in this stature here, and it could be very helpful for him, because even though he was frozen, he was still taking that little bit of damage here, as YKC is going to pop that ulti and decide to use the Arctic Wraith to get out of there.
Yeah, that was a defensive use there to get away. As actually cutting over to Dubai here. He's found himself in the middle of 3 members. Jin, unfortunately, being absolutely battered, as Yuran able to pick that kill up. And that is going to be our first elimination of the lobby, as down they go. Yuran going to separate himself away, as Dubai actually with purple armor, pretty kitted out here, as Xjin, fresh off a respawn, does have that ultimate around if they need to use it defensively, as they're looking to open up onto Dubai. Dubai pinned up against the wall. The catch with the uppercut is trying to just clamber up the wall away from Xjin, but Xjin not willing to give this one up yet, is looking for that grapple, able to connect it out onto their opponent. Dubai pops that F just to keep themselves topped up on the zipping here, as Yuran's also coming in. Dubai just looking to buy some space away, but has been caught out by the grapple. Everybody wants that purple armor from Dubai, and it's going to be so hard to escape these Justinas, even with the amount of sustain built into that hero's kit. Dubai could find himself in trouble. I think Yuran just fat-fingered and pressed the F by accident there, and that might have bought some space for Dubai to get away, as Xjin also chasing into the zone. Dubai somehow holding on, is going to get a heal off and recover some armor. Xjin's just going to stand outside the zone, and it looks like we're going to cut over to Jux and Lu Renking, who are in the middle of a fight right now, and Jux definitely on the lower end of this, is getting himself taken down. That's an easy pick up there for Lu Renking.
Luran able to kick up at least his second and or third elimination here. Has been doing an amazing job of it as well, making it look good. Meanwhile, even with all of the spread here, let's see if they can keep the same momentum coming in as Huangfly is going to get pushed in by the Kaibao. Kaibao is able to get the beautiful finish. Right click, so powerful. It shreds Huangfly's health and just absolutely shudders him as it finishes him off for the claim and the elimination here. Meanwhile, Dubai, then another space here. As that Zipping is going to try to see if they can do something. The heals is very powerful in this situation. As Exin almost fully healed up here. Same with Dubai in a very close situation here. They're going to be able to do those dual blades some justice, trying to get the nice little bits of hits. Meanwhile, there's another player that's dangerously nearby. As Dubai is going to try to have to force this fight. He's going to have to keep the same momentum as the defenses come in, hitting those nice clangs on each side here, trying not to get caught in a bad situation. But still, Dubai dangerously low is going to have to pop that F. Is able to get that happening, but Exin just shreds it the moment he pops it, not giving him any real opportunity. As Exin is able to go for the Ice Core, go for the shield, and then immediately pushes in to keep the same momentum. Dubai in a dangerously low spot. He already popped his alt F. He's going to have to pop it again, but he doesn't necessarily have the time. As he has the Justina, he pops it, and it looks like Dubai is going to try to get airborne here, making it a lot harder for Exin to try to hit it and freeze her. Meanwhile,
more
still
dash.
able to do it, and he was able to get the dash. He gets almost the right click to get the finish. He's struggling to try to get close in. He wants to be able to get it, but Exin is so dangerously low. This really could be anybody's fight now. Exin has a big opportunity, and so does Dubai. Dubai trying to play this off as low as possible here. Is able to go for the shield. The Ice Core.
No!
Never gone to Exin, but Exin is able to get the Ice Core just in time to pop a full shield, and Dubai is going to try to reach and get away for a quick reset.
He did get himself a little bit of health there. Jin not letting this go. He is going to be able to get some health back, and this actually now is Jin, who's on the bottom end of this trade. No armor left, no health left. Dubai presses the F, he gets the heal and takes him down. Dubai, that hero is just not balanced. I'm going to say it.
I mean, hey,
4 seconds of
do?
downtime on the healing, Dabby. It's crazy.
I mean, what can you do in that situation? It's still a lot of pressure here. The F, he was able to hit the F and try to see if maybe he can get away here, and it looks like he was, but sadly, it just was not enough. And he didn't have necessarily the distance and the time to really get any more space to try to get the elimination, and sadly, he has to pay for it.
Yeah, he unfortunately does pay for it as a Kaibao. Actually seeing fresh off that fight, decides he doesn't want to take that fight with the Zeeping, and just is going to head away for now. Has got himself at least one kill, and actually the kill spread, you know, relatively okay for the moment. We've seen a few players knocked out, unfortunately. LXY, Ayanami, Xjin, Hongfly, and Jin have all been taken out of the lobby. Daohui, Jux, and YKC so far haven't been able to pick themselves up a single kill. So do need to try and catch up with the rest of the lobby on that front. But still, a fair few donuts getting picked up in this game for a bunch of the players. So they've got some work to do going into the next couple of games, as we can kind of see the overall standings right now and where some of the players are. Everybody who has the Naraka logo aren't playing today, so don't have to worry about them so much. But you can see kind of where these points get matter for some of these players, like Kaibao right now. Got 1 kill and 8.7 points. He needs to make it all the way up to over 15 points to be able to make it into the top 16 people in the lobby to make it to that bi-weekly final coming up on Thursday.
Even with all of that, and also the official spread of like what certain things have been doing, they still have able to figure out how to make this happen here, as Yang is going to be up top here, going to be at the temple. Like I said, temple didn't really see a whole lot of people. There was about maybe 2 or 3, but everybody was on that rotating side here. It looks like it's going to be Kaibao, YKC, and Zhang nearby, as Yateron and Daohui is on the other side here trying to claim for the fight, as Jux is leaving the building just in time here. Might be able to try to see if they can third party it, but decides not to. See how they're going to be able to play this out as best as possible here. Even with all of the space and momentum that they have, they still can do something here, as Daohui is going to push in, trying to see what type of madness he can do, as Yateron caught in between both parties here, is able to do the Ice Core, go for the shield. Justina Wraith comes in, decides to dip out, probably in the best time, as Yateron trying to see if he can go for a freeze. Looks like he might have been able to connect that one, but not enough, as he ends up getting grappled by both, stopping the momentum that he has in order to retreat. And man, he's now just getting flooded and filled, as it looks like Daohui might be able to back off here, as Yateron still gets found, and they're still going to push in to try to see if they can keep that same momentum right on him. Bell comes in, trying to know where the rest of the teams are, is able to get a spotter on all three of them. Aaron's just going to try to keep that rotation alive and just separate as much as possible.
Yeah, it looks like that fight is going to kind of end in a whole lot of nothing, unfortunately. But, I mean, again, I was quite passionate about this on Saturday. I hate Justina lobbies because this is what you get. It's very stally. You know, as soon as you think you kill them, they freeze up, get a whole bunch of armor back, and then just kind of play around their freeze cut timer on their F ability. So, you know, I'm not a massive fan of the hero because of that reason, but Luren King is going to do exactly what I was talking about, get the freeze off and try to get himself a bit of a heal. The scale rush isn't going to hit them coming in as Luren King. Actually, I don't know if they want to run away or fight this. They know they're down on the ref ability, but they know they have to also fight here versus DAY5. DAY5 actually going to bail out from the fight as Luren King gets a reset off, and I think the threat of the third party from Panda Man was a little bit too much. And with Panda Man being on his signature Takeji, he has the ability to just deal with them when they go in for the freezes. Immediately, DAY5 being toasted by the flamer from Zhang there. As DAY5 now has to be very careful. Threatened on all fronts, is just looking to scatter away, and I can't see who's got the Mora's Blessing, unfortunately. But Panda Man, definitely not one of the people who've got it, because he is chasing up for the potential kill here. Getting a couple of cheeky bow shots off onto DAY5, as DAY5 taking cannon and bow shots from all ends and grappling hooks to the face, is on that zipping, and people kind of just want to deal with that. They want it out of the lobby because zipping is obnoxious, as I was saying earlier. You only have about... The cooldown on the F ability, I think, is 15 seconds or something. And you have, like, 10 seconds of it being up if it doesn't, like, fully heal in its time.
Right.
Which basically means that, like, you have 4 to 5 seconds downtime on zipping. It's crazy how much healing you have. And, like, you can still move during that time, as you can see, DAY5, everybody focusing them, but they are quite happily just sustaining up. I say quite happily, but when the entire lobby is focusing the zipping down, you're not going to survive. And down goes DAY5. They are eliminated from the lobby. And the fight is going to continue on multiple fronts as everyone else is stepping away, but a few people are still looking to go for the fight as Chezyung and YKZ, C are in the middle of a fight. It's going to take a whole bunch of damage here, but Chezyung also pretty low in the old armor as YZG's member is going to get eliminated from the lobby. And with 10 minutes left, we're starting to see a whole bunch of players getting knocked out. There's still 9 people left, but this flamer just buying so much space and so much time for these players. It's getting very, very dangerous for some of these players right now, as Zhang going to have to freeze themselves within the zone to heal up.
Oh yeah, even with the space though, you still have to be able to focus on the rotation and kind of go like figure out like what's next. Like it's not that easy in this, knowing that things are just so tight and things can get very, very hectic if you're not paying attention. So you know, like I said, the more that you work to around this, like I said, the better opportunities you have to really clutch up. But still, there's still a lot of stuff that needs to be had before you really can suffice here and last all the way towards the end here. As now we're back up towards the top of the order here, and there's still a lot of opportunity here for a lot of these to be had, but still it's very, very scary, and you do have to work within your means of what you have here, and you have to play it as well. But obviously, like I said, these players know exactly what's going on. They're staying alive and they're doing what they can in these situations, and like I said, you really have to pay attention to that. And because this is a very known map, a lot of people know exactly what to do in these spaces. Because now,
yeah, you're completely right.
Now we're going to be able to go back in towards Jux up top here. Ron dangerously nearby, and the chest opens here. Let's see who's going to be the solo that gets in. As the pre-firing immediately happens, Zhang immediately pushes in, and everybody else is just like, not today. And it looks like Zenyu might be the one that actually claims it, and it looks like he does, as he is able to get the shield swap. And he is able to dip out of there as quickly as possible. Ron half down. And he ends up immediately getting hit on Zenyu seconds later, as Panda Man's going to try to see if he can claim the elimination with the bow. But Yeron with that Justina coming in with the fantastic getaway. And this is one of the few reasons why a lot of people really love Justina. Like, a lot of people love the commitment level when it comes to these players, but being able to get away in these tight situations is very, very important. And Justina is one of those few that's very important to have that. Meanwhile, it looks like Luren King was able to claim the elimination off of Yeron here. Doesn't necessarily know how. It could have been just from the storm. He might have stepped out of storm just a little bit, and just that one little bit of a tick was enough to finish him off. Unfortunate for Yeron. Doesn't look like it. It looks like Luren will be the person that claims the elimination. 4 kills deep for Luren, leading leading the pack for our first game. And immediately now, Bane's Breath comes in here, which means they need to be careful. Zhang especially does not want to be caught outside of the circle, as everybody else is going to be on the rotating side of it, very close by. But I don't think anybody is actually inside of it, which is probably the best take.
Yeah, you probably want to be away from that. Is Zhang going to use the F just to recover the last of that shield they got from the Mora's Blessing? Golden armor nicely set up and situated for this final end of the game. And with 7 minutes left and only 8 players left, it's been quite a bloodthirsty game. You know, a lot of my criticisms about Justin lobbies are they can be quite slow tempo, but to be fair, this has been a very, very explosive game one here, as Kaibao actually has a golden swarm, so that is going to be terrifying for everybody as they start to get closer and closer. There's also a couple of players with flamers in this lobby as well, so the Justinas, they do need to be a little bit careful on that. Panda Man and Daohui are still in the game on their Takaji, so there's also more burn effects that could come in. Very, very scary game, actually, for a bunch of these players. And Daohui actually made it, I believe, to top 2 last Saturday on this pick. He played really well, so definitely a pick he's comfortable on. Same for Panda Man. We know Panda Man is a Takaji player. So eyes definitely on these two to make the end of this game work in their favor and see if we can get our first Taka win of season 2, because so far we haven't had one win the solo. So I'm here for that kind of an ending. That's what I want to be seeing. But for now, we are in that Buccaneer phase where the cannons are going to get used and everybody's just going to poke away and chip away at each other's resources towards that final circles. We still got quite a bit of time before that circle fully closes up, and I think with all the Mora's Blessings now dying down and all the players now scattering away from one another, there's enough space for all 8 players to kind of hide away from each other and just do a little bit of scouting work.
Absolutely. Even with a lot of the momentum that has been happening here, it's still trying to play this off as this will be the slow version of the rest of this game, I think, towards the very end. And even with all of this, it's now going to be a little bit of that downtime, which is completely okay here. Still got to be able to work towards what is next here. Is now going to be able to rotate this around and play this smart as best as possible. Let's see if they can be able to rotate this out and figure out how to do this. As now things are going to start going well here. They got to be able to hold on as best as possible here. Let's see if they can figure this out.
Jux has got himself situated nicely in that purple bush. No one's even thought to check it. So he's had a little bit of information. And that's kind of where you are at this point. You want to be gathering who's where, and you want to be able to deal with that on that front. I'm amazed to see that the Justinas don't just kind of sign a treaty along each other and deal with these Takajis, because you know in those final circles how much work they're able to do. But for now, I think they're a little bit more worried about just each other as well. So not going for that kind of group up and kill the Taka. They're just going to chill out for the moment. You can see Kai Bao's Soul Jade's actually not fully kitted out, but does have a legendary and an epic one. Still didn't get the full upgrades to his Soul Jade bag. And this is where the swarm's going to be annoying, when everybody starts to try to trade long-range damage onto one another. So much work you're going to be able to do with that. But for now, Zhang Yu has to be a little bit careful, as he's in a fight here with Lu Renking, unable to connect any real damage, but actually takes a fair chunk himself. Is just going to have to give up his rooftop and head away to a nice little nook and cranny where he can get himself a full reset and a heal off, but Lu Renking refusing to let him do so. So Zhang Yu's going to fire back in kind, looking to catch the freeze off there for the moment. As Lu Renking wants to recover some armor, but Zhang Yu immediately pulls the trigger onto Lu Renking. Lu Renking just going to scale up the wall to get away. They are just going to play this a little bit more calm. 4 minutes still until that circle fully closes out. We'll have to keep our eyes on that as Jux finds Daohui within this little shed. It's just going to get his way out to safety.
Even with all of this space here, still able to do what he can here. Let's see how they're able to go through with those rotations. 2 eliminations tied up between Zhang, Panda Man, and Shazing. Daohui and Jux all the way down at the bottom with 0 eliminations, but does have those points. Gonna need to do more here as Kai Bao caught in a space here with Daohui. Daohui's gonna throw that fireball. Looks like it might have connected, and it looks like it did, as he is gonna get burned, sadly. Kai Bao is gonna try to keep the rotation and try to rotate it out.
at least get to a place where he doesn't have to worry about it. But sadly, it looks like everybody knows that he got hit and absolutely blitzed. The Justina is going to have to force it to come out here. Getting hit so far and high up in the air. All Kyle has to do is get hit one decent time.
Oh, no.
He will get eliminated as Wolves, as another player comes through, and it looks like Zhang is able to claim the elimination with that pistol, snatching it away from Zhang, which was right in front of him, trying to keep the momentum, but doesn't look like it was enough, as he will be able to take that off.
Lovely pick there, actually. That's what happens. That is what happens in Naraka when you're in that final circle and you're the one to be chunked. Everybody swarms to you like flies to poo. You will be swarmed by every player in the lobby and they will take you down. Jux has got himself in the Shrek toilet, just hiding out there. Just waiting up for a little bit more, but DAY5-SOLO now, actually, he's the one who's been chunked up somewhat and does catch himself out. A whole bunch of damage from DAY5-SOLO, battered into the zone as well, which is very, very scary for him as DAY5-SOLO actually goes into the zone himself and takes a little bit of chip damage, knocks Zhang back, but Zhang's got to freeze himself as the circle is slowly creeping towards him. The Flamer comes down, the Fireball as well. DAY5-SOLO trying to use that great sword to get the big batter back as there goes the freeze. DAY5-SOLO being frozen up. He's low HP. Zhang's low as well. Everybody is collapsing in here as there he goes. Luren King takes down DAY5-SOLO as Zhang Yu being toasted up by the Flamer. Takes so much damage. He's going down. Zhang Yu will die to the burn as he is picked up. We are down to 5 players. Zhang and Luren King quickly freeze themselves up. Pandaman holding fast. Got that ultimate ticking down, but it has been used, sorry, as Zhang gets himself pinned against the wall in a whole world of danger. Jux gets caught by the uppercut. Zhang gets over the wall to safety as Jux is actually just going to go for the reset instead of the kill as Pandaman with these dual swords is trying to zone into the zone. Look at the damage he does to Sheng Tsung. He loses so much health, he has to pop the ultimate to get back in, and now Jux freezes himself inside the zone. Pandaman with his dual swords is being a nuisance to the entire lobby. The Flamer from Zhang atop the wall is doing a lot of work here to the last 4 players, and Pandaman is fed up of it, so he's going to jump into his pocket. The freeze comes down for the burn, and the zone tick is going to do too much to Zhang. He's going to have to cancel it out. He's so low. Luren King still holding on and does have the ultimate up and available to him as Pandaman. He doesn't care about going into the zone. He will chase players in, and he will look to get as many kills as possible, but Luren King is able to steal this one away as there's now 3 left as the circle's getting tight. The Flamer's coming down. Pandaman, no, jumps into Luren King's pocket. He gets the freeze off. Panda's frozen. He gets uppercutted into the circle. Luren King's there. Just takes them both down to close the game out.
I saw that coming here, even with Pandaman really trying as hard as he can to create that little bit of control and get as much damage as possible. He was able to do that, but sadly, he still gets claimed by at least 2 or 3 other players that is just taking his damage as well here. But it looks like the circle really was the MVP of that final circle, because they were snatching so much damage surrounding those 2 players here, and Luren King was just able to just hold off for as best as possible. Meanwhile, Jux, all he really had to do was just watch them fight, pop that ulti, claim those 2 eliminations, and get that #1 placement. But Luren King with more eliminations and getting a top 3 placement was enough for Luren King to be our winner for game 1.
Luren King played that very, very well. He was just taking away so many kills. It was really, really solid third party coming in from him. And he was able to put together enough points to take first at the end of this. Even if Jux took the last place and took the overall victory, the victory at the map. The overall victory does go to Luren King just because of his ability to read those third parties and not get involved until it was time to actually take the kill and kind of not biting off too much. Pandaman, though, unbelievably aggressive at the end of that game. It was really good to see this version of Pandaman, and when he's on the Tarkaji, he just looks like such a different player. He's so solid on that hero, and a good overall game. I'm curious to see what the overall points look like at the end of that game, see how many points were scored, because Pandaman, I think as much as it looked good, I don't actually think he got too many kills. I think every kill was taken away by the likes of Luren King, so I think Pandaman might be a little disappointed with this game at the end of the day.
even with that one too, still has to be pretty good though, knowing, especially with Panda Man. Panda Man definitely putting up a decent amount of crowd control here and really did a good job of just being, like you said before, he was being a little bit of a nuisance, but sometimes that's what you need to do in those circles, is just be a little, just poke. That's all you gotta do sometimes, just do a little bit of poking inside of some people's faces and just go, hey, ha, damage, 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 damage. Sometimes that's just enough, and obviously the circle is able to do the rest because, I mean, look at it, by the time they even got to the close circle at hand, the circle had already taken a lot of ticks off a lot of these players, even sadly the person who was doing the poking, which was Panda Man. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't know if it was poking Panda Man was doing. I was seeing a lot of charge clicks coming out from the dual swords. He was wailing on the lobby. Let's be real. He was doing some serious work. But at the end of the day, Lu King was just really, really good at taking those kills. But Panda Man was setting up for him. It was volleyball. He sets it up, and Lu King dunks it.
Waiting. He was just waiting.
Yeah.
He got the setup. He's waiting. And then he's able to slam it down here as we look at the winner for our first game here. Lu King at the top, though, with 7 eliminations, 14.2 game score, and a ranking points of 3. Lu King really doing what he can here in these spaces to just really hold bets, hold it down, and lock it in all the way towards the end. He did a fantastic job of it, even within these spaces, though, and it made it look good, even with all the momentum that he has done thus far. Let's see if he can keep that same momentum going into it as man. He made it look good towards the end.
He did make it look good towards the end, but there you go. Panda Man only got 2 kills. That's how much was being denied from him by the likes of Lu King. Panda Man, you know, he played that well. It looked like that was his circle to take, but every kill was just denied from him. And Lu King walks out with 14.2 points as the victor there. Jux, 7.2 points, so actually half his score behind him. And then Zhang was 6 in 3rd, but a lot of people got some donuts there. YKC, Ayanami, XJin, Hongfly, and Jin all get those 0 points. But here you go. Let's see what Lu King did. I reckon it'll be low damage. And I'm right, 14k damage. It was a low damage game from him. But that's because he was just third partying. That's because he was really on it with finding the opportunities to pick those kills up. And you can see 8k with that dagger, a little bit of kill with the Flamebringer and the musket, but mostly he was just sliding with the dagger and taking those kills away.
Meanwhile, even with all of that space though, dagger sap, erudition, katana sap, 2 health soul jades and 1 melee resist soul jade, still able to find some stuff that's going to be very, very helpful here, as now things are only going to get better. Let's see if they can figure that out towards the rest of it. Is, man, see if they can keep that same momentum going in, but it's been good so far.
But here's the thing,
crazy.
Right? We're changing map now. We're going to Holoroth. We're going to see a very different playstyle because Holoroth plays very differently. There's a lot of kind of environmental things to consider. There's you know, lots of different drop spots. There's so many different things about Holoroth, which makes it incredibly different from Morasile. And why I think this matters is because Lu King, yes, he's going to be having some kind of wind in his sails, some momentum from that first victory, and he played that well, don't get me wrong. But now he's got to replicate that on a map where everything's very different, and also the meta's very different. There's a reason people are picking zipping on Holoroth, because the sustain is needed when there's so many tools that are designed to interrupt you and to damage to you on the map. You've got the traps, you've got the thorny roller, you've got the blinding zone, you've got the snowstorm, you've got so many things that just cause problems for you. That sustain that zipping brings is just such a needed safety net. And it's a very different lobby playing versus Zippings than it is versus Justina. Yes, Justina extends fights, but not like a Zipping does. Zipping versus Zipping, when they can only hit each other with the blue focus strikes, when they got like just ridiculous amounts of sustain, they become very, very irritating to deal with. And those maps are going to be, they're just going to be crazy. I think like Holoroth is going to be, we're going to have a lot more people in the final circle than we did in this map because of the amount of sustain. If this isn't a zipping lobby, I'm going to be flabbergasted, Dubby.
Zipping lobby just means that there's going to be a lot of fighting. Meanwhile, with a Justina, you can run.
Yeah.
Okay? With a zipping, you're stuck. And you got to fight it out. You can't dip out of there.
Takes about 4 minutes, though, to go down.
Justina has an ulti where they can just dip. See you later. Finish. Yep. Gone. Bye-bye. But if you're in that small circle, though, like we saw earlier, I mean, where are you going? Up in the air? Guess what? What comes up must come down. And clearly, Zaping is going to be able to handle what comes up and down at the same time. All I got to say. And you're right. You are right when it comes to it. It's just, you know, I want to see more Volda. That's just personal.
I would love to see more Volda. Actually, me and Moxie talked about what we see done to Volda to make her better. Because I'm inferior crafting, because there's a few heroes in this game who you just don't see. I mean, like, Cicada is starting to show up a little bit in trios on Holoroth exclusively. But, you know, I'm looking at, like, Volda. What they should do is just make her wave go a further distance, but it starts slow and picks up speed as it travels. That'd be so powerful. That'd be so cool. I want that as a buff to Volda. Maybe we'll see 1 or 2 Voldas today. We did see, I believe, 2 on Saturday off the top of my head.
Right.
I'm happy to see some Cicadas. I didn't see what happened to our Wu Chen in that lobby. They might have switched last minute, maybe. That or they just got knocked out very early and we totally missed it. But I'm happy to see some Cicadas showing up. You know, sorry, not Cicadas, so Takaji showing up. You know, a bit. It's something different. It's something new. It's something fresh. And I think once we come off this Holoroth, if everything goes the way it went on Saturday, expect a very explosive Yoto game in game number 3. Just keep your eyes peeled for that.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun, but it's gonna be a good one too. All at the same time here. I think with everything happening, there's still more to it that we're gonna be able to watch and pay attention to. And let's see how we can go for it. You know, I think it's going to be interesting to see where we can place that as now. We're going to be able to lock in for game 2 here, and we're going to Holoroth. We're going straight to Holoroth. And I think that's where we're really going to see how players are going to be able to hold this down. Hold down the line. We talk about holding down the line all the time here, but now with Zaping keeping the game alive consistently, can they hold it all the way to the very end? That's where the fun is going to be. And knowing that it's probably the most lobby is going to pick that one, I don't know. It could be.
It's one thing I've liked about Holoroth is we've actually started to see players figuring out drop locations, because during the first week or 2 when Holoroth was introduced to the Nbpl, everyone was just dropping on the you know, the big puzzle and the treasure trove, trying to get that rare red armor. We are starting to see a spread. We're starting to see people find their comfort spots to go and get their loot, but that is going to be game number 2. We're going to throw to a very quick break, and when we're back, we'll be dropping on Holoroth for our second game of the day. So we'll see you in a moment.
We're back, guys. And we're here at Holler Off. It's cold. It's cold in the region.
It's not all cold.
It's cold in this region. Listen, all these Justinas that we just went through, okay? Now we about to see some Justinas, not some Justinas, but the Zippings when it's healing time. It's cold. I don't know what you talking about. We back here. I'm your caster, Dabier, and I'm here with my main man, Hip Rain. We still here. We still gonna make the magic happen in here, but I don't know what you talking about, okay? Holler Off is cold, it is brutal, and it is rough out here, okay? I have to stay cool. I don't know about you. You already got your hoodie on, okay?
It's part of it's a desert, to be fair, mate. Like, part
okay,
of it
but we're
is
not
a
on the desert side. We're on the cold side.
I'm with you. My favorite side is the snow zone. I absolutely love it. And we're in, I believe, morning Holler Off now, which is the bit where you get the snowstorm as well.
I'm not the snow guy, okay? I'm where the beach is and all the nice things, not the, okay? It's all over the place. Meanwhile, we're gonna be locked in for game 2 here very, very shortly, as everybody else is gonna be able to lock in really quickly and fast. As now the changes, like we said before, we love the not being comfortable. We love the fact that it's forcing people to switch it up even within these next games. And I talk about that all the time. So I'm very happy to know that Hipman is feeling the exact same way here with Dubai. Coming in with a 1.4 average kills. 1, 2, 4, 3, 4. If it said 1, 2, 3, 4, I would have laughed. 12,434 average damage, and average damage with melee weapons of 8K, almost 9K, 8,600. As we're looking in on it more and more with everything going on within the space here. Let's see if they can figure that out. Meanwhile, our main man, Panda Man, part of KZ, still making it happen, still working towards the rest of this spread. As nowadays we're back at it again with more and more. Looks like they will be able to figure it out here as we look at the average kills of a 1.7, almost 10K of damage. He's so short of it. He's like 90, 98, 98, so close. Look at the average damage of melee weapons to 7,100. Still needs to make some magic happen here, but Panda Man did pretty well in our first game here, so let's see if they can work towards it.
It's nice to see Panda Man actually be an improved player, because if you think back to season 1, Panda Man was always like a player who had like the odd pop-off game, but 90% of the time he was just out incredibly early. So he wasn't even a middling player, he was just a bottom player. And towards the end of the season we started to see some signs of life from him, but he has been way better coming into this season. It feels like he's massively improved, stepping up. And XJin actually a little bit down. He's not been doing quite as good as the new player Ayanami for XCG on his second day on the stage. Started out with a donut, unfortunately, but his game 1, to be fair, on his first day was rough. His game 2 was absolutely killer. This is where he made a name for himself actually on Holler Off, and he just looked super good. So definitely keep your eyes on him to potentially potentially is going to be able to set himself up to take this. As Jin as well from Ace right now down in all his stats, 0.7 kills average, like just not particularly putting out the numbers. This is if anything, this is Panda Man, the Panda Man of season 1, so to speak. But we are getting ready to go into our second game. Well, first game on Holler Off. There we go. I'll save it with that. See what everything's going to be looking like, what the picks are going to be looking like going in to this second game.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely stacked, though, with the rest of the players here that's ready to lock it in. A whole lot of action and eliminations coming in, as we're going to see Luran as the first player to get the elimination. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going into these next couple of games here, as we're going to see. All right. You said it.
Yeah, no, just brace yourself. It's going to be a lot of zippings.
No, we're going to see a Takeda somewhere in there. We're going to see some Takedas. I feel it. Somebody's going to lock in a Takeda. Come on now. Come on.
Oh, Darby, you're huffing some serious copium.
Come on,
you're huffing some real copium, friend.
I just want one. Give me a Takeda. Give me something other than just zippings. Give me one. Oh, we got Justina. I'll take it. You know what? I'll take it, Justina. I'll take it. I did say that Justina was going to be a part of that map, and I was completely right. Meanwhile, you were sitting there going, no, I was talking about. Okay, here we go. So we're going to lock in for our game 2, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, it is Zipping Central.
You just huffed some serious copium, mate. That was real sad. I don't worry, I feel you on that one. Hongfly does find XJin against the wall, and he is getting absolutely slammed. He can't get the counter damage off because he's stuck. No, that is so unlucky. XJin going toe-to-toe with Hongfly as they are chasing him away. Looks like he's going to be able to get out. Just about. That was close. Oh no, he's dead. Oh, unlucky. That is so sad.
Unfortunate. See, listen, I'm not the only one that has copium in their system. That's all. I'm not the only one. Meanwhile, Zag and Panaman trying to fight this out as best as possible, trying to be able to ring it out as best as they need to. As Panaman will get shut down though by Xiang. Unfortunate coming into this. As Dahui will be able to hold this on as best as they need to. Even with that, Dahui is going to be able to get the push in dangerously low here. That big, massive, heavy sword is not really going to be able to do too much here. Zhang Yu is going to be able to force him to be able to come through as he hits a massive hit of damage, though. And oh no, the circle! The circle!
Wait, he got...
He died outside of the circle! Wait, I'm sorry.
At the beginning of the game?
Maybe that was on purpose. Maybe that was on purpose. Maybe that was on purpose, but it still gave him the kill though. Excuse me? I might need to, I don't even know exactly what to do because in that situation, I would have never thought he would actually be able to go out like that. That was the last thing I actually expected.
I have not seen the players actually solve this in a while. Like they do it off screen, but I haven't seen anybody solve it. I'm still yet to see red armor at all in professional or in my personal games. So, I would like to see that and see actually what that would do. Is the ballista trade-off is breaking out, but Ayanami finding him in a fight with Hongfly. Hongfly being sent packing as Ayanami actually has lost a fair amount of HP, does still have the F abilities. He's going to get himself caught out, throws the F down just to recover some of that shield and health. He is just going to go for a full reset himself and look to get away. As Yang going to find Jin here. But they are just going to step away from one another again. And it's unfortunately, this is zipping. There is a bit of fighting. They both press F, heal up, and run away from one another. As we cut back to the ballistas as Lu Renking just about avoiding getting taken out by these. Looks like he's going to be A-OK. Oh, LXY might not be though. Got countered, loses a lot of HP, catches the uppercut here on to YKC. YKC trying to just get away for the moment. LXY chasing on, about to get his F ability. This could be dangerous for him. He's going to pop it in time, just quick enough to survive, but no! YKC will take him down.
Even with all of that going on here, they're still able to put it within the space here. As Yami is going to get caught on the window here, as it looks like a Huangflies will be able to come back through that one, as Luren down at the very bottom is going to be able to hit the grapple onto Jukes. Jukes goes for that F shield. Created that nice little barrier around to protect themselves. Meanwhile, Panaman and Yaterot is going to be doing the exact same thing here. I mean, there is so much of it. Meanwhile, the parry happens, and so does the third party immediately coming into this. That looks like Exin will be able to claim the elimination onto Panaman. Unfortunate timing coming in, but great timing coming in from Exin. Exin trying to take advantage of their space and the spread coming in as he's going to be able to hit, and Exin hits a massive parry. Yateron trying to shut him down here. Exin is going to be able to hit the F immediately as he's going to try to grapple and keep the pressure on as he is going to push in. Yaron getting some massive height and massive distance away as the circle will start to close in. Yaron will have the chance and the time to at least pop maybe another shield as he does and might be able to get a heal up, but Yaron feels like that he might have enough to be able to go for it as they will going to go forth for another fight here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum. Pushing in is now, even with it, still be able to dust down even more. As now the rotation starts to come in. Let's see if they can rotate this around. Yaron, Ixin, still alive here. Still trying to find if there's any way if they can go towards the rest of it. Not being able to really find anything here. As it looks like he's able to get the massive damage though with that dagger. As Yaron's able to go through with the F and go for the heals, but doesn't have enough shield as he will be able to pop it. Keep the same momentum as he is going to get pushed in. Ixin trying to keep the same pressure along with Yaron, not trying to catch him in that frontal space. Let's see if they can figure that out here. And it looks like Dao Hui sadly just got eliminated though by Dubai. Dao Hui is out of this, and so is Panaman. Unfortunate, our first two players who really put up some decent numbers so far in our first game, but sadly just not as able to go through and function decently in our game at Holoroth.
What can we say? They're Tarkaji players, not Zping players. Very different play style comparing the two there. And As you can see, a lot of sustain. Both of those two earlier on, just getting caught on the edge of the zone. Xin being one of those players, but wasn't able to finish up the kill as Zhang Yu and Yi Ran actually going for a really nice fight here. The armor going to get absolutely shredded off. Zhang Yu on the Justine does have the ability to recover that fairly easily as Ayanami finding themselves in a skirmish right now with YKC, the player who just took someone out a bit earlier, as Ayanami actually turns this fight very effectively. Ultimate's going to get popped there from Ayanami just to give them some level of sustain. They're about to get their F back as well. As long as they can hold on a little longer, they should be a-okay. Ayanami still has that F. They're going to look to throw it down, but not before getting as much damage into YKC as possible. They are absolutely annihilating them here. Don't even need to pop that F ability. YKC able to recover somewhat thanks to their sustain in the kit as they actually turn this back around onto Ayanami, but Ayanami refusing to give up the chase here onto YKC. Catches him with the uppercut once again. Armor's gone. Health bar's low. Ayanami still has that F. Gets themselves a little bit of damage off. The clan goes down. And Ayanami actually refusing to go for the F. There it is. The heal, the counter, the follow-up. And Ayanami finds their first kill of the day.
Finally finds his first elimination and gets the finish, though. Does a pretty good job of it and working towards that as best as possible. And obviously, hard work does pay off in these situations as Yeron still trying to chase it out, trying to see if he can find elimination here. He got his kill stolen earlier, and he has an opportunity here as Zhang Yu is going to be able to go for the shield. And now Yeron back at it again, absolutely getting decimated by Zhang Yu here. Extend up top, though, with that bow is going to try to see if maybe they can connect some shots, but there's so many people around, so many opportunities to get something here. As Luren King, no shield. Yeron, at least with a little bit of some shield, but halfway on his heels is Luren King is going to be able to go for the shield and able to make that happen, though. But even with that, Huang Fly coming in, immediately seeing the parry happen, shutting Zhang down as he's going to be able to get the heal off, but dangerously low here. Still trying to keep the same pressure. Huang Fly is going to be able to get some more of those dark side coins as Zhang is going to be able to keep the same energy right back with those dual blades. Dual blades decimating Huang Fly here. We're keeping them both dangerously low as Zhang Yu is able to pop and get some shield off. Yeah, Huang Fly still trying to hold it as best as possible here, not trying to get the elimination, as sadly Zhang is going to be able to send them out and goes immediately for the F shield, coming in to try to get that bubble and raise more of his shield to stay alive here, as Huang Fly is going to be able to retreat and back off and keep some of that distance away. Meanwhile, Jux, totally different situation. Low on has full HP, low on shields there as Alex Y is struggling to hit him, as Alex Y is able to find a free shield, but Dubai immediately decimates it with that shield and suddenly hits him with the bow. Same with LXY. Dubai is able to hit some beautiful shots here with that bow, as Dubai now is going to try to push in and keep that same momentum in order to get some form of damage. LXY trying to back out of this as best as possible. Dubai just trying to keep the pressure and trying not to lose him, as now we see where the momentum comes from, as LXY might possibly lose him.
Yeah, he's able to give him the slip. This is what you do on Z-Ping. You just pop the heel and you try and outrun your opponent, as Kai Bao, legendary polearm, absolutely ruining YKC. He is able to get the armor swap off and get a little bit of shields back, but it's not going to do him well, as Kai Bao is going to knock him into the ridge and take him down. Another player eliminated out of this lobby. As we can see the overall standings on the left-hand side of the screen, Lu King, unfortunately not having any kills this game, so it does have some work to do if they want to try and contest that higher up spot, as Ayanami actually in a position here to take themselves into that top 16 and actually lock themselves into a bi-weekly finals in their first week of play. That'll be absolutely huge for them. Zhang and Zhang Yu actually in a fight. The meter dump is huge from Zhang Yu. The bow switch as well to get two cheeky shots off. Catches on with the grapple, looks to chase for a little bit further. The freeze is there, the lockdown to follow as Zhang Yu repeatedly just barraging onto Zhang with so much damage, but Zhang looks at turning around for his own meter dump in return. A whole bunch of damage comes out. The freeze is there as the zone tags in. Zhang gonna get himself a bit of a recovery out, pops himself the F, and now gets the counter, gets the kill. Zhang Yu, huge pick up there as Xjin comes in for J-Team, looking to pick up his second kill, knowing Zhang had used a whole bunch of abilities, but Hongfly also coming in on the tail end here, looking to see if he can snipe away this kill from one of these players. Jin's gonna lose a fair amount of HP as Hongfly making himself known, recovers some of his pistol's armor, ammo. Looks like they are just done for now. They're going to try and chase over the wall with this scale rush, but it looks like they're going to be able to not catch on to Zhang yet, and Zhang has successfully given the slip over.
Slip over coming in, trying to see what he can do here with that momentum as Shazang immediately starts to get blitzed though by the dagger, as the Aaron is going to try to keep that same pressure. Hopefully Aaron still struggling though, is able to get a decent amount of damage, but sadly just is unable to really get any form of eliminations here, as he still has none to his name. Aaron still trying to work for it with the rotations. He's going to need to do something in order to really claim it, but with a lot of these Justinas, I mean, it just feels and seems impossible, as he's going to able to get the hit though. Jin's able to get the hit and get some fire damage coming in on Kai Bao. Obviously losing him, as Kai Bao is going to be able to try to see if he can go and run towards it and gets away from the rotation of that massive bow, as Jin's going to decide to get off here and head towards one of the next points of the rotation here. Looks like he's going to be waiting for the chest to pop open here, as both circles of chests are going to start coming in here very, very soon. So you're going to have to pay attention to it, as now we're going to be able to see the rotations come into play, as Zhang is going to be able to find one of the players. Zhang Yu trying to see where they can go forth with the rotation here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum coming in, as Zhang Yu's going to be able to pop that shield back out. Zhang Yu outside of shield though. It's going to be able to get that shield off though, as there are so many people in front of this Morris Blessing here trying to get it, but nobody is really able to allow him to, as Aaron just gets absolutely blitzed before they can touch it.
It looks like Yaron's going to be able to get away for now, but Jux is on his tail, as Yaron actually does a great job to turn this around onto Jux, as now Jux is the victim. He thought he was chasing Yaron for an easy pickup, but now himself is the victim. Has still got a fair amount of sustain due to the fact that he is a Z-ping, and is able to just grapple away and try and buy as much space as possible, because he is going to need to get away, but Iran isn't giving him the opportunity. They've got to be careful because they're right by the traps there, but we're going to cut back over to Zhang, who's in a fight with Zhang Yu. Remember, you get the healing reduction while you're in the zone, so going to be really big here versus these Z-pings, as Jux has to be careful because back over towards the traps in this little valley. A single misplay could potentially see you either go down or you be the one to get turned onto by the rest of the players in the lobby. Xjin chasing onto Jux a little bit further, but Jux able to give him, a bit of space, make sure that he's not going to get caught out, as Ayanami, the winner of the first solo off of last week, or on Saturday anyway, only got the one kill for the moment. Cutting over to Chezyang and LXY, they're finding each other out. Golden polearm for Chezyang and that purple armor, so he is very, very well set up, as LXY is going to get himself countered mid-air. Oh, that was absolutely crisp from Chezyang. Ayanami, unfortunately pinned against the wall, will go down to Jin from the side of Ace.
Even with this time of the rotations though, still more of the Zippings trying to make something happen, as Jin is going to be able to find one here. It looks like there's still a lot is going on here. Zhang is able to claim 3 eliminations. If we look at the top mark here, still trying to go through the rotations here, as Jin is going to be able to find it as well. He's going to be able to go for that shield and see what they can do here towards the rest of the spread, as now more and more of it, they're still trying to make it happen, as they will be able to go through towards this rotation. Dubai trying to work towards it. Jin and Huan Fly trying to go through with the maneuvers here. Let's see if they can patch that in. Meanwhile, Dubai is able to find one and send Huan Fly flying off of the tower, as he does get hit by some bow shots. Huan Fly trying to rotate this in. Meanwhile, Huan Fly ends up getting hit immediately after that, even getting caught in between the midst of all of the daggers, getting hit by so many Zippings, trying to keep it alive here. Meanwhile, Huan Fly trying to get up top here, might have a big opportunity here, as 2 people, Jux and Zhang, ends up getting hit by a massive katana hit. Gonna be able to go through the rotations here. Let's see if they can work towards it, as now gonna be able to make it happen. Zhang, it's gonna keep it smart. It's gonna try to rotate this in and out. As Zhang is gonna possibly go forth with that, as Zhang trying to hold it as best as possible, trying to do what he can and play this smart and be smart. Oh man, the bow, he was trying to see if he can get something here. He's trying to hit him directly. That takes a lot. That takes a lot of cojones to be able to hit that. That takes aiming, that takes time. To be able to hit that would be absolutely massive. He hits one directly on. And that probably creates an insane amount of damage too. And I know that a headshot creates for even more almost lethal damage, even if you're full HP.
Yeah, you're not going to really be able to survive that. As Jin takes a ballista shot to the face, but it's enough to pop to buy off. Hongfly actually trying to zone away for now, but it feels like Jin's actually been able to climb himself to the top of this tower and actually hold onto it, as all of the players are just praying that his zone is going to force them off this ballista as soon as possible, because whoever has it has so much control of the surrounding areas. Yiran has been heavily chunked out. Jin actually loses a fair amount of HP, but has got the sustain thanks to his kit as Yiran jumps into the zone and is going to get chased down by the rest of the lobby. The Flamer is onto him. He is burnt. He is cooking low, and everybody wants Yiran down. The final shot is sunk in by Lu Renking, who then just turns immediately onto Ches Hyung. Gets a big chunk out of him with a meter dump, but not enough to really make it stick. That's the first kill for Lu Renking. He's going to be happy with that one, but he's now on the board. Everybody else is just going to scatter away as the zone is going to close in tighter and tighter. And any moment now, these players will be zoned off from the tower and from the ballista. So last couple of shots coming in from Jin. Jin just threatening, even though he does actually go for the reload. So he's going to try and get a couple extra shots in just before this all comes to an end, but unfortunately is going to have to give his spot up as he goes for the rush off. Careful with the trap there, Jin. You do not want to be walking onto that.
Definitely do not want to here, even within this situation here. Gonna be able to go through with the rotation and see exactly where certain things are. Meanwhile, gonna be able to do what they can as Yang, with 3 eliminations, still has that 4.4 game score lead here. Let's see if they can figure this out.
You know what's funny?
What's that?
I was saying, like, in the last game, I was like, yeah, we won't get to that point where there's, like, 8 people left at the end of the game. It'll be, you know, most of the lobby. There's 8 people left in the end of the game. All of my predictions about these slower placed heroes have just been wrong today. It's entirely different to what we were seeing on Saturday. When it was Zeepings in the lobby, like a Zeeping lobby like this, like, there were still, like, 10 to 11 people at this point in the game last time. It's crazy that actually we are losing, you know, half the lobby towards the end of these games. Typically, we used to have way more players in these final circles, and, you know, my next prediction now, if we're going to go off doing completely the opposite of what we did on Saturday, is we'll have a Yoto game next, and we'll have the entire lobby in the final circle. That's what's going to go down. It's not going to be a chaotic game. Like, I don't know. All of my predictions are just wrong at the moment, and I'm not sure why.
Still a lot happening, though, sadly. And we'll be able to go in with what they can, though. Meanwhile, Lurin and Chazing trying to see where they... Chazing is dangerously far, though, as Jin also in a very far position here, as the circle's going to be able to close in here. So you're saying that this is going to be one of those, like, real slow ending circles?
Well, there's no big ultimates, is there? You've got, like, you know, when it's like a Yoto or Monks or even Takeda or Taka, you know, they all have, like, a big ability, like a defining thing they throw down in the final circle, right? What does Zipping do? She just heals. And yeah, you get, like, healing reduction while you're standing in the Shadow Corruption, so that's... You
say
rough,
that with so much disappointment.
Yeah, because I am. I've finally actually... I've not been able to play Zipping until yesterday. And I realized, yeah, it's just healing. Like, it's just a lot of healing, a lot of sustain, and, you know... I'm sure the players... I don't know if they do enjoy it, but they know it's good because they keep playing it on Holoroth endlessly. I'm curious, you know, what is going to happen that's going to break this this Zeeping meta on Holoroth? Is it going to be, you know, some level of nerf to her, a buff to a hero that has maybe, you know, the Fireball from Takaji now gives, like, grievous wounds or something, so you can kind of deal with the healing and kind of cut the healing? I don't know. I don't know what you got to do to deal with it, but at the moment, it is... The final circle is just going to be everybody sustaining up, and these flamers are going to be very, very powerful, actually. That's going to be the key thing, is the kind of constant AoE dot damage is what you're going to be looking to play for. And I saw a golden flamer here on Zhang, so if he makes it to the final circle, he is going to be a problem, because this final circle as well, there's not too much verticality, there's not too many trees to get high and away from the flamer. So when this flamer comes in on that final circle, people are going to get toasted, and people are going to lose a lot of health very fast to Zhang. As
Meanwhile,
you can see.
Zhang burning him up, trying to see if he can catch. Hey, Huanfly, an interesting situation here. Sadly, doesn't look like he has the reach.
Here's the crazy thing though about like zeeping with the flamer. Like typically you're very exposed when you got the flamer on, so you need to find a place where you can then dodge away, heal up and whatnot. But like when you're playing zeeping, you just press your sustain buttons, and then you can stay there, stand still, and just tank everything because you're healing up as well while toasting everyone. So it's going to be a real problem actually. Zhang just pressing alt, pressing his F, and just sitting in the middle of the circle with the flamer on and just cooking the entire lobby, because they will be able to do enough damage to kill him if they group up and like want to deal with him at once. But realistically, you're not going to see the players do that. The players are way more inclined to just brawl it and try and pick up as many kills as possible.
Meanwhile, even with all of that space to be able to do what they can here, it looks like Zhang is going to be able to go for the rotations here, as Zhang is going to be able to get some nice damage here for that, as we're going to be able to go for the lock-in in the rotation, as XZN is going to be so dangerously low and outside of the circle. Those are two things you definitely do not want to be in these situations here, as he does get claimed sadly here. Not the best space to be in these situations here, as now we're going to be able to go forth with these rotations and still keep the same momentum going, as now gonna be able to rotate this around and do what is best here, as Dubai, Jin, Huanfly, Shozeng, Xiang, Jux, and Luren King. Circle slowly closes in. 30 seconds left, as now the next one's going to start closing in, and now the madness starts to begin here. Zin ends up getting absolutely burned. Justin is gonna be able to do it, as Luren King is able to claim the elimination. Fully eliminated Jux, trying to hold. And now, still up top is that Zhang with that other Flamebringer. Both Flamebringers have been found currently here. So let's see where the rest of the momentum comes from. As now, still with all of this momentum happening, though, this still could really realistically be anybody's game. Now we're going to see exactly what is in store for these last players here. As now, it's going to be able to do what they can here to work through it. Go forth with massive amounts of damage. Xiang is going to be able to go through and see if maybe he can find something that's going to be helpful and see if he can get the finish here. Sadly, doesn't look like he's going to be able to find it. Get some massive damage though on one of the players though. Xiang just trying to get that nice damage in from it, but sadly isn't able to connect, as Xiang from outside of the circle playing a very dangerous game here. Everybody's just waiting it out, as now there is no real ultimate finishers here. It's just a lot of burning, as Luren is going to be on top of the tree and is going to try to spray as much fire down as possible. And now it's just all about who has the most heal. The Froze comes in from Justina, coming in with a nice clutch, as Shux is able to claim one of the eliminations, claims two actually. Luren and Shux is able to claim all 4 eliminations at the very end of this game here. Man, the time coming in to push onto that, and the advantage he had clearly showed at the end of that game.
It's so bizarre, these final circles, when you're on just Zeepings, because there is no kind of key big ultimate. That was an amazing freeze bar final Justina, just to make sure that they were able to lock the whole party down. But at the end of the day, there's too much sustain, there's a lot of flamers, and it just kind of comes down to everybody just wailing and hoping that they survive long enough. And Jux is the one who made it all the way to the end and is the winner of this game number 2. As after this, we will be heading back to Morris Isle for 2 games in a row, so expect to see things shake up a little bit, but that's the face of a man who's just had to play Zeeping for 25 minutes.
Oh my goodness. Oh man, I can tell. You know, even with Zping too. Zping, obviously the new player here. There's still a lot of talk when it comes to somebody like her, with all of the momentum, with all of the madness that we usually see here. It's a lot to see here in terms of these circles. But clearly, they have been able to do what they can here and get these finishes. But sadly, I mean, just Zping just really running the lobby as much as possible. I mean, you can't really hate. You know what I'm saying? Because we had the same thing with Yodo. Now, clearly, Yodo is obviously not the favorite on this map. It is clearly Zping, which honestly, I find that's like kind of interesting here. You would think that Yodo would really be like kind of a really also another high-picked player here, but it just seems like the heals are more important in these final lobbies for Holoroff.
Yeah, I think it's just because of the environmental stuff. I need to talk to some players and some coaches and actually get an insight on why they favor Zping on that map and not Morrisile, because she is a very strong hero regardless of what map she's on. I think the Holoroff thing is, maybe it's just a comfortability thing. They still, you know, there's a lot of things they gotta learn on this map. You know, they've all started to figure out their drop spots. They've all started to figure out, you know, where the traps are and where they want to get caught. And, you know, there's a reason you see a lot of players actually avoid the snow zone. And it's, especially on the Zping, if you get caught in a blizzard, like, you are donezo. Because Zping's very reliant on having that ult there just as like a get out of jail card.
I'm telling you.
And
Justina can help in these situations. They really can.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I don't know. It's a really bizarre one. You see, you know, whenever it's a Zping lobby, you have that. All right, when do we go? Like, what's the big moment? 'Cause, like, you see with a Yoto, like, they pull out the big sword, or Monk transforms, or, you know, Takaji sets himself on fire and everything kicks off. But overall, that's, you know, there is no big moment. They just slowly get pushed into each other, and he's kind of like, oh, we have to fight now. And, you know, Jux was the one who came out on top of that, but 4 kills was the winning amount of kills in that game for Jux, who leads with 10.4 points. Lu Renking gets himself 3, a very low scoring game compared to game number 1.
Even with all of that, though, they still was able to do what they can here in these situations, and they was able to make it look good towards the final end of it, as now gonna be able to go forth with it and do what they can. As Jux comes up top here with those 10 eliminations. But check this out, though. We talk about the consistency. 6 points coming in from Luren. Top 3. That is still very important and very good for him, knowing that he's watching that and saying, hey, I'm still in top 3. I'm feeling good. Let's see if we can keep that same momentum coming into it. Now, this is massive for Chudge, because Chudge didn't place well in the first game. So didn't Jux. So now seeing Jux coming in with the top score, 10.4, 7.8 coming in from Chudge, there is some good vibes with those players. But Luren King still really coming out on top, though, with those 6 points. Is still going to be helpful for the next games along forward.
Exactly. For Luren King, as long as he scored okay here, which he did, that's fine, because he won that first game. Now he scored pretty well in this game. Consistency is the most important thing. And now we've got 2 more Morrisales coming up. And if Luren King plays those Morrisales like he did at the beginning of the day, he is really going to be set up. And, you know, history tells me we're going to see some Yoto games. So some way higher scoring games coming out for the next 2 games. I mean, that's, again, a little bit of hopium and me just, you know, huffing it away, hoping that we are going to get some explosive games in the middle of the day. But that's typically what we were seeing. But here we go. We can see Jux's MVP card to see exactly what went down there. 10k damage. I mean, they're so low damage games when you have Zpings in. It's crazy. And all blue Soul Jades.
All blue.
Jux
3
just wasn't that good. It's just the sustain, man.
2 melee resist and 1 health Soul Jade. Now here's the question. Do you think that there needs to be a nerf?
Yes. No question. Like, the worst thing is,
yes.
We're getting a buff before it gets worse before it gets better. She's getting a buff to her F3. Well, her F3 is being released, which is she gives her F to everyone. So she's gonna show up in trios now. It's gonna be bonkers. Can you imagine Monk? You can't be hit by anything but blue focus strikes. Oh God. Yeah, she needs a nerf. I think me and Moxie, Rune, we've all been very passionate about the state of Zping. I know she's a new hero, and I know they obviously want people to play her. And yes, she's a very well-designed hero in like her appearance. Her kit's not bad. It's just overtuned. Is the problem, right? Like I don't actually think Zping's inherently just a broken hero. I think
she just has good heals. I don't think that necessarily means that she's broken.
Yeah, I think what you need to do is double the F cooldown. Genuinely, I think you need to double the F cooldown, make it 30 seconds. Because when you only have 4 seconds of downtime on that F, it is ridiculous how much sustain and you don't have any punishment. Like Yoto, she puts her F down, it spins around, and she has to stand in it to heal up, and she gets maybe 1 or 2 pots off. Justina, she gets basically 2 pots worth of shield from pressing F, but you're static. You have to stand still. You can't attack. You can't do anything. Zeeping can heal both her shield and her health bar for like 10 seconds and still run away and or fight during that time. That's what makes her so strong, is the ability that there is no like downside. There is no punishment to her healing on Zipping. It's just you have that sustain, and then once that sustain's used up, you can just chill and go until the next rotation in another 4 seconds and get even more healing. It's a little bit overtuned. There's me and Moxie were talking about it. There's 2 ways to sort it. You either double the cooldown on it and just give it like a 30-second cooldown, or the cooldown doesn't start until the healing stopped, which is also, I think, perfectly fine as a way to handle it. Hopefully we'll see some nerfs come through, but I do worry that the next bi-weekly will be playing on the F3 version of Yoto. I haven't had confirmation because I don't think that's decided yet, but if that comes through, expect to see her in trios as well as solos.
The amount of things that are being said here, a lot of people seem to be agreeing with you so far in terms of a nerf. That would be very interesting to see what would happen. It'd be interesting if they call it a hip ray nerf for Zapin.
I'd have to have a nerf named after me. I'm so down for that.
Hip ray nerf. The hip ray nerf comes into play. As the nerf comes in, it'd be interesting to see how that goes here. But so far, it looks like there might be some stuff for the foreseeable future. Let's just see. I don't know. I would love for there to be, a Tarkashine, buff named after me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just spitballing here. But as we're able to lock it in, though, we still have 2 games down, 4 more to go. Now we're going back to Morris Isle. I'm already on the island. I already went back.
Yeah.
I almost lost a finger earlier. It was too cold. I'm the beach guy. Okay, I like the water. Don't look at me. He's like, okay. No, even with all of that spread coming in, we're still gonna be keep the rotations happening. We're gonna lock in for our game 3 here very, very soon for solos. But as of right now, Luren King should, and I say should still be at the top of the leaderboard, being in number 1 with those both 6 points and that 16 points coming in from his first game, getting that dub here. So obviously he's looking at a very, very great first 2 rounds here. So hopefully Luren, as we've seen before, he has kept his consistency in some of these games where he has won. So let's hope that he can do the exact same thing tonight.
Yeah, and also keep in mind, he still has a lot of work to do if he wants to get higher up in the overall standings. He started today in 7th. Yes, everybody above him had played both their games, but he was still lower scoring than most of those players above him. So he still needs a very, very good day if he wants to make it into the likes of that top 3. And, as many points as you can put together is the best case scenario for you, because you're carrying points into that bi-weekly final. And the last thing you want to do is be at that top end of the table, but first have like 15 to 20 points more than you going in as just their starting point of the day on that bi-weekly final on Thursday. So, attention for them is, for Luren King right now, is get as many points as possible and make sure that you are competitive with the players at the top end of the table, so you can get yourself set up for a good run in that bi-weekly final. Anyway, it's time for us to quickly go to a break. When we're back with our 3rd game of the day, so we'll see you in a moment.
边是击败了后布莱，拿下本场比赛的决定。这波能反杀，看一下详细的这波操作，他秀了。
2,000 years later.
The Nbpl Professional League is held in the Ice Cube venue in Winterstar, located in Liangang's special area of China's pilot-free trade zone in Shanghai. The Ice Cube covers an area of more than 4,000 square meters with a peaceful white exterior wall and translucent blue glass, which makes it elegant and luxurious. It's located next to Shanghai Haichong Ocean Park and only a 10-minute drive from Dishui Lake, the largest artificial lake in Shanghai. There's also Shanghai Pudong International Airport and to the north, the famous Shanghai Disney Resort. Everyone entering the Ice Cube must have a PCR test and their body temperature checked to ensure that all players are safe for the games. After entering the venue, players proceed to their locker rooms. There are 16 bright and comfortable individual rooms on site, which provide the players a space to relax while ensuring the privacy to discuss tactics. After being all rested up, the players then proceed to the stage. The stage competition area is divided into 3 levels from low to high, while the center of the stage is divided into left and right sides with one group on the same side. There's space for a total of 48 players from 16 different teams that can participate in the competition here at the same time. Well, all the Nbpl players have their fists bumping and are ready for some intense games. And although we're not with them, we can also cheer them on at home through the internet. The second season of the 2022 Nbpl is guaranteed to be exciting.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our third game of the day as we are heading into the middle of the day as we are moving on back to, oh god, I swear I can speak. We're moving back to Morris Isle, baby. 2 games back to back. I'm hoping for some Yoto games. We had some last Saturday and they were bloodbaths. They were blenders of damage and points coming in.
Really
and this is where a bunch of our guys in the top end of the table started to score high. So eyes are very much on these next 2 games for me.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be paying attention to it too. It's going to be interesting to see who really does come with that amount of energy. And hopefully we'll be able to see really a lot of that aggression, knowing that this last game was a little bit nonchalant in that sense here. But while we're going to be going through that, we have a video for you guys to check out right now.
反正打的肯定是很烂的，但是也在考，也就是这也在预想范围之内吧。虽然说比预想范围之内还要夸张一点，因为就是很多变的东西实在是太多了。一个是新地图，然后2是英雄的选择，然后包括现在他们大多数人的习惯，以及什么时候是属于一些就是我不知道的危险情况，就是确实是有很多东西我都还不知道，然后导致的话可能就是发挥的不太好。但是也有在接受范围内的，就是说感觉就是在硬实力这一方面的话，我感觉我还是 OK 的，就是运营方面确实需要重新的话去多看看回放，复一下盘，然后到下周加油吧。
Nice to hear from Zhang there. Obviously filling in for Mike, who is unfortunately not going to be playing for quite a while now due to some issues on that front. But yeah, stepping up into there's some pretty big shoes to fill there for Zhang. And you know, even like he said, he's not playing at his best level right now. He had expectations, hasn't quite met them, or maybe has met them, but not still playing towards the top end of his capability. But you would expect, you know, you are a player coming in late into the season. You know, you've come in for the third bi-weekly, the second to last bi-weekly. You're well beyond that halfway mark. A bunch of these whole players are now set up from previous splits as well. You know, Panda Man, he played season 1. He's had a whole bunch of experience. He's been on this stage for a while. And for some of the newer players, you know, for the likes of your Iron Armies, for the likes of your Zhangs, they are coming in, you know, a little bit less prepared. Not prepared, but a little bit greener, let's say, as we are getting ready to go into game number 3. Let's see what Hero Select has to bring for us.
Hopefully it'll bring us a jam-packed game here. Hopefully we'll see a lot more aggression that we saw in that first game here, and hopefully we'll be able to see a lot more of it. I think that last game was very, very nonchalant, as we're immediately seeing the cheer coming in from Hiprain, which is something I never would have expected to see coming in from all the Yodahimes, as the Yodahime comp is going to be stacked here, which means it's going to be aggressive W key action coming into this. A lot of people were waiting it out, and it's just going to be a stacked Yodahime comp. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going airborne, and this is going to be a very aggressive game, and it says I am actually excited.
Let's go!
We have a full sweep card of nothing but Yodahimes. We actually haven't seen this in a while here, and like I said, I am excited because now this means that aggression is going to be at an all-time high as we look in and seeing players. There's maybe one solo player that's headed towards Celestial. We got about 3 or 4, might be 5 that's headed towards Shadow J Mine. So that whole desert is going to see a decent section amount of action. As this middle section, Luren King, YKZ, Zhang Yu is going to be following suit on the inside of Celestia. Meanwhile, Dubai is going to be on the outskirts, probably going to be pushing into that as well. It looks like one player is going to be at least towards Spring Valley by himself, and everybody else is going to be on that Servant's Ground, that Lake Yellowleaf, and all of those little surrounding huts near that river section here. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's full of Yodahimes. It's full of airborne action. Game 3 starts right now.
What you need to do is turn that 3, 90 degrees, so it's on its back, and it's game W, because this is going to be a W key game. Everyone is going to be playing incredibly aggressive. It's a desperate dash for gear, and LXY already got himself purple armor and a blue longsword, and a cannon as well. There was a repeating crossbow there. Isn't going to pick that up, but already very, very equipped. Zhang, purple weapon, no purple armor. Does probably want to try and pick something up as Dao Hui finds himself in a skirmish with Kai Bao. Already low on HP. Kai Bao's just going to unleash with the dual swords. And Dao Hui immediately has to throw that F key down, but he is not going to be long for this world. Quick armor swap to get some armor back, but Kai Bao refuses to let his prey escape, as that will be the first kill on the board of the game. I love W key lobbies, Derby. They are so much fun. No stalling, no healing, no freezing, just action.
Oh, absolutely, as the action still keeps coming along here. LXY still trying to hold off as best as possible. Meanwhile, the third party coming in from Ayami, and another third party happening from Xiang, as it looks like 2 players are going to decide to dip out of these situations here. Still more momentum to be had here, and let's see if they can figure this out within the spread. There's still more of it to be found here, as we now will be able to find the rotations and everything else within its space here. Still more of it to be had, as they're going to be able to rotate this in and keep the same energy, as now they will be able to hold this in as best as possible, still trying to keep the same momentum, as they will be able to find each other. In reality, everything else in between here, Kai Bao keeping the same energy as Dao Hui hits a massive damage hit onto Kai Bao. Kai Bao is going to be able to go use the Yodahime and wait for it here as the Scale Rush is going to come in, see if maybe he can get the impact. He is able to, but the damage comes in. Beautiful dash coming in as the first Yodahime all comes in. The double Yodahime right in front. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going airborne, as both of them are going to be able to dash it out as best as possible. One's going to try to keep it. The question is, can he hit it? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Dao Hui is going to be able to shut down Kai Bao's Yodahime ulti. Oh, we're going to see a lot of that this game.
Oh, we're going to see so much of that. Now coming over to Xiang, he's got himself in a fight versus XJin. XJin trying to counter it out for the moment. The F ability goes down to buy a little bit of space for himself, as Yuran has made his way over to trying to play interrupt, but there is a slight heal coming in for XJin, but Yuran refuses to let J-Team's XJin get away, and he has the dual sword. Here comes the Yotawall. A panic, a desperation ult here from XJin. He may chase with the F ability, just goes higher up into the sky, tries to find those swords sword shots, but is unable to get it. And now he needs to make a grand escape as that ult is on cooldown. But these two will not let XJin get away. He's on the run right now as Iran has got him chased down. Low HP already with that shot from the bow. And this is going to be XJin caught out. The F ability comes down. A second F ability to stop him from getting any healing as Iran's able to pick the kill up. But Iran now still has to deal with Ches Young. Still has the purple armor to work with. So got a little bit more health than it appears, but still lower than Ches. Ches keeping the chase up, though, chasing him down. The hill has come forward, and it looks like they are refusing to give this one up as Ches Young on the run, also on the chase at the same time, playing this very tempered on the aggression. Gets a whole bunch of damage out onto Iran. Iran puts the F down, just gives some space. Some F abilities have been traded out to buy even more space, but Iran able to get the grapple up on top of the building and actually will get himself a slight reset off. He ditched his purple armor for the blue there, though, which means he is now running on equal footing to his opponent as Xiao Xiang has found that purple armor if he wants to pick it up and go for the recovery, but not going to be able to do so because Iran has come back into the building and has found him. But Chuz has done a great job to step away from the return fire. The counter comes down and Chuz finds himself the kill.
He's going to be able to do that with the amount of momentum that he has here. Meanwhile, still going to be able to rotate this around with everything happening, though. And now, even with Dahui is going to keep the same momentum and push into this. They're still going to be able to figure this out. And they still be able to rotate this in. Dahui, LXY is going to be able to go through this. Meanwhile, LXY is going to be able to go forth and commit to the shield. Dahui is going to be able to do the same thing here. Both shots coming in as Anayami is going to be nearby here. LXY just getting absolutely blitzed as we're going to see the Force Yoda Himeo come in. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go airport. Ladies and gentlemen, 30,000 feet in the air. Dahui is going to try to find it. The question is, can he connect to it? It looks like LXY might have been able to create just enough space. No! It matters. Ayami's going to steal the elimination and get the claim from LXY. As Jux now is going to be able to go through and maybe see if he can get the revenge coming in from Ayami. He's going to be able to pop the F3 and stop them from using theirs. Use that nunchuck to be able to create as much damage as possible. Jux is on the revenge tour, and he wants Ayami for himself. As now Jux is going to be able to push in, keep that same momentum, keep the pressure, and Dahui is going to be nearby, hitting the bow, trying to see if he can get the elimination. He could get both here. As long as he plays it to the best of his ability, he's able to hit two. Ayami, absolutely angry. He's going to pop that Yorihime ulti, and is going to be able to hit Dahui just a little bit here, and is going to be able to pop up, rotate around, pop the F3, and look at this. Immediately, Dahui is going to be able to keep the same aggression to push in and keep that same momentum. Jux wants it. Dahui might want it more, but we'll see as both grapples are going to be able to come in on Ayami. This is not the best place you need to be in within these final circles here. Even with the spread going on here, there's still more to be had here. And it looks like Dahui will be able to claim the elimination. And Jux back at it again on the revenge tour, trying to see if he can get elimination. Jux struggling to try to pick up and get an elimination here. Ayami officially out with 2 eliminations. Tough break for him starting and going all the way back to the bottom.
Yeah, that was really rough for Ayanami. Great third party, but Jux's anger basically spelt his demise after getting that kill taken away from him. But even so, good stuff picked up as we're now going to cut over to Dubai, who's in the zone, using that Yoto ultimate to buy a bit of space and also just get away from his potential pursuers, but needs to get a bit of a heal as Zhang Yu's coming in with a potential scale rush, unable to connect it as Dubai now gets back into the zone and away from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu will be spotted out by a third party though, and there is actually a fourth just about as well. Over to Zhang and YKC as Zhang goes up into the air, almost gets that last couple of shots off. All he needs is a couple more. Here we go. It's almost enough. It's not gonna be there. They are both so low. And Drake Mir, fix your mindset, Zhang, you win these. How is Zhang doing? Let's do a quick look. He's got 1 kill. So he's doing all right as Hong Fly finds himself his first kill onto Dubai here as Dao Hui looking to run him down. You're going to see Hong Fly go for a bit of a panic ultimate, but Dao Hui answering out because he wants to secure the kill. Almost got enough damage. One more slash should just about do it. Hong Fly goes down through the tree line. Dao Hui picks up the kill, and he is going to dash away to safety using that grapple as Kai Bao finds himself in a fight here versus Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu will get away. A bit of space has been bought. These players are going to be walking away. Dao Hui is now leading the charge with 3 kills.
3 eliminations so far. Still able to rotate this around and do the best that he can here with what he has. Meanwhile, Shozeng and XJin really able to dish it out and try to make as much magic as he can. As we're going to see another Yorihime come out. And it looks like it's only going to be one just to be able to go for the quick cancel. Meanwhile, Shozeng is going to be able to push in, try to see if he can use that gun to get some type of damage. Sadly, not able to. He will be able to come through, try to see if maybe he can collect it. And clutch it up and do what he can. Does the best of what he can with with his abilities here. Let's see if they can rotate this around and make it look good with everything within this spread. Meanwhile, XJin able to do what he can. Shazam trying to create enough damage as well here. Looks like they were able to open up that chest, get what he can, maybe, and get out. Either that or they just skipped it and kept going. Oh no.
Just able to get away. Oh! Is Yuan gonna get this onto Jin here? Jin is so slow, he's so low. One more shot is all it takes. No! And Yuan misses the grapple. Jin might have just found his break. Just needs to find a nice little cubby to hide in and avoid Yuan. Gets one heal off, gets stuck on the wall. That is so unlucky. He was stuck on the end of the crane and will go down for it. XJin from J-Team now trying to pick up his first kill onto Ches-Young. Ches-Young avoiding away on all of these shots. XJin unable to make them hit. Does hit the last couple though, and this is Ches-Young going very, very low. Panda Man trying to catch that uppercut but can't quite get it onto Ches-Young as he is going low. Health bar is bleeding out as XJin is looking to pick this one up. It's going to be a panic ultimate from Ches-Young trying to get these shots onto XJin, and he's done a bloody good job of it. He's hitting all of them. That is going to be XJin now, the target of the attacks here, as Panda Man has 2 potential kills to pick up. XJin is going to be 1, and there's another one onto Ches-Young. It's going to be the kill for 1. Panda Man denied the kill, as now he's in the zone. Low HP. Chuz able to armor somewhat up, but Panda Man refuses to give this kill over easily, as he is going unbelievably low. Ches-Young is almost down to Panda Man, and Panda Man is going to be panic ulting here, able to pick the kill up with a poison splash. Not going to be enough thanks to the healing that Panda Man has.
Meanwhile, Panda Man's going to be able to claim that. Be able to push in on it. Let's see if they can figure this out here. As now Dubai, also Dawali, close by. See how they're going to be able to play this out as best as possible. Meanwhile, Juan Fly up top here. Looks like it's going to be down to the downside here. Meanwhile, Juan's going to be able to try to come up top here. Sees that H-Fly is up there. I feel like they know that Huang Fly is up there, and he does, as he will able to get the grapple. The question is, can he connect it? No. Meanwhile, Shozeng and Lu Ren King is going to be on the rotation side here. It looks like they both might have been resurrected currently from what it seems like. It looks like now they're going to be going for the fight, as both of them do have that gray shield here. It's going to try to play this off as best as possible. Lu Ren just trying to hide right next to his own, as Shozeng is going to be able to hit massive damage onto Lu Ren King. Lu Ren King is going to try to keep the aggression as best as possible. Trying to hold off with what he can here. Let's see if he's going to be able to go through with that rotation. He's able to hit a massive hit with the dagger, making it so close here as the Yorihime ult does come out. Hits a massive damage hit onto Shozeng, and it looks like he will be able to go through the grapple, connected, and get the finish. As Lu Ren King officially out of this game. Meanwhile, Zhang, totally different situation here. Jux trying to see if he can get that nice elimination here. Getting hit immediately with the bow. Not looking good here as the third party comes in. Looks like Zhang is going to try to see if maybe he can get the recovery and get this elimination here. Let's see if they can figure this out towards the end.
Oh, Jux is low though. Jux should just go down. Has the panic ultimate. All it takes is one shot with the bow, and there it is. Actually, it was YKC who's able to steal that one away with the bow from the distance. As the fight for the Mora's Blessing has broken out, and everybody is scattered away. I didn't actually see if anybody got onto that Mora's Blessing in time or not, as Zhang Yu actually very under-equipped, a gray dagger and the blue armor. He is underwhelmingly weak comparative to the rest of the lobby, and we've only got 9 players left, and we're at that 10-minute mark, or not even at the 10-minute mark, and at the rate it's going, we might actually just go down to that 8 a very, very W key day, to be honest. A lot of our early circles have only had a few players left in it, so been a very interesting day on that front as Zhang Yu desperately trying to get onto this Mora's Blessing, but he unfortunately will be going down as Chuzyoung comes in and steals the kill from Dao Hui. Chuzyoung actually dominating this lobby right now with the fact he's got those 4 kills. He is playing very, very well. Is Zhang going to come in with a shot? Looks like he is actually able to do so. Just pinned against the wall here. The F ability, quite a little bit of space, but not enough space for him. And it looks like Dao Hui wanted to come in for a bit of revenge. The F ability goes down just to buy himself a bit of space as Chuz now continues to be chased for the moment. Dao Hui wanting the third party, wanting to get that kill that was taken away from him by Chuz earlier on in the day, as Chuz refuses to give up. Zhang going toe-to-toe with him, and Zhang definitely coming out for the better of it, but the bow shots are there! Oh, that was a beautiful shot underneath the F ability to pick that kill up. Dao Hui now 2 kills have been denied from him. 1 was taken by Chuz, and 1 was Chuz being taken.
So much of it, even within that, sadly, gonna be able to get snatched away. Unfortunate. Definitely don't want to be in that space, though, when all of this is happening. Meanwhile, let's see if they can figure it out and follow it. More and more will be happening. Let's see if they can rotate this out and do what they can. Now, even with this type of rotation and timing, let's see how they're going to be able to follow suit here, as more and more of it will be able to rotate this in. Now with the spread coming in, it looks like there's going to be another one of those dropping down. Let's see if they can figure out what's next. Let's go Thorth with that rotation here. Let's see if they can follow through with it. See if they can go Thorth with that as the Aaron looks like he's going to be able to go in and pop in and get a free pick, free rotation. Gonna be able to do what he can here. Was able to knock that out and does an amazing job of it. See if they can keep that same momentum coming into this. Now the rotation comes in. Dubai trying to keep the game alive here with that shield. Gets hit with that. It looks like Yeron still around. I'm curious if anybody's still on that on that massive ballistic. Might not. We'll see. Now Yeron up top here. Doesn't look like he really needs too much here. Already has full HP, full shield. He's able to get the heal or the repair from his cannon as the shots coming in from that is able to come in. Meanwhile, Dubai has different fights here with YKC. YKC getting hit massively with that big sword, that long sword coming through. He's going to try to see if maybe they can connect it as well. The hits coming in from that cannon being very beneficial for Yeron. And the burning as well, as Yeron is going to be able to try to find it. 7 players alive here within this circle. See if they can go through with that rotation. YKC trying to see if they can connect something here. Pandaman trying to dish it out as well here. Really trying as hard as they can with everything going on as YKC is going to be able to go forth with the rotation. Low on shield. Going to have to shield back up here. Meanwhile, Yeron ends up getting caught by another player. Gonna need to see what they can do here as they are going to be able to drop downwards. YKC almost getting caught though. All he needs to do is rotate around this down this other side. He would have saw him, but it looks like YKC is going to be able to rotate this and get out. And the best timing, exactly what he needed.
Yeah, unbelievable he was able to hang on there and avoid getting caught as Zhang being zoned off this ballista. This ballista still within the circle, still going to be a real nuisance actually to all of the players involved as Dubai being jumped onto here by Zhang from AOW. Dubai going very, very low, able to just about break away as he pops the ultimate away. Zhang dodging out on some of these shots, but Dubai doing a great job of reading his location through the walls and is able to hit on, but Dubai lost a lot of HP, so needs to get himself into a nice place where he can go and recover. clinging onto the side, but not going to be given the opportunity, as Zhang has almost been able to take him down. He's low, and there we go. Zhang secures the kill. Down to 6 players with 6 minutes left on the lobby. Zhang leading the charge right now. Pandaman and Kaibao and YKC also all a little bit lower, just 1 kill apiece. And with the amount of people left in the lobby, the odds of them getting a really high-scoring game, unfortunately, going to be quite a lot lower. But as this circle gets tighter and tighter, keep your eyes peeled for those big Yoto ults and the impact that they are going to be able to have for the teams here. Is that Yuran coming in with a cannon? He's actually got the Meteor Soul Jade, so he's getting a Meteor and Bouncing Shell as well. So he's got that real geometry. Zhang is countered immediately. Yuran gets the disarm off, but Zhang's able to rearm himself up, and the cannon fire coming down here from Yuran. Zhang able to break away from Yuran with that golden armor. Very scary to play into him right now.
Meanwhile, Zhang, even with that rotation, see if we can figure that out too. YKC later on, Kaibao, Dao Hui, and Zhang all the way around this. Let's see if they can work towards this. So as now we're going to be able to see which type of momentum happens within these final spaces here, as we're going to be able to go through with that rotation and work towards it. It's hard to believe that there is only 6 players alive here within the circle, but still, they're really not trying to engage too hard here. The circle is just too big, and there's still a lot of space to really make some stuff happen here as they decide just not to. Even with the amount of aggression here, even within these slow circles, they still can be that amount of timing, and you just have to be able to play this smart.
It makes sense, though, when you're playing Yoto. You really want that final circle to be tight. You want to be able to get that ult off and basically just destroy the entire lobby. As Dao Hui is just keeping eyes on where everybody is with that bell, repeatedly smacking away, making sure he knows exactly where everybody is. He's got that musket as well, so having that information means he can potentially get a chip shot off onto somebody who steps over the line. For now, it is a bit of a waiting game, and this is what happens when you have a very W key lobby, a very bloodthirsty lobby, where everybody fights immediately at the beginning of the game. A lot of players get knocked out, and then you only have 6 players in the final circle. By now, you start to see the fights breaking out for the final circle, but like you were saying, Dubby, there's so much space. There's almost no point in fighting. You want to hold. The worst thing, though, is you don't want to be the first to ult. If you're the first Yoto to ult, every other Yoto ults and then focuses you down. So you want to be second or third on that ult, and you also want to kind of just be high enough up that you're not on everyone's radar. You want to be away from the cluster of all of the other Yotos. Seeing Yuran now with those 2 Cannon Soul Jades, the Meteor and the Bouncing Bomb, actually doing a little bit of ricochet work here to try and hit onto Kaibao, onto Pandaman with those cannonballs, but I'm able to actually make those shots hit as the circle is going to slowly but surely creep these players tighter and tighter. And the question is where are they going to get pushed into? Where are they going to be going? The circle hasn't started to move yet. It's only going to be a matter of seconds now as the circle is going to start its slow march towards the end of this game. 6 players holding fast. Every one of them is fully ready to go with that ultimate. There is not a single player who doesn't have their ultimate charged up and ready to fire. I think Yuran's actually put this Soul Jade in the corner because he's holding on it for as long as possible. He obviously knows the cannon's not going to be useful, so he wants to drop that for whatever Soul Jade that is. But for now, just holding on and using the cannon for as long as he can. He wants to chip away at people's armor, at people's resources in these final few moments. He does take a cannon shot to the face, but still has himself a nice little place to get the recovery coming in. But it's not going to be for long as the circle is slowly getting tighter and tighter. People are being forced off of their rooftops and closer to one another as Zhang on top of this building with the 4 kills, leading the charge right now. He is the player who wants to be taking it all. He's the one who wants to get that big multiplier for himself. As Yuran actually takes a cannon shot to the head, but still has himself... Is that a golden swarm? He has a golden swarm? Oh, baby. That's going to do a lot of damage, actually. Yuran scary with that golden swarm. They'll chunk out absolutely everybody who steps forward here. Circle again, it's that slow march towards the end of the game. 1 minute left. Uran's going to recover his swarm while he has the opportunity to do so. The circle has stopped, but it will be moving fairly soon once again, as it looks like DAY5-SOLO has found out Zhang up atop the crane and is looking to zone him away. But for now, they are just playing this nice and relaxed. Nobody wants to be that guy, but DAY5-SOLO knocked into the zone immediately. Going to lose a lot of health. The swarm goes down. An F ability to bop him back as Uran's also knocked into the zone. Means he's going to lose a lot of health. All of these F abilities are going down, and DAY5-SOLO is going to be the first victim of the final march of the circle. Uran with the golden armor still lost a lot of HP, and the circle doesn't care about your armor profile. It only cares about your health, as Panda Man is going to get knocked into the circle. Uran low HP. Kaibao going low. Here we go. The first Yoto ultimate is going to get used. The second Yoto ultimate is going to get used, and everybody is going unbelievably low. But it's so scattered out. Kaibao is going to go down. Zhang looking to get these final few slashes through, and he's able to take it all.
Man, he made it look really clean, though, with that final elimination there. Making it look good within that space. Zhang really feeling good about this one. As is exactly what he needed, though. He's been kind of struggling here with these first 2 games here, so coming out with a dub here is absolutely massive for him. Really being able to good as he's going to get a thumbs up here right in front of the camera here. You love to see it. All smiles from the man himself. Is going to claim game 3.
And we said, you know, he had some pretty big shoes to fill. He's taken Mike's spot on the team and in the league. And even he said it himself. He was, you know, not happy with his first performance, his first day. And he has come up huge. He has stepped up to the plate and made it work. Zhang gets himself his first win. It's not a massively high-scoring game, but it's still a win. And more than anything, that's a massive confidence boost for this player. You know, coming into a league which is already, you know, a fair distance through, and then actually getting yourself a good game in, you know, in your first couple of days, he's going to be feeling very chuffed with himself. He's going to have, you know, a bunch more confidence, and coming in towards those bi-weekly finals, if he qualifies, which I think he's a little bit off at the moment, he is going to be just, he's going to have that little bit more kind of, you know, little bit more power behind him now. And he just needs to carry that through. He needs to carry on playing to this level. But, you know, we haven't seen a big game from him yet. We've seen a win, but not a big game.
Not a big game, and this is one of those, definitely those big games that he needed, and he made it look good coming into this. And even with everything going on here, there's still more coming in now with this one, as Yang is going to be able to claim it, and he made it look good though towards that final circle. As I'm looking back here at the finals of it here, the timing of that entire circle was massive though, with Panda Man, and just so many Yoda Hime's coming into this. YKC even up top here was trying to hold off as best as possible, and even was able to get elimination through all of the wood that was within that space here, and was able to claim what he could towards that final circle here. I mean, it made it look good, and obviously he was able to claim some eliminations and get that first place finish, which does help in points. But as an overall standing for the game, I mean, Zhang just had more eliminations and probably was really able to come out on top here. But I'm excited to see where YKC ends with the standings.
Yeah, same. I'm curious what the standings are gonna look like. Weirdly enough, I don't think it's gonna be as an explosive game as I said, in the sense where, you know, I was like, these Yoto games, one player just pops off and takes it all and takes a whole bunch of points, but because of this final circle ending on a multi-tiered building, all the Yotos weren't grouped up, so it basically ended up being a fight atop the building, in the middle, and on the bottom floor on the ground level. So it was a bit interesting to see that final circle kind of, you know, go down in that way. Where, you know, one player doesn't just cleave the entire lobby down and just pick up like a monstrous amount of kills. It was still a very low scoring game for Zhang to win on. Yes, he got his win, but he's not going to put together so many points. And I'm curious, like, how many points he actually did get. I think he was about 5 or 6 kills at the end of that game, and 4 kills for Zhang, actually. So a 9.4 game for him. Lu Renking walked away with a big old donut. Then Yuran is in second, and YKC for YZG is third place in this game.
Even with that one, YKC 6.2, very close to Yeron here with that 3 points coming in, those 3 eliminations, making it a 6.5 game for himself and putting him up in second place. I actually thought that'd be where YKC is, but he's just 0.3 points behind Yeron. So a very, very close game coming in from somebody like him, really able to do that great amount of work here and made it look good all within these extra sections here. And he did a fantastic job of it. So now I'm curious to see how these next 3 games go for him, really.
Yeah, it's overall just a really good. Actually, no, I'm going to retract that statement. It wasn't a really good game. It was actually, you know, a very, it was good for every player because everybody got points. But for the top end of the table, for the players who actually won that game, they don't get a phenomenal amount of points that separate them from the pack. And Zhang, who needs to have like a really good game to define himself, well, within the overall scores, doesn't get too many points off the back of that. Yes, he wins. Yes, he's going to be happy with that. 15k damage. We've had some incredibly low damage games and some very, very slow paced final circles today, Dabby. It's been interesting in that sense. I really expected to see a bunch more explosive games, and when I saw all those Yotos, 16 Yotos, I was like, we are in for a fast game. This isn't going to the final circle. These guys are going to play incredibly aggressive, but there was a lot of aggression at the beginning and then nothing in the middle of that game.
It really was. We were really getting like a lot of stuff here. And then after a while, we just kind of didn't get anything, which is, I mean, it's unfortunate to kind of have those games like this, especially when we really saw the aggression and we knew like the aggression was going to be absolutely massive. And then just all of a sudden, like we get the usual very beginning hardcore where everybody's just absolutely just going crazy. Halfway through, it starts to slow down. And then by the time we finally get to that part where it's right before that close to that final circle, it's kind of just like downtime. And sometimes that happens. And we've seen it happen before, so we shouldn't really be surprised. But knowing that almost everybody locked in a Yotahime. Everybody locked in a home Yotahime. I don't think there was anybody else that didn't. It was a full sweep game
16
of Yotahimes.
Yeah.
16 Yotos in one lobby. Earlier, we had 14 Justinas. That's crazy. The odds and the timing, that's a lot. It's a lot going into this. So now...
It's weird, to be honest, though, because we see...
Is it?
Well, yeah, because we saw Justina as an answer to Yoto, and now we're only seeing Justina lobbies, and then we're seeing Yoto-only lobbies with no Justinas to kind of handle it. It's really bizarre, but I think there has gone.
Honestly, I think they've just a lot of people have made their choices, and it seems like a lot of people probably have the same mentality coming into these games, knowing that hey, they have to spread out their players with what they have. They have to split up those sections as much as they can here. They have to. So when you play those games and you play where you can't use the same comps all the time, knowing that you will get some damage for that. So you have to be able to play it to your best, especially for the first half. Now this next half, I think the choices might be a little different. I don't know. It might be the same, but knowing that not everybody was picking the same comps, now it's like, okay, these next 3 are going to be interesting in terms of their choices.
No, I totally agree. To be honest, I actually think the next game will probably be a pretty Yoto heavy game. I don't think it'll be all 16, but I think it'll be a very Yoto heavy game. Then we'll go back on to Olaroff. You know what to expect there. I'm not going to complain about it now. I'll complain about it then. And then game number 6, I think probably be a fair spread between like the leftover Yotos and Justinas. And then there's always a couple of Z-Pings in that final game as well. But I think that'll also be another game where we'll start to see the Takuji show up again. I'm basically basing all this information off what we saw on Saturday. But that has been the format for today. It's almost an exact copy of Saturday, except Game 3 was nowhere near as like high scoring as the previous games. Anyway, I think it's time we speak to some of the players, so we're going to pass it over to Jaeger, who's standing by ready for our interview.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Luren King into our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello, 先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是欧游记路人王。
好的，再次欢迎你，恭喜你在刚才前3把是拿到了最高分。So first of all, congratulations that you get the highest score from the solo game, Game 1 to Game 3. And we know that 路人 King is really good at using the nunchucks. So do you have any combo can introduce to us? 那我们也看到路人王其实非常擅长双节棍这个武器嘛，有没有双节棍的一个连招啊？可以给我们介绍？
双节棍左键就是，左键抓到僵直的话就是升龙，升龙空 A， 然后就是 B1 B2 B1 A2 都可以，都是伤害很高的一个真连。
好的。
是的。
So for the nunchucks, it's like using the command attack, and if you catch the steal of the opponent, so you can use the uppercut slash and then use the jump A and with like command attack with the A or B. Both of them are very high damage. 好的，okay, so today we saw in the game 3 that everyone is using the Yoto. So I would like to know why. 那我们也看到，其实在刚才这把比赛，就最后一把，就大家一下子都选了妖刀姬。我特别想知道这个当中有什么说法吗？
因为第3个图现在有天气可以看是哪张图了嘛？然后就是巨窟州的早晨，它没有萤火虫，没有萤火虫，就顾清寒这种英雄就落地吃虫，有大招打别人没大招是占据优势的。如果说没有虫的话，就是全是妖刀姬了。最重要的还是它是巨窟州的一张图。是的，
但是不是说就是落地之后就是有萤火虫是关乎有没有大招？那为什么就是用妖刀姬没有萤火虫，就大家都没有大招去进行前期打架吗？
对他，因为他这个局的话，前期打架不是很激烈，就会导致后期局外圈人会很多。
好的。Actually, because in the game 3 and now we can see the weather in the game. So for the game 3, it's the daylight in the Morris Eyes. So it don't have firefly. So everyone is choosing the Yoto because we don't have the fireflies. So we don't have the ultimate at the beginning of game. So at that time, it won't be too aggressive. And to the final circle, it will be very aggressive because everyone have the ultimate. Okay, so today is also a very special day because today is a Chinese traditional festival, Double Nice Festival. So I'm also wearing the Hanfu to express the Chinese culture. So here's a question I want to ask Lu Ren King. So how you today plan to do to express the yearling to your family because we have race today and you can't back to home. So how can you express the yearling? 耶女，最后也有一个就是很特别的问题嘛，因为今天是我们的一个传统佳节，但是我们还是要打比赛，所以特别想问一下路人王，今天会用什么样的方式去表达对家人的思念呢？
今天的话应该会打个电话问候一下吧，然后就是爸爸妈妈都会打个电话，他们就是就那个啥，就嘘
问一下他们好不好？平时是怎么表达对他们关心？
平时会跟他们聊天，微信现在微信都用微信嘛。
对。
平时我妈会给我发消息，然后我会给我妈发消息啊，节日什么之类的都会跟她就是那个啥。
非常孝顺的一个孩子啊。So for today, I'm planned like after the race, I will take a telephone to my parents and. Because in the daily life, I will always use the WeChat and chatting with my mother. So we communicate a lot. And for the festival, I will take a phone call to them. OK, 好的，谢谢路人王接受我们今天采访，再次恭喜你。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
我身外的那个我，划过几万年不熄灭的烽火，看破这条路，我有我的执着，浮生尽作一瞥，出手证明我存在过。我是用剑中行者，万物为这个赢得，我的战歌不惧平仄，并不需要谁的认可。浮生尽作一瞥，出手证明我存在过。出招，让你吐无奈何。一剑君冲破万劫，无名。无间，一剑君冲破万劫，无问无解。No hesitation, no hesitation， 天地一震，看我剑气如火。No hesitation, no hesitation， 的枷锁，无法困住我，跌出楼塔云朵，不做这来世的佛陀，占尽这现实的疯魔，读不透这一份执着，扰乱这人间的烟火。莫问归期，不要再问我要去往何处。信者的声音，我们本性迎合不了无数。浮生只做一瞥，出手证明我存在过。出招，让你吐无奈何，让你吐无奈何。
逼前去，冲破万劫，无名无间。逼前去，冲破万劫，无问无解。No hesitation, no hesitation， 天地一震，看我剑气如火。No hesitation， 用战斗去证明谁才是神。
Ladies and gentlemen, we have hit the halfway mark of our Naraka Blade Point Pro League season for tonight. We still have 3 more games left. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. My name is Nbpl, and I'm accompanied by Hip Rain as we're about to be casting 2 more games here on Morris Isle and 1 last game in Holleroff. It's going to be interesting to see if the comps change. These first 3 games have been very interesting. Not as much aggression as we really assumed there would be, but it seems to be Zipping and Yorihime as the most favorited picks currently. Very interesting. At least coming out of tonight
as well.
At least coming out of tonight. Justina has been also a very popular pick as well as we're looking at the standings here, but still been a struggle for some of these players today currently. For our bi-weeklies for our days so far, as we're still seeing Q9 LXY at the very bottom with a 9.5. I mean, it's just absolutely tough coming into these games here. It's been a struggle for some of these players really trying to make something happen.
I mean, XGen from J Team, like, he's gonna need a goddamn miracle if he wants to make it into top 16 and make it into the bi-weeklies. One thing to note is actually Move from FPX has been taken down a spot, so they are now out of the bi-weekly finals. Nami has surpassed them just off, you know, some okay games. And yeah, they have 3.2 points across 3 games is actually really, really bad, but at the same time, it's a low scoring day. No one's had a massive point. I think the most points we've had today was, I want to say 14 or 16 off the top of my head. Like, we've had some very, very low scoring games coming in. We'll see when we go further up the standing and we see the top end of the table and how our 2 players who are currently in this top end of the table playing today anyway, one of which being Ches Young and one being Lu Rain King, They're the only two playing today. All these other guys at the top have already secured themselves this spot, and there is still a bit of room for movement. Chaz still has 3 games, same for Lu Ranking, so I could realistically expect to see them make it into top 4, one of these two. Whether or not they actually break into that top 3, I don't think today's scoring high enough. I just don't think today's scoring high enough.
I don't think so either. I really don't think so either. I like to think that maybe there might be an opportunity, but there really have to be at least more than 2 pop-off games here. But 38 for Lu Ren King really isn't too bad, knowing the next one is only 42 points. So really, as long as he keeps the consistency, he probably will pass at least to where he might end up in top 3. I think after that, though, that's where it's a little bit harder to see if they can reach that.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Lu Ren King, though, he did get a donut in that last game. 0 points coming in for him. He unfortunately wasn't able to have the impact that he would have wanted to. So, you know, at the end of the day, he's had 2 good games and then a bad game. And now he needs to get 3 good games back-to-back if he wants to make it to that top 3. It's going to be a long climb, but it's not undoable for him or Chuz. It's just it's a harder climb. It's a harder day for them now. They've got 2 more games on Morrisile, like you said. This is their only time where they'll play the same map twice in a row going into this game 4, because we just played Morrisile. We can play another Morrisile, then we go Horror Off, and then we get to Morrisile. So I think this game's gonna have to be a big one for a bunch of these players. And again, it has to be these Yotos. It has to be these picks that are capable of picking up a whole bunch of kills in that final circle to really carry a decent point lead for them. But it's been so weirdly W key, but not W key today. But like, we've had so much action early, and loads of people were knocked out, but it's been happening so scattered that it's not been one player picking up all those kills. It's been multiple players, and every player's walking away with kind of 3 points at the end of each game, but like nothing higher. Like it's such a bizarre day. I've never seen solos so action-packed, yet so kind of resident sleeper at the same time.
It's been interesting, though. It's definitely a different amount of energy that we're not necessarily used to, especially with very aggressive comps like the Yorihime. Usually the Yorihime really does kind of show that, you know, a lot of that aggression is really there, though, and we can be able to see that. Mind you, we wasn't able to see that like this time here, so it was very interesting to see how some of these players were just deciding just like not to go forward and not really hold back in these certain areas here. As now it looks like going to be able to rotate this in and see how they're going to be able to do this. Is now things are going to get very, very interesting now.
Yeah, I think they really are. I mean, this is really the do or die moment for a bunch of players who want to make it to that bi-weekly final. That is the key goal. You want to make it to bi-weekly finals. You want to do well there so you can get world's points. Actually, earlier today or yesterday, depending on where you are in the world, there was an official post on Twitter about the world's format, how everything is going to be looking on that front. I'm going to quickly pull it up so I can just go over it all, because there's actually quite a lot of information on that post. But we now know, you know, how many players from each region are going to be coming to represent at Worlds. What game are we, Naraka? Brain fart there. But yeah, we now know how many spaces there are at Worlds. We know, you know, what the deal is on that front. So NA are getting 3 spots, EU 2, SEA 2, VN 2, AS 2, and ASC 1. So that is how it's going down on that front. But there's a whole bunch of information on that tweet. It's actually a very, very long picture. You have to zoom in, but the prize pool is $1.5 million.
It's a lot.
That's so much money. That is unbelievable amount of money for what's going to be going on there. I'm very excited to get to Worlds just to see, you know, how these teams are actually going to be competing versus each other. It's a mix between China and Singapore is where we'll be playing as well for finals. So very, very exciting. But we are still a ways away from that. We still got to do the playoffs for the Nbpl. We obviously have EU finals coming up this week as well. And I don't remember where NA is, but EU's this week at least. But here we go, getting ready to go into our next game, game number 4. We're heading on Morrisile. Let's see what the players are going to be looking to pick in.
Even with that, though, let's see if they can keep that same rotation coming in, as we're immediately seeing the Yodahimes come in. I love it. Hearing your come in was that was funny.
More Yotos.
More Yotos.
It's gonna be more Yotos.
It's gonna be more
Yoto game again.
Oh man, let's see if it's going to be a full Yodohime ulti. If we're gonna see maybe even just a different comp at all here, as it will be a full stack of all 4 Yodohimes. You did call it. You did say that. You did say that.
That's 2 games in a row of 16 Yotos. That absolutely is bonkers.
That is absolutely insane coming in. I mean, look at this map though. In terms of how people are gonna be landing, it looks like the full side of Lake Yellowleaf is just gonna be absolutely spread with so many people. Meanwhile, right in front of Servant's Ground is also gonna find time for at least a player. And Lu Ren King and YKC are gonna claim Celestra on this inch right here. Really, nobody's gonna be landing, at least on the very center circle here. But Jux, Yeran, Xianyu, and Huang Fly all are going to be on that rotation left side here. There's not really going to be a lot of stuff there really to have those. So to see everybody land there immediately is going to be interesting. Meanwhile, Zest Winery and Artesian Grove is going to find their fair share of people here too. But that main side right in front of Tilside Temple is going to be the first place where we should be watching immediately in these first games for our game number 4. Fights ring out immediately. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath to start us off as we look at Zhang, the winner of the previous game of the All Yotos, but Jux has been jumped onto by Zhang Yu. The F abilities go down to buy some space, but it's not going to do much. Jux can't recover, and he is taken down by Zhang Yu as he ran now, springs forwards into Zhang Yu's pocket. Zhang Yu looks to turn it around with his dual swords. The F abilities go down. This time he doesn't have an answer for it. The uppercut goes a little bit wide, but Zhang Yu unleashes the charge. Click into the counter, into the Dragon Rush. You ran, will go down, and Zhang Yu somehow survived. He's able to get himself the heal off of the Karen just to hold on for a little bit more, dodging over, puts down the F to buy some space here versus the likes of Ches Young. Ches is looking for him. A slight heal comes out from Zhang Yu. He switched out, and now we got another player coming in. It's Dubai, and Zhang Yu throws the ultimate, instantly cancels it out. Doesn't want to go for the risk, and Chuz, who bit off way too much here, is going to get taken out by Dubai with the dual swords, purple dual swords as well. Chuz gets the counter off, picks up his dual swords, taking them away. Dubai switches to his next one, so they're just blue quality as Chuz is such an easy target for these players to take down. The F ability goes down to buy some space, but it's not going to be enough time for him to get the heal off. He's able to get a slight heal, but not much here. As Zhang Yu once again springs forward into the pocket, goes for the heal, and it looks like they're going to scatter away from one another. But Dubai wants his swords back, but he goes on to Zhang Yu instead. He just wants these kills at the least, as Zhang Yu gets countered, gets taken down by Dubai.
Meanwhile, now with everything going on here, they still will be able to rotate this out. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum coming into this as now. They will be able to keep this going. Even with it, still will be able to rotate this out and do what they can. And let's see if they can keep that coming in, as Dubai is going to be able to clutch this out.
Oh, no.
Now they will be able to make this happen as Dubai caught in a bad situation. Dao Hui looks like he's going to hold the Yodohime. Let's see if he can get that ulti to get some massive damage. He is able to hit one. He hits 2 massive hits and stuns. Dao Hui could get eliminated here. It's so dangerously close with the 1 HP. Misses the grapple. He's going to be able to come for the connection, and he does. As Dao Hui is going to be able to do it as well. Did a massive job here as another player does come in. LXY. 3 codes incoming here. Make sure to get ready for those codes. If you don't have the codes for the game, now's the time to get ready for it, as they will be coming in. And it's for Steam, so if you got PC, now's the chance for you to get it, as Jux is going to be able to claim the elimination off of Yeran in this space. And Yeran officially eliminated, gone from this game.
It's already been a bloodbath though. Kaibao leading the charge with the 3 kills. Dubai able to pick himself up too, as LXY and Dubai now find themselves in a skirmish yet again. Ayanami making his way forward. Got taken out very early in that previous game. Does not want the same thing to happen again, but he does have to be careful for this third party to steal the kill away. Ayanami able to pick it up as LXY leaps forwards, but with these dual swords on Ayanami, LXY's grey armor is wet paper to him. Able to absolutely obliterate with a cheeky bow shot as well here from Ayanami. The new kid on the block is coming in, but he's being countered. He's been taken down. The F ability comes out, and actually the quick pick up of the weapons and the ults come down. Ayanami is low. One more slash. Ayanami dodges away. He's almost got LXY. He somehow holds it. How on earth did Ayanami live that? Panda Man now finds himself in a skirmish versus the kill leader Kaibao, and he needs to get away. He's very low HP. Both of them are going to reset.
Even with that space, though, that's still impressive coming in. That movement is very important here, and he was able to make it happen within this space as Kaibao and Panaman are going to go for the reset as LXY immediately gets dropped by the parry. The switch is coming in from the F3. Sadly, is not going to be enough here, but it looks like Jux also is going to try to come in for this third party. Ayami is going to be able to dip inside of the temple here as Jux is going to follow suit and keep the pressure onto Ayami. Ayami just trying to rotate this out, making it harder for him to hit. I'm curious as to where is he going to go in this space as the grapples do come in with the connection. Ayami waiting, trying to see if maybe he can get it. Meanwhile, Zhang is going to be able to try to get some hits there. F3's come out on both sides here. Zhang's going to be able to push in and try to keep the same pressure as he's going to go up top of these stairs here outside of the window, and he's going to try to maneuver this out as Zhang gets hit. No more shield immediately outside of the building here, but now the dual blade starts to create a little bit of damage, but he's a little too far. Meanwhile, the Yurahime ult comes in, trying to see if he can create the damage. Zin trying to back out as best as possible, not getting caught by another slash, and it doesn't matter. Zhang is able to hit 3 for 3 and immediately eliminates J Team's Xin. Meanwhile, Huang Fly in a different situation, very close with Dao Hui being very close. It really could be anybody's game here as Huang Fly is able to claim the elimination with those pistol eliminations here. Kai Bao still up top with those 4 eliminations. Beautiful and massive game coming in from Kai Bao as we see the parry coming in. LXY all the way down, trying to figure out if maybe he can get some eliminations here, but is struggling to figure this out. If the Yoda comes in, and the question is, does he hit it? It looks like he might have just missed his opportunity. LXY trying to keep the game alive as best as possible. Ayami does see him. He's able to get the heal off, and he decides to go for the shield and the reset as LXY. Very bottom of the leaderboard here overall. LXY is going to need to make some noise here as quick as possible and try to do some massive damage. Otherwise, LXY won't be able to make it.
No, not at all. As he gets the juggle up here, LXY goes for cheeky armor swap by Anami. Does not want to go out early again. He has to make this work for himself as he's able to dodge away on LXY for just a bit here. Tries to catch him with the uppercut. He's a little bit low on the old armor front. Goes for a cheeky heal. Not going to get it off as he may just be forced to challenge LXY. Remember, he's still got that purple dagger, so he's able to do a lot of work. Here comes the F ability. F ability on top. Ayanami low. Ayanami may be going down here. One more shot is all LXY needs. Ayanami can't get the space. He gets the counter and takes him down. Purple dagger denied. Does still have that revive. Now moving over to Zhang, who's got Bowder's Hongfly on the run. Zhang still pretty low himself, and Hongfly actually going to be able to get away with this reset and recover a whole bunch of armor and health. It feels like Zhang not able to find his mark, so full reset coming in as Lu Renking. 0-point game for him last time. Does not want to let the same thing happen. Got the purple armor. He is set up. Gets himself a counter onto YKC. YKC's health bar is evaporated as Lu Renking takes a slash there from the Yoto. Tries to dash out on the next one. Now he's got to line up the next couple of shots onto YKC. YKC on the run. The cancel comes out here from Lu Renking as he's looking for the grapple. In through the wall he goes. Lu Renking needs to close the gap, and it looks like YKC able to escape Lu Renking's clutches as he's going to use some movement tech to get up higher in through the building and actually avoid his pursuer.
Going to be able to serve it as well. Never mind. Looks like he found it. Never mind.
He missed him.
Wait. Are you serious? Oh, wait, it looks like he did, though.
He has no idea. Wow.
He actually does not know, as he will be able to rotate this out. LXY being in a close vicinity, though, but it just doesn't look like he was able to find it. Now they're going to be able to go through with this rotation here and try to make it happen, as he will be able to find it. See if maybe they can be able to figure it out. LXY trying to use the bow to see if maybe he can get some damage. Sadly, isn't able to really find anything. Sadly struggling to do what he can, though, as he will be able to find it. Patch through towards it. See if he can get some form of rotation as LXY trying to get some hits here. Well, make sure to pay attention, guys, because the Naraka Steam codes are ready to be used as LXY just gets absolutely hit so hard with the Flamebringer. Looks like they were able to find it, though, as we are seeing more of the eliminations here. 11 players still alive inside of this wide circle. LXY trying to fight for their life here as Kaibao is able to keep the elimination going, as he will be able to pop that Yorihime ult. The question is, will he find it? Hits the first massive hit on LXY. The question is, can he find the last one? All he needs is one good one to make it happen, as he's able to find the shield swap. LXY is going to be able to pop his heal and get it going as the Flamebringer is going to be able to separate it. Tries to jukes him as best as possible, though, but it looks like he will be able to find him. Connected with those hits, though. Does what he can. It makes it look nice, even within the spread, though, as the Flamebringer comes in. And obviously, the Yorihime ult coming in from LXY, but decides to cancel it. Doesn't fully decide to commit to it.
Oh, no. Kaibao! Not like this! He's down.
It's okay, though. He still has a second chance.
Yes, true.
Still
he
has a
lost a
second
lot
chance.
of good gear there.
Lost a lot of good gear, but with 4 eliminations, it's still good for him, though. He still needs it. Especially with the spread coming in, though, as the F3s come out on both sides. There's Zhang and Dubai really trying to do what they can here with the extra looks, as they're able to rotate this in and make it look nice all within the spread. Meanwhile, Zhang is going to be able to try to push in on Dubai. Dubai dangerously low here. Doesn't have any shields. Full heals. Let's see if maybe Dubai can be able to find him, though. It's going to be on the interior there. Immediately goes on the outskirts, though. Dubai trying to juke him as best as possible. Looks like he does get grabbed, though, from that grapple. Unfortunate, though, with the F3 is going to be able to come out, though. Rotates just around it. Zhang is going to be able to pick up another shield, looks like. Oh, Zhang ends up getting immediately hit, though, and absolutely blitzed, though, from this player. Zhang is going to be able to pop that Yorihime ulti. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it, but the timing of both Yorihime is coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going airborne as one. He ends up getting caught on the top of this rooftop. This is not looking good for Zhang, and Zhang is dangerously low, though, literally because of the top. He ends up getting right under the rooftop, and he ends up getting dangerously low, though. All he really needs is one more hit, one more touch, and one more clash as he's able to come through with the connectivity. Dubai trying to do what he can to catch him.
Oh, no! No way!
Zhang is going to be able to shut down Dubai in just amazing, close, clutch fashion. Zhang shuts him down, being dangerously low in 1 HP. Doesn't matter. Switches it, turns it around, and finishes him off.
How on earth did he pull that off? That was unbelievably clutch there from Zhang. Absolute hero play coming in. Gorgeous to watch, and made that work for him. Absolutely just superb positioning, and that scale rush into the uppercut, into just the juggle of crowd control, made that fight impossible to win. And that is now Zhang very comfortably another kill under his belt, as Chuzhyun needs to be careful versus YKC here. He's trying to find the kill, but also has to be very, very careful. They're going to just separate away from one another for now. They cool it off, as we've still got 11 players left in this lobby, 11 minutes left in the game, and everybody's all in the same location. I haven't seen the map, but I'm assuming Amora's Blessing is going to be spawning up around here, hence why the gathering of the entire lobby is going down.
Meanwhile, LXY still alive here. Sadly, I don't think he has 3 eliminations to his name. LXY finally trying to create some type of momentum here. It's something that he needs. Hasn't been able to really get anything going, though. Now we'll be able to go through with the rotation. It looks like Wangfly is going to be able to go towards the Morris Blessing and find it. Let's see if maybe anybody else can do what they can here within the spread to do what they need to. This is where things get good and things get interesting, as now things start to slow down a little bit. Panaman trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, Zhang is going to be able to try to see if maybe he can just kill and destroy the loot, get what he can from Wangfly, because Wangfly clearly was the one that was able to get it first and claim it. Now things come through. Let's see if they're able to make it happen.
But for now, actually, when we get a circle like this, it's quite interesting, because you get, you know, again, unfortunately, Darby, it's going to probably be a little bit of a slower pace game for the moment. Just because, you know, we still got 11 players, yes, but we are within the buildings and there's lots of spaces for people just to hide out and kind of recuperate and hold until the final circle. The circle is going to shift away, thank God, so things will speed up a little bit, and there's Amora's Blessing outside the town as well, so expectations are everybody is going to rotate towards that Amora's Blessing. For the moment, Zhang Yu is already outside of the town, so is able to move over towards that Amora's Blessing if he wants to get it. But Zhang has found LXY here. Actually got him with a charge click, catching him the uppercut as well. Really, really crisp there from Zhang. Throws down the ultimate, immediately cancels it to keep that rage going as he's just scared off his combatant there. As LXY, unable to leave the building, is now getting absolutely bullied for it by a Hongfly. Lovely movement though to jump straight out and back him through the second floor window to get away from Hongfly. Hongfly unable to find himself any damage to stick. I don't know what's going down on that Amora's Blessing yet, as we see whether or not the players actually do decide to rotate towards it, or if someone has already been able to pick it up. There you go, the Amora's Blessing. Everybody is looking to pick it up, but it is very hard to get your hands onto. The F abilities go down to zone each other away, and it's already a bloodbath. Chuz Cheng picked up the golden armor, but lost a lot of health for it. He's burning down as well, and everybody is going to swarm towards him. Zhang looking for the kill. He wants this golden armor. Chuz Cheng on the run, trying to break away from Zhang. Into the zone he goes to break line of sight, but Zhang is relentless. Refuses to let him heal, refuses to give him that respite that he wants, and will not let him escape, as we actually see Iron Army and LXY also in an engagement themselves on the edge of town, but they are going to pull it off. They realize it's not worth it. Chuz Cheng is actually going to get himself a partial heal off on his armor there and recover some of those shields.
Meanwhile, still with every inch of what's been going on here, Zhang, Panda Man, all the rotations, Zhang has been doing a pretty impressive job here, obviously being able to claim the dub here from game number 3. Now, still going to be able to go forth with this rotation, as now we're deep into game 4 here. LXY, one of the few that is all the way down at the very bottom here, is going to need to make some type of magic happen here, but he has a massive climb to make. So now we're going to be able to go forth with this one as Zhang, LXY. Shazang on the inside here. Really trying to rotate and see what they can do here as the circle is going to close in here. 5 seconds left. They're going to have to start moving out and moving in. Can't necessarily stay on this inside forever. They're going to need to start to go forth with this rotation, as now going to be able to see where other people are. See how they're going to be able to close in this gap and do what they can here. They need it. Absolutely need it within the space here. See if they can do it again.
But again, just like the previous game, tempo has shifted heavily and the game has started to slow down. Everybody is just resting up. Although this time there is a key difference between the last game. As we're getting into this kind of lull of the game, that more kind of slow-paced tail end, we are at that point where there's still 11 players. There's still a lot of the lobby left, so expect the action to go down a little bit earlier than in the previous game, because in the previous game, we were down to 6 players around this mark. So there was so much space, there was so much open area where these players could kind of hide. But as the zone closes in, these players are going to get forced naturally towards one another, and that's where we'll expect to see some more action breakouts. So while we're in a little bit of a lull, I don't expect it to last quite as long as it did in the previous game. Right now, Kai Bao is leading the charge with just the 4 kills. Again, a fairly low-scoring game, but there's still a lot of the lobby left open, so this could be someone's pop-off game. This could be someone's moment. We're not going to see a 20 bomb, just because mathematically that's impossible, but we could still see some big points finally getting scored. And if you're the likes of Lu Renking, who right now has 0 points, 0 kills put together, you need to have a pop-off game. So if he can find himself, 7, 8 kills somehow in this final circle with a big ultimate at the end of the game, there is a world where Lu Renking can continue his climb towards that top 3, towards the bi-weeklies. But as it stands, with him having 0 points, BIWEEKly, he's in a dangerous situation. He's in a situation where, you know, he could just be looking at the bottom end of the top end of the table. So nothing amazingly bad, but nothing, you know, not high enough to be a standout player, not high enough to... It makes his bi-weeklies that much harder, where he has to really contest with the players. But for now, we are just going to chill out. We're not even in the Buccaneer phase. Everyone is just in the real estate phase, where they're finding a nice little house to either stand on or sit in and recover up. As Ayanami has found himself caught out by Chuzheng, and that's going to be a bit of a panic ult caught out. Chuzheng does take one shot. Ayanami is going to have to cancel it out, throws the F ability down, but Chuz with the fire, the golden flamebringer, is absolutely rinsing the health bar, finds himself caught out for the moment, and Ayanami is just trying to get away, but everywhere he goes, someone has a flamer, and LXY will take him down. Pandaman now next up to potentially get caught out. He's being chased around by the flamers, being corralled into a dangerous situation as LXY is going to do his best to zone him out. Pandaman's able to get a partial recovery on his armor, but is immediately cooked again by the flamer.
Even with all this stuff, though, let's see if they can figure out what's next here. There's still going to be more stuff happening, as we will be able to go through with the rotation. See if they can find out what's next here. It's still going to be able to have a good time with it, as now rotation is still coming into this. See if the rotation still will be able to work out here. Things are going to get a very close and tight knit within this space, though, as more and more of it's going to be able to work itself out. Now, even with all of this happening, still going to be able to clutch this up, even with the amount of timing. Now we'll be able to go through with the rotation. And now, Chuzheng on the inside here, still trying to play this off and do what they can. Still gonna be able to figure this out within this space now. Still doing what they need to is YCK, Zhang Yu, Jin, Blue Red King. Still trying to rotate this out. Zhang hiding in the very inside of the resurrection. Never actually seen this play before, but clearly it's working out for him, as nobody is actually contesting him or trying to fight him at all.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job there, actually. We still got 9 players somehow. Wait, is that a Bane's Breath? No. I was about to say, I was like, wait, no one has a... That is so smart, actually. I was about to say,
it's crazy smart. That's what I was saying. I was like, there's nobody
That's unbelievably smart.
Nobody
He's going to get moved.
He's just there. He doesn't have to worry about anything.
He is going to get moved, though. So the zone has forced him out, and now I'm expected to see this action slowly but surely start to heat up. Ultimates are plenty for all of these players. Lu Renking needs to find some kills. He needs to get some points on the board. If he has another 0-point game in a very low-scoring day, the odds of him holding on to that top end of the table still fairly high, but climbing up the table fairly low. Seeing LXY dealing with Hongfly atop this building for the moment. They are just holding fast for here. Ches with the Chuzheng with the golden flamer and golden armor is going to be a nuisance in this game, as Lu Renking actually just sitting in a bush gets a couple of cannon shots off and chunks away onto a couple of players. Everybody else starting to get heated as the zone is drawing them closer and closer together. Lu Renking looking for a couple of cannon shots over the wall onto some of these players. As Pandaman actually bops Lu Renking into the zone. Is going to be a panic ultimate coming out here from YKC. Immediately, a bunch more kills are coming out. Jin able to pick up one. The flamer from atop raining down on all of these players. LXY being such a nuisance as Chuz finds himself trapped in a building with his F abilities, but the flamer is cooking Jin down, and Zhang is able to secure the kill and take it away. He's battered as soon as he jumps up on top of the building. The flamer coming out from Zhang Yu to try and catch him out, as Zhang needs needs to escape. He wants to get a good multiplier on this kill lead he's got, but he immediately finds himself opened up onto by LXY, countered and battered into the zone, taken down by LXY. Candyman and Lu Renking still holding on, but with 0 kills. They need to find an opportunity to make this work as LXY throws the ultimate down. He's trying to get the slashes down onto everyone. Pandaman's doing the exact same. Lu Renking's gonna panic ult himself as he looks to jump up into the sky. Everyone is airborne as LXY just goes down to the zone. No one cashes on his kill as Lu Renking unable to connect onto his first kill. He somehow doesn't find anybody, but he goes down to the zone. Zhang Yu is the last man standing.
Last man standing. The question is he the MVP? That's the real question, though. Even with all of this happening, though, Zhang Yu still was able to play a really, really good game within this one. But does that make him the MVP of this game? And no, yes, Zhang Yu will be the winner of our game number 4. Playing it out. This man is one of the most dangerous players here that can clutch up a 1v1. And to be honest with you, even a 1v2 with no HP, give it to Zhang Yu because he's one of the few that has done it many times.
Really, really clean stuff coming in from Zhang Yu, taking first there. I am shocked that we saw Lu Renking not get a single kill in that final circle. He was ulting on everybody. I think like 2 or 3 people just died to the zone. They didn't take any damage prior going into the zone and just bled out. Again,
that's tough.
A fairly low scoring game overall. I'm sure it'd be higher than the last game, the previous game, because that final circle was more of a Yoto circle. But at the end of the day, it was still a very, very low scoring game. And today really has that vibe. It's you know, our players aren't getting all that many points each game, and I'm sure for the lot at the top who are sitting right now in like first through to 4th are probably breathing a sigh of relief. Like WPG Spider's probably like, whew, okay, I'm not being contested. Jin, no one's catching him in first now. He is very comfortably locked into first. It's mathematically possible, but just unbelievably improbable with someone who's gonna, like, you're gonna have to drop like 225 bombs if you want to catch up into first right now if you're Lu Renking. But overall, still a good game coming out. These Yoto lobbies are baffling me, Dabby, because they're
baffling me too.
They're so explosive at the beginning, and then just nothing happens in the middle of the game. It's akin to what we saw at the beginning of Season 1, where these were what the lobbies were like. But then we started to have a more fast tempo meta, and I don't know. We're about to go slow again because we're going back to horror for game number 5, and we all know what wonderful heroes coming out there.
I just see there's more of it coming in, as now we still have 2 more games left, and now we're gonna head back to Holoroth. Holoroth is where things are gonna get interesting. Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe? I don't know. At this point, I don't know. There's still, you know, I hope that things get aggressive. I hope that the way that they play, they keep the same momentum and they keep the same hype. I'm hoping that we see that explosiveness. I'm hoping that we see the explosiveness when we first played, because I remember that first game, and that game was absolutely nuts. As we're looking at on Zhang Yu here, coming in with 2 eliminations and a 7.2.
What?
LXY with 4 eliminations, second place, 5.6 kill points, 1 rank point?
How? No, like, legit though, how is 2 kills the winning score? Like, tell me this isn't a low scoring day without saying, like, what is going on?
5 kills.
I've seen 8th place have 7 points once. Like, I am so shocked by how low the points are right now and how, like, kind of little action we're getting. This is phenomenally low. It's a kill spread. I recognize that every player is, other than Lu Renking, was getting kills in that game. And then, you know, they were able to hold on, well, not even hold on, like every player got at least a couple of kills, and then they just like get a few points. And all of these players will be scoring a small amount. But for those who are in the middle, they're probably okay with this because it means not too much is shifting around. Those at the top, sure, no one's going to surpass them, but their ability to climb is heavily hampered by this. But for the guys at the bottom, they've got to be just devastated that everyone is just kind of equally going up at once. and the odds of them getting into top 16 is just quickly running away from them.
Quickly running away indeed. Zhang Yu just coming in with the 2 eliminations. They look at the first place with the 7.4, but it's still a little confusing knowing that LXY got double the eliminations. 6.6 in that second place. Dragonflight's coming in for 1. I'm so. How does Lauren King get 3 though? There's some confusion now. I'm gonna have to look back at this shoot. Maybe I need to look back at the scoring system and figure that out here. It's 2 eliminations, 10k damage, 8,200 in healing. Dagger is 2,300, 2,100 doing coming in from the dual blade. Spear coming in with 1,200. Fire, arrows, great sword sap. 1 attack soul jade, 2 melee resist soul jades, and 1 health soul jade. So even then, just not a necessarily stacked comp of soul jades. This is very interesting. Very interesting to see like where the rest of it goes. And it's just at the end of the day, I mean, man, they still came with it, you know?
On Saturday, we noted when 19k damage was the MVP, but that was the lowest damage of the day. And we've now had 2 or 3 MVPs where it's barely above 10k. Like, this is such a bizarre. I'm so confused by like what's going on today and why it's been so slow tempo. But I mean, that has been the state of play today. Maybe it's nerves going towards that third bi-weekly. You know, there's only 2 more bi-weeklies. You just want to qualify. You want to get those world points. I think with the announcement of like how Worlds is formatted, it's probably maybe shocked some players. I think maybe some players might have assumed there might have been more spots at Worlds than what they actually ended up getting.
Maybe.
So maybe that's part of it. And it's like players who maybe previously went, oh, I'm getting Worlds, then find out, oh, maybe I'm not getting Worlds, and I've got to actually really work for it. And now like, okay, that means I have to get to bi-weekly, and that means I have to do well at bi-weekly. Okay, I just won't show my hand. I'll play reserved going into today. I'll make sure I score enough points to make top 16, and then I'll pop off in the bi-weekly. I don't know. I really don't know what's going on. It was interesting getting some insight from the players on why we're seeing so much Yoto, and it's literally the day effects, because now that we have day effects and when Fireflies spawn, people don't get that ult as early, so they're like, yeah, we'll just go Yoto for that kind of like, for that safety and just the aggression that that hero has. So for these 2 maps, you typically do see Yoto in the middle of the day, just because of the time of day that it shows up at. It's one of those weird things where like adding a day and night cycle actually affects the meta of that map. So it's been an interesting one, but I don't know, Nabi, I'm a little confused.
I'm a little confused too. Like I said, you're not the only one that's really feeling the that confusion coming into this, kind of going like, you know, it's okay to also feel that too, because I know I'm feeling it, and I'm still trying to figure out where or how or what is the vibe that we're missing here for these games to not be hitting as hard as they should. And I don't know. Maybe it's because the comp is safe. Maybe it's a safe comp. Maybe we're heading in towards the finals, and maybe instead of just absolutely going crazy, they decide to just play a little bit more slower. Focus on those elims. Focus on those games. Maybe that's just what it is. I could be wrong. But at the same time, it's still just like, I don't know what you want from me. I don't know what you want.
I don't know.
I don't know what you want from me. It's
a very bizarre situation we're in right
maybe these next 2 games will be different for us, huh? Maybe it might be different. Maybe it might be different.
Yes,
We'll see what happens.
We can see what. I mean, I'm expecting a Zping game at the end of today.
Right.
In this game. I think the final game might be a little bit more crazy. I'm expecting.
I would like for it to.
Hopefully,
I think it might.
Some more stuff. I think that would be where we have a big mix-up. But I'm expecting, this to basically just be a Zping game. Final game, probably some Takajis, probably some Yotos, probably some Justinas, probably 1 or 2 Zpings as well. I doubt we're gonna have 2 16 games of Yoto back to back. But yeah, it's
hacking. Don't.
It's so weird because it's just been such a slow pace middle of the day, because we had it's like you see these Yotos and you're like, yeah, W key lobby, it's gonna be loads of blood, we're gonna finish the game with 6 minutes left, and then they just murder each other out too early, so they just wait until the final circle to I don't know, man. I don't really know what the hell's been going on. Hopefully we'll get some insight when we speak to the players at the end of the day on exactly why the games have been so slow in the middle of the day. But for whatever reason, they just have been. I'm hoping for a bit of a pace increase as we head on to Holoroth. Zeeping though, so I'm not gonna hold my breath on that one. You know, I'm an action guy. I've always been a play-by-play commentator. I've always been the hype man. I've always been the yelly one. And when you have like 8 minutes of nothing, I don't know. My brain gets itchy. I want to yell. I want to get action.
I'm also the yelly one too. So even in these situations where there really is no engagement, it's like, and they're I'm about to sit here and go, and they're jumping, and they're jumping, and they're jumping, and they're standing there, and they're standing there, and they're jumping, and they're jumping, and they're jumping. But it's like, you know, without the engagements towards the end of that, it's like, what do you have with that? And they're jumping.
But the thing is, it's like, you're right, because that's what's going on. They're not even in that, like, as I've quoted it and called it now, the Buccaneer phase, where they're like shooting cannons at each other. It's just been jumping on the spot. I don't know. We'll find out. Anyway, it's time for us to take a break before we head over to Holoroth for getting number 5. So we'll see you in a moment.
I need a break. I need a break, specifically. That's what I need.
LYD for FPX is desperately trying to just zone away and get a bunch of damage onto these Bowder members, getting them a little bit low, stuck against the wall, but LYD losing a lot of health in return. He might just be going down. Of the rest of the team as AOW's pinged out, looking to lock everybody down. We see another Wu Sheno coming out, and this fight is getting absolutely bonkers, but he is knocked into the zone and will bleed down. GG will take it all. To the side of Ace as Clarity gets a marginal heal in, a bit more shield recovery. The uppercut comes in. Champion now getting opened up onto by Clarity. GD are doing this 1 versus 2. They've taken down Even. They're still holding fast. Champion is low. Clarity comes in. Alex is knocked up. How on earth have GD done this? The armor swap out in the last moment. K is saved. Ace are eliminated.
It's the bodies being popped on the side of Ace. Oh, Champion gets stuck into Justina. Freeze, the ultimate comes through once again from Han. Connects onto so many players, opens up everybody else on the team, then finds the counter to boot.
And now it's FPX also sliding in to see if they can maybe find some level of kill as he's looking to catch onto Ajat, onto Bowder, who are trying to find the revive. VVV from FPX is actually just somehow going toe-to-toe with 2 full squads, and he's actually almost won this fight out, looking for the stun with the Justina freeze. In he goes. He can't quite finish 101 TNO. The bell comes down. everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our 5th game of the day, and the final time we'll be dropping on Holoroth today as well. So things might get cold, things might get warm, depending on what part of Holoroth we drop on. But I, for one, am very excited to see it. I say that, and then I'm going to underline it with, let's think about what's actually going to go down. We're going to see a lot of Z-Pigs. We're going to see a lot of Z-Pigs.
Keep the probability pretty. Yeah, let's actually focus on what the probability of this game actually is going to be. But even with that one, though, before you do your prediction like you usually do, and what you're about to say, we have one quick interview that you guys are going to need to see.
我的 ID 含义是无忧无虑的一颗糖。一切都以得分为主嘛。如果能 1v1 的话，我也会 1v1 的。就攻城弩的话，利用周围的有利条件嘛，就把优势扩大一点，慢慢追吧。一开始打的话，肯定差距还是有的，因为比赛场次的原因嘛。对于我自己的目标，排名什么的其实还好，主要是想让自己变强。 就提升自己，不管别人有多强，但我自己一定要越来越强。
He said that he's all about scoring those points, he's all about getting those kills, but unfortunately today has not been one of those days. It has been a very, very low scoring day overall. I'm going to be that guy, I'm going to say it. That has been the way it's been. As I'm having a look at Kaibao, who actually had a pretty good game on game number 5. Yeah, I mean, let's see how this one goes for him. Game number 5, we're kicking it off, dropping on Holoroth. I'm sweating, I'm dreading what I'm about to see. But we all know what we're about to see.
Meanwhile, even being able to see this rotation now, let's see if they can put this down. Because now things are going to get very, very, very interesting. And with the amount of timing, though, let's see if we can get the lock-ins, okay? We're seeing the difference, though. Justina and Zipping. Let's see if we're going to be rocking for any more of these as well, as we're going to see more Zippings. But hey, there's one Justina. So
we had one Justina last time.
There is
two Justinas. Two Justinas and
2
14
Justinas.
Zippings.
So let's see here as more Zippings are going to lock in to this game here. A whole lot of momentum coming into this as we're going to see the last track. It's okay. Last one's going to be a little bit different. Let's see it, ladies and gentlemen. Throw me something different, huh? Throw me something a little bit different. We're going to see more Zippings locking into the spread on, you know, I'll gladly have more of that copium. Just hoping.
Well, we actually have more Zippings on Holoroth this time than we did earlier on in the day. So, you know, yes, it is what it is. But here we go. Game number 5. Focusing on Zhang Yu, the winner of the previous game. Again, it's interesting seeing, you know, what players play well on slow-paced games versus what ones don't. Like, to me, Lu Renking is a very good aggressive game player, but the games have been so slow-paced. But actually, I just think Lu Renking struggled here, and gonna see a fight by the Thorny Roller here with Dao Hui. Gets himself knocked back immediately by Yiran. He needs to be careful as he's being corralled towards that track. Is gonna bop Yiran back for the moment. Has got that F ability on cooldown, as there it goes down from Yiran, as the pair of them looking to chase up a little bit more, but they need to be careful because that Thorny Roller, there it is, coming around the corner. Last thing they want to do is get hit by that thing. Get back Yiran though. Oh, the good counter to knock back into the slow play. Trying to step away. The 40 roller is moments away. Each player is trying to corral the other one into it. It's not going to happen as they both avoid away on the trap. Yiran again gets himself a light heal off as Dao Hui's going low. Dao Hui is going down.
Meanwhile, everything with what's been going on here. Now we're going to be able to go through with the rotation, be able to lock this in. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going into this, as now still going to be able to rotate this out here and figure this out. Meanwhile, One Fly is going to be able to keep the same momentum in front of Lu Renking. Lu Renking getting a little bit of shield almost every time here. Could have been eliminated so easily, but now the dangerous move coming in is Lu Ren is going to be able to find the elimination for Huang Fly. That's crazy. Oh! We haven't seen the ball. We haven't seen the roll of it's going to be able to catch the player and sends them flying. The question is, can we see it again? No. Oh, I would have laughed. So I would have left. I would have actually left if he would have died to it. I would have walked out the door. I'm going to be honest.
He just got isekai'd. You know, like that very common trope where they're like, bye, I'm off to school, walks out, the bus hits them. That's literally what happened. He just walked out the door and got slammed by the 4-0 roller. Oh, that was brilliant. I saw last week, I saw 3 players, actually technically this week, because it was Saturday. I saw 3 players all get hit by this 40 roller in here. All at once. They were fighting and it just ran all 3 of them over. It was so funny. I'm blessed, honestly. When I see, I've seen a water wheel kill on Morris Isle. I've seen the chandelier.
I haven't seen any of those.
I saw a chandelier in Celestia knock someone out. I've seen multiple people being killed by the 40 rollers all over this map. I even saw it in the show match during the grand finals of trios when they showed this match off at the beginning of the day. I saw someone win the map because in the last 1v1, a player walked onto a trap and died. So, you know, I've been pretty blessed when it comes to Holoroth with like, just the environmental stuff. There's Jin and Daohui right now, finding themselves in a fight, and it feels like Daohui, thanks to his ridiculous hero, is able to heal up a lot here and turn this around somewhat onto Jin, but he's still very low. He gets a good counter back onto Jin though, but Jin just pops his own healing to keep himself alive, and Zping versus Zping goes exactly how you expect these matches to go. A lot of sustain, a lot of lengthy, drawn-out fights, but Jin with the dual swords is able to finish it up.
Even with all of this stuff coming, they're still going to be able to do more here. As now, Jux gets hit by Alex Y's pistol here. It looks like we're going to be able to go through with this rotation as Ayami just putting in massive damage though with that spear. The spear coming in, it looks like the shield's going to be able to rock in for Yeron. Same with Ayami. It's just been struggling and trying to figure this out here. Yeron, one of the very few people that have had such a hard time claiming eliminations and claiming those kills exactly what he needs to. He's just been struggling to try to find them. Meanwhile, back at it again, Yeron back on the chase. He's been doing this all day, getting these massive damages only to come by and get it snatched by another player. And it might be one of the things that I'm talking about just right now, because Zhang is going to be able to rotate this out. It looks like he's going to be able to back out. It looks like Yeron will be able to push in on this and keep that same momentum. The question is can he claim the elimination, or is somebody going to take it again? It's been happening a lot to Yeron. I feel bad for him. It feels like such a sitcom moment. So trying to rotate this out. Yeron has been doing so much just to try to claim these eliminations, only for it to get stolen by somebody else. Able to hit Xiang and send him so far off of the pillar, trying to see if he can just climb and get him, but Xiang's not making it easy for him.
Not at all. Zhang's going to get himself knocked back and down, but Yuran keeping the pressure up on him, but the zone is going to be the big factor that decides a lot of this kind of escape tools here for both of these players. As through the wall they go, trying to escape, and Yuran actually, I thought he gave up, but actually Zhang just gave us the slip. He duped me. Able to jump away. Can't see exactly where he is. As Ayanami now finding himself in a fight versus Panda Man. Gets the counter off. Unleashes a whole bunch of damage, but the zone again, just a big pressure point for all of these players. As Ayanami's health bar is obliterated and he is eliminated from the lobby. The second player out, along with Daohui, who was the first to go. At the moment, we are keeping our eyes on Panda Man. Panda Man is actually going to be close towards the edge of the circle, but he's within it, so he's going to be A-okay. He's just holding up for the moment to see where everybody is going to be going. And again, tempo's definitely taken a bit of a backseat today, or at least in this game. Not as much early fighting. There has been a bunch as Panda Man finds himself countered by Yuran, and Yuran actually might be able to finish Panda Man up here. Not enough sustain. Does still have the revives. Panda Man's okay. He's going to head away, and Yuran now tying up on the kills to Panda Man as Jux and Xiang find themselves in a fight. Jux looking to finish him up. Healing is fairly large, but a great counter comes in as he dips him into the hole. Chuz not going into that hole though, as Jux is the one going in. Chuzhyung able to escape his pursuer. Now he goes in. He gives the old slip away to Chuz, who's chasing, to Jux, who's chasing him down. He is able to get some health back there. Bit of an armor heal. As Jux refuses to give up this chase onto Chuz. Chuz doing a great job of buying some space away, waiting until that F ability comes back up. There it is, it goes down, but I think he's lost too much health, and Chuz should be able to catch him out with another grapple into that as well. He's just chain grappling onto Chuzhyung. His F ability still healing him up somewhat, but he goes straight into Hongfly's waiting arms, and Hongfly is just gifted the freest kill. Jux gonna be pretty sad about that one.
Meanwhile, Zhang Yu gonna be able to try to see if he can find elimination off of LXY. LXY with very low shields, but shields no more here as LXY is gonna be able to throw it. But Zhang Yu is gonna be able to dust them before you can really get the heal starts going here from that F. But that's the price you pay when you have a great shield like that. Even with the Z-Ping, Z-Ping still might get that absolutely depleted if somebody else is gonna come in and absolutely dash them with what they have. And look what happened.
Yeah, really nice. Really, really nice actually coming in, but still 12 players are up in this lobby. 15 minutes left as well. Z-Pings fight a lot, but they don't kill a lot. It's basically what goes down in this. As you can see, kind of overall marks right now. Luren King has got himself 2 kills, so this is already a better start than the previous games. Just needs to get a few more and see what he can do with it. We know that actually you can have a really good game on the Z-Ping. We saw WBG Spider when he needed to get over 20 points, was able to pull out a 26-point game in the last bi-weekly finals to actually win it overall. And it all came off the back of him playing incredibly aggressive on Holoroth on the Z-Ping and a Z-Ping lobby. So we know they're capable of doing it. It's just, that is Spider, to be fair. And also, it is a tall ask. It's a very hard ask, because Jin finds himself slammed against a wall here by Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu gonna catch him with a grapple, try and just chain control him, try and lock him down. He is doing his best to escape, but Zhang Yu doing a fantastic job of keeping up and keeping the pressure onto him. It looks like this might just be Jin getting himself the heal off thanks to his F and his ultimate healing him back up, but immediately gets a lot of health stripped off him there by Zhang Yu. And Hongfly, again, the king of stealing kills, coming in to try and pick this one up, unable to actually make these two connect. It looks like he is just going to keep this going though, because Hongfly now has multiple people chasing him down. Zhang Yu annoyed at Hongfly for trying to take this kill. It's going to open up a little bit onto him, but Dubai now chasing Jin, who's gone for the armor swap and picked up the grey armor. But he is just doing an amazing job of escaping. If you cut over to Panda Man, who's found Yiran, gets the charge click off there as well. Really phenomenal amount of damage coming in. A lot of healing thanks to that F ability. And there goes Panda Man's F, just to keep him healed up in this fight as he steps away.
Meanwhile, even with the spread of what is going on here, still trying to work within the momentum of what they already have here. See if they can figure out where the rest of it goes to. Is now gonna be able to find more here. Is now Yeran still getting absolutely decimated here, and so is Luren King with both of their shields. They're both gonna pop it basically at the same time here, waiting for the shields to come in, as Luren is gonna be able to come back here with the same push. I feel like we've seen this deja vu again of Yeran and Luren King fighting this out. Zhang also on the rotating side here, as Luren King is gonna go for the massive parry though onto Zhang, sending them all the way down at the very bottom here. Waiting with that katana strike, ends up missing it and being short. As now Panda Man is going to clutch in and try to push in on this, keeping that same momentum right on his Zhang. Zhang here with that shield, low amount of shield too, is gonna need to pop that shield, and it looks like he will, as Panda Man and Yeran go back at it with another fight. Gonna be able to do what he can, as Yeran will be able to patch this in. Let's see if they can figure this out towards the rest of it. Is now we're gonna find it. And Zhang is gonna shut down a massive parry on a Yeran here. And still, Yeran just struggling, not being able to get the finishes the way that he wants to, man. I know Yeran has to be frustrated with these games.
he's got to be absolutely insanely frustrated, as it looks like Zhang actually able to get away from YKC there. Decides to step away. We're not in the snow zone, so it is a little bit warmer here, Davi, as we are in the surrounding kind of red sanded desert. Fight for the Mora's Blessing has gone down, and everybody is desperately trying to get on it. Zhang Yu just going to get the scraps from this Mora's Blessing as he looks to step away. Although XJin's going to jump in onto Zhang Yu, gets a whole bunch of additional damage out. That nunchuck work is super crisp coming in. Great counter though by Zhang Yu. XJin is disarmed. XJin has to switch out weapons, as now he is in for a dangerous world of trouble. Chuzhyung chasing him down. XJin on that run into the valley he goes, but he's just continually being grappled by Chuzhyung. And I think with the armor advantage, this could get scary. Lovely shot from a musket, though, came through. And a whole bunch of damage to Chuz. Actually, it was a cannon. Oh, no, it was a pistol from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, he started this. He wants to finish it, but XJin able to escape him for now. Another shot does connect, though. XJin, wherever he goes, he's being ballisted. He's burning down. And there it is. Zhang secures the kill.
Zhang steals the kill as XJin, being so dangerously low, had really no time to be able to get that finish, though. Very, very unfortunate coming in, as he will get caught by that one. Definitely one of those you definitely don't want to get caught into, and sadly, he does. Within this section, as now they will be able to go through with the rotation, though. Let's see if they can figure this out, as well as now they're going to be able to go through with those rotations more and more and more. Let's see if they can figure out what's next here, as they will be able to go forth with that rotation. Now things are only going to get interesting. Still been fun, as now even with this one, it's going to be able to go forth with this. And the rotation is still waiting around. He's trying to see if maybe they can find somebody. I don't think they're really going to be able to find anybody else. But stranger things can happen. And this is where the fun comes in, though.
Is indeed. Just holding fast. He's not actually looking to contest that Mora's Blessing, but it's just spawned up. Zhang wants to hold on to this low ground area, although the circle is going to shift away from him. And actually, it's a very hard shift on the circle. Gonna force a whole bunch of people away. But for now, in a bit of a lull, Darby. Again, previously, or just like the previous games, the games have taken somewhat of a backseat. And again, just like you were saying last time, it's a lot of jumping. Not really much like fighting each other, not really much damage being done. I say that, and then everybody collapses in to what is just a blender of damage and action. Liu Renking able to walk away with the golden armor at the end of the day, and Jin now finding himself in a fight here with Chuzhyung, as everyone else actually might just want to try and take this kill away. Little bit more damage done to Zhang Yu on the way out, as he just tries to grab a couple of bits from the Mora's Blessing, but Liu Renking, the golden armor as well, very comfortably set up, has himself, I believe that's a golden sword in his inventory as well. Only got blue nunchucks, so not the best. As Bane's Breath is gonna separate everybody away from the surrounding areas.
Even with the surrounding areas, they're still able to do what they can here. Still looking towards that rotation, and they're doing a pretty good job of looking around it as well. Does a pretty good job to rotate and see what's next here. As now we're gonna be able to see how they dish this out here. Still looking through it, still able to patch things around, even within the bin here. Is nowadays it's still going to be kind of hectic with everything going on here. Now with the rotation and spread, Aerodon's going to be able to go for that and try to fix what they got. And with all types of rotations, though, let's see what they can do with the next spaces. Liu Renking's going to be able to rotate around as Zhang is watching. Getting the ping around Zhang. Steadily trying to go through with that rotation, though. See what they can do, as Yeron is going to be able to go through with it. And now, Yeron still making it hot, still making it happen.
Is indeed 7 minutes left, though. Tempo massively lower, massively lower. All of the teams are, or all the players, the individuals, are just doing a bit of scouting and a bit of zone control. Lu Renking, golden armor, golden swarmer, terrifying to fight. He could do with a purple main weapon, like a melee weapon, but at least he has, you know, some pretty high damage potential with that swarm. A lot of players are going to be very scared of him, but for now, no one's even trading shots at one another. The entire lobby are just kind of hanging out as you do see Jux and Zhang Yu find each other in the same building. Zhang Yu gets cornered here by Jux and are looking to try and win this fight. Is Zhang Yu is actually coming out pretty rough from that, but again, he's a Z-ping, he's got the sustain, he's got the healing, and Jux will hold on to his house without any unwanted visitors coming in. Although Zhang Yu thinking about going back into the house, but decides not to.
Looks like even with all of this coming into it, there's still going to be more and more of it happening as now they're able to make it within the rotations. Still, it's going to be able to tighten it up though. It's only 2 eliminations surrounding Yeron, Panaman, Lu Renking, and Zhang Yu. Yeron finally able to catch some eliminations. See if they can keep that same momentum though, as Kai Bao is going to be on this. Juice is immediately going to come through with the rotations and still put this together, as cannon shots are going to be ricocheting. It looks like it's coming from one of the players. Looks like Wong Fly is going to find his next target. He's going to be able to jump down, hit a basic shot right in front of him. Seeing Kai Bao end up getting burned. Ends up getting hit by somebody else's shield and forces him to back off as Kai Bao trying to shield it up. Looks like he got away, not being able to get caught up by another one of those shots, but still gets hit by another bow on the other side. Has to be careful though. If he stands still for another couple seconds, he will get hit by another one. Meanwhile, the Earth Core is going to protect him though, so that way he can keep it alive. As Wolves immediately just loses his shield, exactly what he had. As Zhang is going to get hit by that next one and gets absolutely blitzed by an insane bow. There's so many bow shots coming in though.
And they're all trying to deal with that Justina before this final circle. They want it down as Kai Bao has to go for a bit of a recovery. Actually drops his armor, picks up a different pair of blue armor to try and get the armor switch, but immediately has to freeze himself up again. And this could just be the end of him. Kai Bao, the only Justina in the lobby. 15 Z-pings and 1 Justina. And the game plan is bully the hell out of Kai Bao. This is a zipping only lobby. You didn't get the message, so get out of here. They take him out, and that is going to be a kill picked up for Zhang.
That's tough if you're a non-Zaping and you end up getting targeted like a shark. Definitely don't want to be in that situation where you are the one that is a deciding factor as the swarm comes in, trying to see if we can get some damage on Zhang, but Headbrains, what are your thoughts on this final circle right now? 11 players alive. Circle closing in. This might be a good one.
It could be, but it's a Z-Ping final. Like, if you were a Yoto right here, you would just be licking your lips for this final circle because it's closing in an area where there's a lot of verticality for you to climb. You can get horizontal slashes down on everyone. It's exactly what you want, but when it's all Z-Pings, 11 Z-Pings, it's going to be a matter of sustain and just avoiding getting hit by AoE, but landing as much AoE as you can. I think Lu Renking needs to chill out on the swarm. He only had like 1 more weapon cache after that. So once this swarm is all used up, he has 80 shots left on that, but it will go down very, very quickly. So realistically for Lu Renking, he should probably just chill and then use his swarm in the final circle just to splash the entire lobby down as much as possible. But for now, he's actually looking to just hold this high ground as the zone will close in a little bit slower any second now towards them all. As Choseung gets found out by Jin, loses a whole lot of health and jumps straight back into his tree. Decides it's best not to go in, fight anyone else.
Meanwhile, Jin still trying to go through with their spaces up top there. It looks like One Fly is going to be the one that pushes them out. Grapples coming in from all over the places. They're still going to be able to go through with it. It looks like Panaman, Dubai, and Jin. YKC also might be able to get in on this fight too as YKC decides to back out. So many of the shields trying to see if he can keep it alive. He ends up getting hit and blitzed so hard right in front of Yeron. Has the chance though, possibly snagging another elimination though, but still. The Zippings are making it so much harder for them to try to get something. And it's not looking good as everybody's just been trying to rotate this out as best as possible. Still with everything going on, still having the best time to duke it out. See where the rest of it goes, though, as now the grapple's coming in, trying to stay high, not trying to get caught all the way down on the floor. Fly has that full space up top for him, ready to go. Zhang Yu ends up getting absolutely destroyed. Zhang waiting for the opportunity. He's trying to make sure he wants to do what he can to strike as he immediately throws down his shield. 20 seconds on his shield, though. Is going to be able to go through with the shield. Goes for the full. Didn't necessarily need to either, but decides to anyway. Huangfly is going to be able to hold it, waiting for the opportunity to strike with that massive heavy. Not able to find it, sadly, though, as they're still going to be able to rotate this around. But, I mean, look at all of the bubbles. Look at all the protection bubbles around all of these players right now. I mean, there's at least 5 or 6 right now that currently have them on.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to hit them right now, but Hongfly actually gets bopped off the high ground. Bit of greatsword gatekeeping, a bit of baseball getting played here. But the circle slowly creeps in. The final 10 players are all holding fast here, wanting to hold on to this high ground, wanting to keep this tree for going as long as possible. The swarm for Lu Renking still going to be very effective. Lu Renking's able to get himself very high up, but he gets bopped back. It's actually Hongfly who's bopped back. Watch out for the swarm when it comes down, as Hongfly wants to find an opening, but he's inside the zone right now, so he's taking a lot of tick damage. He's bleeding out low and immediately is heavily punished for it. Lu Renking is holding fast. He's standing in the middle of everything, but he gets popped back for the moment. Can he hold it? Can he keep this going? The circle is already starting to take a whole bunch of victims as everyone is now fighting within the zone. Their health bars are bleeding out. Lu Renking with the swarm. Here we go. Look at the damage he's able to put out. Yiran somehow holds fast, but Lu Renking did not give over a kill.
Did not, as Yiran finally is able to claim one. Lu Renking dies to the circle, though. Unfortunate, though, within that, but it doesn't matter, though, as Yiran finally able to clutch up a dub from what he needed. Like I said, he's at the very, very, very bottom of this, of the total scoreboard here for our solos here. So to see a dub coming in from him, he's definitely going to jump up in the numbers, though, but he's going to need to do more. He's going to need to do a lot more if he's really going to see himself even within the top 10. But better late than never to get it started.
A good win there for you, Ron. I think, you know, Lu Renking can be a little bit happier with himself off the back of that one as well. It was a needed win.
And he's been struggling too. Yiran has been struggling with these games. He's really had a hard time really trying to find the eliminations and trying to find these kills the way that he's been wanting to. And he's just been struggling with it.
Yeah, he really has. He really, really has. But there we go. Yiran does take our final game of Holler off. We still have one more game to go, though. I think, and I'm hoping this one is going to be a little bit more exciting in the middle game, because the mid game of this game was, you know, a little slow. A little slow. I think is probably the fair way to put it. I also think, you know, we've had 3 games in a row that have been dominated by one. Actually, sorry, all the games today have been dominated by one hero. We started with Justina, went to Zping, 2 games of Yoto, game of Zping. This final game, I want to see some flexibility, some variability. We had a lot of Tarkas actually at the beginning of the 3 teams playing Tarka.
W key.
Give me a W key game. That's what I want. I want these players to play like their dominoes is on the way. I want them to be ready to get out of this game as quick as possible. They need to play aggressive. I mean, like, Lu Renking, odds of him catching into top 3, very low now. But realistically, he could still climb a little bit higher up in that top 8. He just needs to have a good game, and
I would love to see.
All of these games have just been so low scoring. They've been so unbelievably low scoring.
I would love to see an absolute W key where at the end of it, it's literally just the first 2. It's the last 2 players, and the circle is still at a pretty decent size. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see it go to the very end, and the very end is just like so close. It's just those 2. They're still alive. They're still making stuff happen. It's just, yeah.
We've not had a lobby like that in a long time, because in season 1 we had a couple lobbies that finished with like 6-7 minutes left on the clock. We just haven't had that in season 2 at all. Like the players have been playing very the players have just been playing very slow paced, I guess is probably the best way to put it. Yeah, long lasting games. I mean, obviously Holoroff shook things up. Zping has really shaken things up with the way she's kind of like changed the game. But there you go, another 10-pointer. These games are just unbelievably low score.
Are you sure Lu Ren is all the way down at the bottom? He has been keeping the average scores up on a regular basis, though, even with it. Like, even last game, even though he wasn't in the top, he was still in top 10 and he only got 3 points. Regardless, because of how low these games are, I don't think Lu Ren's that far down.
I mean, no, so overall, he started today in 7th, I believe.
Oh, so, you're talking about the overall. Oh, okay, I'm thinking you mean like today.
No. Today he's been scoring average, but like not enough to climb into that top 3, because that was his goal. His goal right now was make it into top 3, because that was achievable for him if he had a good day. He's not had a bad day compared to the rest of the like lobby. He's been still scoring relatively decent. Yes, he had, I believe, 2 games of 0 points, but you know, compared to Xin, compared to Spider, compared to the guys at the top, he has not scored that well. He has not been able to catch up to them. So overall, Lu Ren King hasn't really been able to climb much more, but at least he's still in the top end of the bracket overall.
Oh, I mean, yeah, exactly with that one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's been a weird day. It's been a very weird day. Very
it has been.
We'll see when the MVP card comes up how little damage has been done. Let's take a look at that. I'm guessing under 10k. Oh my word, 20k! What? Where did that damage come from?
Where did Yaron get 20k damage and 13 of it, 13k coming in from dual blades? I'm sorry, excuse me. With the armor pierce, flame breath, trigger, nether steps, poison splash, and 1 melee resist soul J. Yaron, where you been, huh? Where you been? It's about time we received this amount.
He did almost 19,000 damage with melee weapons. It was only his bow. He did 16k with, 1600 with his bow. What? That's actually more damage than the last 2 games put together. They like both the Yoto games put together didn't do that much damage. Wow, Uran, I am. Well done. You deserve that win.
It's about
deserved
time.
a lot more kills than you got.
Yaron, where you been? Huh? Listen, about this time, you're at the very bottom of the leaderboard. All of a sudden, you come through like at this week and pop off with some 20k damage, and a lot of it coming from the. Yaron, where you been? Huh?
It's weird.
You done missed out on the dinner. Okay, you done lost your Sprite privileges. Okay, where you been? Huh?
It's weird because when you compare it to like Saturday, the last solos day, like 20k would have been considered low anyway. But like we're considering that high because that's double what anyone else has really been putting out today. I think the highest damage has been 14,000 today. The lowest on Saturday was like 19. I think 19 might have been the minimum. But like the highest was like we're having like 26k damage games. Like I'm confused by today. Like I'm gonna have to go speak to a bunch of people after this and kind of wrap my head around what on earth has actually been going down, and why the tempo has just shifted so much. It's as if they're playing and didn't realize that their car has more gears and they've just been driving along in first gear the whole time with only like a max speed of 20, 30 when it actually can go all the way up to 100. It's been a very bizarre game. I am hoping we find the gearbox for game 6 and we pick up the pace a little bit.
Even with that, still they're still able to rotate this around and figure this out and just keep going for it. And now, like I said, we're at the very last games here. So let's really hope that this last game is just nothing but W key damage and insanity. I mean, obviously I understand the play of you really playing strategic, but now at this point, you know, if you're at the top 3, you really have nothing to lose the W key. But then if you're at the very bottom, you definitely have nothing to lose.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing to kind of keep in mind is they would have used up a fair amount of their hero points. So I am wondering what is actually, have they? No, they haven't. Because you average about 3 times a day you're allowed to play a hero. And we've had 1 Justina day game where everyone played Justina. We had 2 Yotos and 2 Zpings. So like realistically, the sky's the limit on hero picks here. It's not like one hero's dominated the day so much that they can't be picked here. They basically get pick of the list on whatever they want. I think this environment isn't as Yoto favored as the middle of the day. It's still very Yoto favored, but it's not. It's because you have to be at nighttime to get the fireflies. Hence why the Justinas were so picked up at the beginning of the day. But we are playing. I think this is this dusk or morning? I can't remember. It's one of those ones where
it's night for me. I mean, it's tight. I mean, it's you know, eventually be the morning in about an hour and a half, but you know, it's still night for me.
It's midday for me. It's almost lunchtime. It's great for me. I get up in the morning and I'm done by midday. It's brilliant.
It's nice. Meanwhile, I start at night and I go to bed pretty much in the morning. You know, so
yeah,
it's very.
What time does the show start in America?
Show starts at around 2 a.m.
Well, for any NA fans joining us, thank you. I don't know how you're doing that, but like, wow, hats off to you, really. Like, genuinely been able to hold out. For EU fans, I mean, get back to work. It's like, it's 2 o'clock. Like, what are you doing? You're obviously at work. No, stick around, stay around. I want
to get back to work. Hey,
look,
yo!
I did the grind. I used to work in retail. I used to sit and watch esports in the back room all the time. I mean, like, I'll do the boring office stuff and like slap esports on and watch. I know what you're doing. I know what you guys are up to. You've got us on.
You have that extra tab and you're like picking it in and you're like, hey boss, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, I'm just doing
exactly.
Usual reports, and then it's just like Naraka right behind one of your expense reports.
I'm proud of you, but make sure your boss doesn't catch you. And if your boss does catch you, run. Anyway, we're going to take a break. We'll see you after this as we get ready for our 6th and final game of the day. See you in a moment.
$2,000 years later.
The Nbpl Professional League is held in the Ice Cube venue in Winterstar, located in Lingang's special area of China's pilot-free trade zone in Shanghai. The Ice Cube covers an area of more than 4,000 square meters with a peaceful white exterior wall and translucent blue glass, which makes it elegant and luxurious. It's located next to Shanghai Haichong Ocean Park and only a 10-minute drive from Dishui Lake, the largest artificial lake in Shanghai. There's also Shanghai Pudong International Airport and to the north, the famous Shanghai Disney Resort. Everyone entering the Ice Cube must have a PCR test and their body temperature checked to ensure that all players are safe for the games. After entering the venue, players proceed to their locker rooms. There are 16 bright and comfortable individual rooms on site, which provide the players a space to relax while ensuring the privacy to discuss tactics. After being all rested up, the players then proceed to the stage. The stage competition area is divided into 3 levels from low to high, while the center of the stage is divided into left and right sides with one group on the same side. There's space for a total of 48 players from 16 different teams that can participate in the competition here at the same time. Well, all the Nbpl players have their fists bumping and are ready for some intense games. And although we're not with them, we can also cheer them on at home through the internet. The second season of the 2022 Nbpl is guaranteed to be exciting.
Yeah, go.
Locking it back in for our last and final game of today for our solos. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League season as Hip Rain and I are going to get ready to cast our final game all the way here as now. Let's hope things don't get kind of in our final game here.
Let's do this. A bit of praise.
Let's doing this. I hope. I want it. Please. Give me something.
I mean, all right. I think rightfully so. We've been, you know, pretty vocal about the pace of a lot of these games. But I think at the same time, there's also an element of like, they have been slow. They have definitely been slow. Now, looking at the overall points, there is a world where Lu Renking, provided has a really good game, actually could make it to top 4. I think top 3 is going to be a very hard ask. He's actually had an okay day as far as the points go. He's actually had a better day today than he did on his first day on Thursday. But even so, the top end of the table very much, you know, there's still a bit of movement there. But Lu Renking, if he gets a donut, unfortunately, he is done on that front. He still makes it to the finals. He still takes a bunch of points forward, but you know, he wants a good game here. And if he hadn't had those 2 donuts earlier, like, third could have been well within his grasp. He could have actually caught up on that front. But it's been such a bizarre day, so slow but fast. Like, we've been critical of like the tail end of the game, but like the beginning of the game has been non-stop action. So part of me is like, oh, maybe we're just gonna get another start to the day where the teams are just brawling endlessly at the beginning. That's kind of another area we want to keep out for. We could have a very, very explosive start to the game, depending on what gets picked up here.
Let's hope we can figure it out, though, and let's hope we can keep that same momentum coming in as hopefully just maybe we get something good. Just maybe we get something just absolutely sweet coming into this final game here as we're going back all the way to the islands of Morris. Hopefully we'll be able to see something happen here with our final game here. Chat, I hope you've still been vibing out. You've still been enjoying the content here. Make sure to follow us here on Naraka Blade Point and on Twitter at Naraka Esports for all things Naraka Blade Point Pro for this Pro League season here. We're slowly coming into our final weeks. So that way we can finally start to head to Worlds. Slowly closing in, little by little, week by week. Things are steady getting there. As now, the rest of this week, there's still going to be more content. Hopefully, tomorrow, it's back to trios. We'll be able to dish this out as well as now. Hopefully, though, we'll be able to dignify it back here with a solo game and hopefully a redemption arc for some of these can Lu Renking clutch up and really put up a massive solo show and come back on top? Is Ron finally going to come all the way down from the trenches and survive? I don't think so. Are we going to see the likings of any of the other players that are pretty dangerously close? Are they going to be able to have the pop-off game? Or are we going to see another very close but not so much of an exciting game?
That's the thing, is the kill spread has actually been great for the kind of top and middle of the table. The bottom end of the table not like this, because they need to actually get some decent points to climb out of that bottom area and into the top 16. So for them not to have had like explosive games where, you know, they can at least get, you know, 8-9 points in a game when they're only really averaging, you know, 3 to 6 points at most in a game. I mean, 6 has been a winning score at one point. So that's how low scoring today has been. I think, you know, there's obviously an element of the players at the bottom of the table are going to be a little bit nervous about that. And if you're in the middle going into this game, you're probably laughing because odds are you're not going to be too contested. I'm sure. Is it Move from FPX? I can't remember. Yeah, it is Move from FPX. They're going to probably be a little heartbroken with the fact that today's been so underwhelming, yet they've still been surpassed and knocked into that bottom 16 and will not be going through towards the grand final, or not the grand finals, the bi-weekly finals. Definitely going to be getting to them somewhat, but you know, as we get closer towards the world finals and world championship, all of these games do matter. But I believe we had a chat with one of the players before we got going with this first game, so this final game, so we'll see what they have to say.
And that's Jin, ladies and gentlemen.
就单排的刀法肯定是比三排硬一点嘛，因为打的时候就感觉就各种细节都没有处理他们那么好， 所以有时候就可能交手1、2回合就劣势之后，就等于先拉开，然后再决定还要不要继续打，或者是继续去运营。就可能我的打法可能就比较偏狗嘛，因为刚来转单排的话，还是有点不自信，就跟他们这些老将打，他们的那种刀法肯定比我硬很多，所以我还得慢慢磨砺一下自己。就自己目标，因为这一周的话，一般周决是30分嘛，然后今天只拿了10分，就是可能还有点不习惯，但是以后肯定是，就每个人不想当将军的士兵不是好士兵嘛，肯定都想夺冠嘛。但是可能现在对于我来说有点天方夜谭嘛，但是人还是得有梦想的，所以自己还是得不断向这个目标去努力吧，然后以后就多多练呗，也没办法呀。
Nice to hear there from Jin, as we can see him on your screen right now, preparing to get ready to go into this final game of the day. Dalhui as well, a player who, I'm going to say it, I might expect a Takaji from him in this final game. We know he plays it.
Yeah, I feel like there's
I hope
Takaji
it comes out.
I see it too.
I wish I knew what that said. I wish I could speak Chinese and knew what that little graphic said, but hopefully it says Dalhui plays Takaji. We know that. We'll see what's going to be coming down. We're getting ready to go into our final game here on Moros Isle. Let's see what the hero select looks like. Let's see what everything's going to be going down. I am praying that we're going to get an exciting hero select into an exciting game, because it has been fairly low tempo. There's a Wu Shen, so there's something a bit different, but there is a Z-Ping and a pair of Justinas to start us off with. Now we're going to cut through. Oh no, that's a lot of Justina. Oh no, it's happening.
Wait, hold on now, hold on.
Oh, there's a Takaji.
There's a Takaji.
Right,
there's two Takaji. There's two Takajis now. Now you was calling it a little too early here. Because now, look, we even got a third. We even got a third Takaji in the building here, and that's going to be coming in from Yeron. Now, Yeron, a very surprising person here for that. We usually don't see Yeron with that, as this is going to be an interesting final circle here, even with the spread of what's been going on here. They're still able to work towards everything they've been doing so far here, as now we're going to be able to see the rotations coming in. And now, I mean, look at the spread here. Two people are going to be landing at least in the center of Stillside Temple here, but it looks like LXY, Kai Bao, Dalhui is going to be right on the forefront of it, as everybody else is still, there's going to be one person, YKC, is going to be on the inside of Celestra by himself. At least 2 or 3 people is going to be in Tri-Fit Junction, Wonfall, and also right near the edge of Wreckage Plain, so they're also going to find a decent fair share of its own players here, as now we're going to be looking throughout the finals. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go, all the way down to the very end here. Let's see if we can figure this out here, as LXY is officially not the last person at the very bottom of this leaderboard here. Meanwhile, Jux and Dalhui trying to fight it out as much as possible here, trying to see if they can clean it up and get some eliminations going here. It's going to be very helpful. Dalhui gets claimed. Our Takaji mate gets claimed in this circle. That's so unfortunate. Jux, why couldn't you find it? Why couldn't you find another Justine to fight, huh? Why did it have to be the Takaji, huh?
He got absolutely slammed for that as well. Unlucky. Does have his revive though, so he'll be okay. He'll be able to recover somewhat. I think that's already a purple cannon on who was taking over. Jux has actually got a purple sword, and already with 1 kill under his belt, he's hungry for another. He's popped the ultimate, catches out with almost a freeze, isn't going to quite get it as he's been juggled in the air, gets the freeze down and dashes away, but LXY will hunt down Jux. Jux has actually put a lot of space though away, as LXY knows exactly where he's off to. As we're going to catch over with Zhang Yu. He's now found himself in a fight with Hongfly. Catches him with the uppercut, tries to get the scale rush off. The freeze comes in from Hongfly. Zhang Yu tries to go for another scale rush, unable to actually connect that one, and Hongfly gives him the slip for just a brief moment, but Zhang Yu, relentless, will chase him down as Hongfly desperately trying to escape away from Zhang Yu. Doesn't really want to take this fight. He's got himself a purple broom, and he doesn't want to be swept up. He wants to hold fast, as Zhang Yu is just reading every little movement that Hongfly is making. This time, Hongfly is able to give him the slip. As we cut over to Dubai, he's caught himself in a fight with one person, but is a bit worried about that third party as he ran is about in the areas, as Ayanami on his Wu Shen has got the ultimate available, is going to slip through, try and buy a bit of space, but there is not going to be enough space in the world for him. As Chaoxiang takes him down, Pandaman though sliding in to get himself a kill on to Chaoxiang. As Pandaman, he's actually got a little bit low here, has still got his full health, but is just going to pop the ultimate with the blackout here. Is going to try and get a bit of damage off, trying to get a bit of a recovery out, as I think Chaoxiang actually popped the ultimate there and has. So that is Pandaman going down to the meter dump from the nunchucks, and it looks like he is able to just about get away. One more arrow shot is all that is needed to finish up Pandaman, and unfortunately, UW, Atakaji's are not having quite a good one, but actually Pandaman's caught him in the end. He's done it!
Pandaman's gonna get the juggle. Pandaman, the king of the Tarkaji, is going to get the juggle. Like I said, we haven't seen too many of the juggles, but they were able to make that happen and really dish it out the way that we have seen, and they made it look absolutely marvelous. As now we're going to be able to see a mass amount of time as Wongfly is going to be able to go through the rotations, though. Kai Bao trying to see if maybe they can get away here as Wongfly is going to try to go. Here comes the scale rush coming in. He's going to try to time it, but he's a little bit too late. As Zhang Yu is going to be on the inside here, dangerously low, hitting Kai Bao. Kai Bao immediately gets parried. They both turn around and get them both. That's just disrespectful right there. Immediately turns around and hits them really, really well with that one. As now I'm going to be able to go through with the rotation. And now Ayami right next to Shez. Shez trying to see if they can go forth with that rotation. Sally isn't able to. Now they're going to be able to go through with this one, as now Daohui is going to try to fight one as the LXY dangerously low is going to have to push in. Daohui trying to find a Tarkaji main still alive, ladies and gentlemen, is now it's going to try to find it. The Justina trying to see if maybe he can get the freeze, but you know freeze, fire can't freeze water. As now they're going to be able to go forth with it. It was almost got the juggle, though, but Daohui is going to catch him inside of a corner. Beautiful place to be able to catch him as well here. Looks like he's able to dish him out. Dangerously low on both ends. Was able to get the parry, but Daohui was able to pick it up and do well here. Meanwhile, the dagger trying to do some damage here as he's going to try to find it. Throws the fireball. Hits him directly in the face. And Daohui is going to clutch it to get the elimination on LXY. Daohui, beautiful timing, though, with that fireball, was able to clutch it up and shut down Ayami and their chance at getting any more points for the rest of this game. GG's to Anayami. Meanwhile, Chooks getting chased by Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu is able to catch him inside of this building. Chooks finding that gray shield, but it's not looking good, though, as Wongfly comes in and just tries to come in, but Zhang Yu still is going to be able to claim the elimination, not letting Wongfly to be able to snatch it up. He says, no, you thought you had the chance here, but I'm not letting you get that. Meanwhile, Wongfly is going to be able to go forth.
Up there.
Really beautiful little pickup. Beautiful pickup, though. Not enough, though. Now we're going to be able to go forth with the rotations here and see what happens next.
Let's see what does go down. I think for now, the players are just going to resituate themselves. The circle, obviously a bit of a ways away. Most players still have their revives as well, so not too much wonder. That is a really nice lighting effect. Wow, I've never seen that at this map at this time, actually.
Beautiful.
That's wonderful. Look at that.
Lighting scales.
What's that called? Not light rays. I can't remember what they're called now.
It's like rays. It's like a rays type thing.
Whatever it is, it looks real pretty. I'll say that much. As Lu Renking gets himself backed into a corner. Remember, we said he needs to have a good game if he wants to catch out into that top end. As actually, Zhang has popped the ultimate as he looks to chase onto Lu Renking. Lu Renking able to break away, though, from Zhang. Zhang decides actually to peel away. We're going to look over now towards Jin, who's found Kai Bao. Jin still has his revive, but he's immediately going to get jumped onto. Kai Bao on the Z-Ping has a fair amount of sustain, is able to quickly switch out. But Kai Bao actually not particularly rocking the best gear right now, so let's be a little bit careful on that front. Hasn't got overly amazing gear to keep himself alive. Or, well, weapons at least to keep himself going, as Jin, that purple dagger, very, very scary. As speaking of scary, yeah, Daohui with the purple katanas on the Taka. We know this is a hero who absolutely loves those katanas. They have purple ones. Very, very good for him as Yiran actually looking to hunt down Lu Renking, but Lu Renking able to avoid away from him. He's just going to heal himself up and step off and play this a little bit more slow. Now, when you have a slower early game, that typically means the end game is a little bit more explosive here, Darby. So at least we got that to work with. As Jux getting jumped onto by XJin. Jux looking to try and turn it around. Catches him with the uppercut, and now Hongfly coming in to take away the kill. The freeze comes out from XJin. XJin maybe biting off a little bit more than he can chew as he gets bopped immediately by Hongfly. And XJin just pinned against the wall, gonna lose so much HP. Pops the ult to jump away, and Hongfly not gonna be able to find the kill onto Jin yet.
Not going to be able to find it, though, as meanwhile, YKC looks like he might be able to onto Chuz, but both of them having that is going to be able to pop their ulti, but the timing, though, to heal comes through at a good time, though. YKC is going to be able to go through with the rotation. Doesn't look like he's going to actually cancel his ulti and just decides to use it all. Meanwhile, Shazing currently with Pandaman. Pandaman going to be able to go for the back out here and goes for the reshield here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum running into this as now. Trying to see how they can do it and how they can put it all together. Love to see how they can make this magic happening here. Meanwhile, XZin and Xiang really trying to do something here as well. Trying to figure out where the rest of it starts to go here. Let's see if they can put forth the amount of time and the amount of effort, though. With everything going on, as now the roll starts to come in as Hongfly is able to get some massive damage. It juggles XZin, and if they're able to claim the elimination, Hongfly really doing what he can, though, as Dubai is going to be able to try to dish in at the very last second here, trying to get some massive damage onto Hongfly here. Immediately goes for the shield, gets very close in front, and in close personal with a bow, but sadly he's going to be able to get the retreat. He's going to be able to dig down, as we do see the replay coming in, though. It looks like there's another fight happening on the other side, though. Looks like that's going to be one of the other players as well here, as the Tarkashi comes out. See if he can just as Dubai is going to be able to get the parry off of Xiang. Xiang is going to be able to force the shield here. Waiting for it as the flames come in. Beautiful timing, though, to have that happen. And now it looks like the poison's going to come in, as they do see, as Jux gets the elimination off of Dao Hui. Dao Hui officially out of this contention. 18th place overall. Or no, not overall. 18th, at least for this game here, sadly. Dao Hui really struggling, though. And sadly, he only has one elimination to his name as he ends today with it.
That is a rough one there for Dao Hui. I mean, he's actually not going to be able to make it to top 16 off that as well. He's going to be heartbroken. We saw his player cam. He looked very annoyed with that, because top 16 is realistically... Actually, it is a hard one, because all of the players just above who are in top 16 are still in the game. But it's 26 points at the moment for YKC. And YKC can be happy with the fact that now there's very few people who are going to be trying to catch up to him. Kaibao has to have an explosive game if he wants to catch up, because worst comes to worst, you can bet on beating 32.9 points, and that will guarantee you a spot in the top 16. But other than that, YKC, as long as it's not too good of a game for Kaibao, should still be able to lock himself in to that position, as Zhang has to freeze himself up as the zone is closing in on him. Dubai doing a pretty good job of zoning him away for now, but they're not either player isn't fully committing to this, as Dubai now actually ends up losing a lot of HP. The freeze comes down, trying to catch out. Zhang actually pressing his own ultimate and trying to catch out as well in response. He has another couple of dashes with the freeze there. Dubai able to break away. And it actually looks like he got away with that one scot-free. Zhang able to catch up with him. No, he can! Absolutely clutch pick up there. Finds himself the kill. Great freeze, great chase, and Dubai wants to keep himself comfortably above the other two players who are currently trying to fight for his spot in the standing, as Lu Renking actually has found him now, and Zhang needs to be careful here. Lu Renking gonna get himself frozen, will freezes himself to get the armor, and in comes Jux. Zhang taking a whole bunch of damage here for the moment. The freeze comes in from Lu Renking. He may just use this to try and get an escape off. He still has 2 more charges on it. Jux trying to catch him out. The freeze comes out, and Lu Renking Still got a couple of dashes left. Gets the freeze off on to Zhang. Zhang loses a lot of HP. One more dash comes through. Doesn't quite connect it onto the freeze, but the juggling up on the air means Zhang needs to be careful, as now Bane's breath has been thrown down as well. This is scary for every player involved. I didn't see who placed it down as Zhang gets the freeze, and in comes Kaibao. Remember, Kaibao still trying to catch up and potentially get into that top 16, into that position where he can make it into the bi-weekly finals for the moment. Kaibao holding on fast, but it looks like he's not going to be able to pick up this kill. He was trying to steal it away, but Kaibao unable to connect that, and I think the Bane's breath, I think all of this action is breaking out. I think everybody is just willing to step away.
Willing to step away and do what they can here. Meanwhile, it's going to be able to go forth with the rotation, though. Let's see if they can figure this out here, even with everything happening, though. Only more and more of it is going to come alive here. I mean, now we're still with and within the rotation of what certain things have been going down, though, as now we'll be able to see what that's been happening. Meanwhile, YKC is deciding to back out as Yang Yu and Panda Man are going to continue their fight. Nice little damage coming in. Zhang Yu, no shield. Panda Man is able to get at least half. Let's see if they can figure this out. As Zhang Yu is going to be able to shut him down and immediately eliminate and get so much damage, though. Panda Man deciding he's got to back out of this. Major damage hits coming in from Dubai as Dubai claims the elimination of Zhang Yu in the back. Unbelievable timing, though. Panda Man leaving and dipping out with the skin of their teeth, leaving Dubai to be able to get that going.
That was a phenomenal pickup there with the bow. Really, really clean stuff coming in from Dubai. As we still have the scores up on your screen, you can kind of see the bottom end of the table, because the top end probably not going to be moving too much. The eyes are very much on these top players. YKC getting a kill has been a bit of a problem here for Kaibao. He's got 2 kills. Maybe if he can have a really good game, he can actually knock YKC out of that 16th spot and take the final spot in the bi-weeklies. Would love to be able to do that. He's actually pretty geared up, but YKC also rocking purple armor, blue nunchucks, you know, not particularly undergeared by any means, so holding on for the moment. But this is the 2 players I want to be watching, Kaibao and YKC. Both of these players currently fighting for their hopes and their dreams of getting their hands on to that top spot, or that last spot in the bi-weekly finals. Is Dubai with those 2 kills might be 0.2 points ahead of YKC, but as long as they're fairly close to one another, it should be okay. And Kaibao, nothing to lose, everything to gain, is going to look to break out into the middle of this fight. He's going to pop himself the healing, gets himself the golden armor. That's a lovely little pickup. Actually got a golden flamer as well. Phenomenally good stuff there for Kaibao. He's even going to get the heal off and a full reset. He just got away with murder there, stealing both of the items from the Mora's Blessing under the nose of 4 other players. Really, really well set up and situated for this final circle. This is going to be a very open one. Remember, he's on the Z-Ping. Flamers on Z-Pings are very different from other heroes, because you have that safety with the fact you've got your shield, you've got the F ability, you've got the sustain in your kit. It means you can stand still to channel that flamer for as long as possible and not worry as much about the incoming damage.
And with the incoming damage coming in, let's see exactly how they can dish this out and put it together. Meanwhile, on fly Dubai, YKC. One fly up top here, still trying to see what they can do here. Let's see if they can put this together. As Kaibao Dubai is going to be able to push in on this one, but oh no, they both get hit by the Bane's Breath. They're going to have to be very careful here as Yeron dangerously low. This could be the position exactly what Yeron needed here, as he's going to be able to rush in and keep the same momentum right in front. They're both dangerously low. All it really takes is one hit. As it looks like Dubai is going to be able to try to push into this. He still has his Justina, but he might try to see if he can wait this out. Trying to see if maybe he can catch him. But no, he misses the grapple. He misses the opportunity. He decides he's going to let him go. Yeron had a massive... could have been so eliminated within the space, though, but still here. So I'm going to make it happen, though. Now, going to be able to go through this rotation.
fact Iran is still in this game is nothing short of a miracle. Dubai making a couple of key fumbles there that ended up costing him the kill as he looks to have found Panda Man now. Panda Man take a couple of extra shots coming in from Dubai. Dubai definitely trying to separate himself from YKC on that 15th and 16th spot towards those bi-weekly finals. Remember, this is the last day of this bi-weekly before we get onto the finals, and only the top 16 players can make it, so this is the last chance for some of these players. Kaibao, with those 2 kills, is in a position to potentially catch YKC if YKC gets taken out early and if Kaibao has a good game. Now, Kaibao has a golden flavor, has golden armor, and he's on that Z-Ping. He's on a very, very strong hero. He is very well set up for this one, so eyes very much on him. He's even got the purple dagger. Like, he is geared to the point where he should be so comfortable now. He's just going to play this a little bit more reserved, a little bit more carefully. 9 players left in this lobby. Just under 6 minutes left until this game fully comes to an end as Chezyang finds out Panda Man briefly as Chezyang actually looks to get a whole bunch of damage out onto Panda Man. The flamer coming out from Kaibao as he is cooking Panda Man here. Pops his shield just to keep himself going as Panda Man looks to escape. Kaibao switches back to the flamer. He wants to get this kill. He should be able to do so. There it is. Kaibao securing his 3rd kill of the game. A very needed one as he springs into 17th place. 2 points behind YKC. 2 points separating Kaibao from taking himself that 16th spot and that final spot into the bi-weekly finals.
Meanwhile, Wong Fly still trying to do what they can so far here. Dubai trying to do what they can here with everything happening. Even with the bow shots, looks like he might have been able to get the connectivity on Jugs. It's like Jux getting caught in a bad situation, ends up getting absolutely blitzed and destroyed by Yeron. Yeron with that insane amount of momentum, though. Looks like he has that massive soul jade here that's really helping him out, though, as he ends up getting immediately hit, though, by the bow shot of Dubai. Dubai really keeping the bow shots really consistent as well here. Is able to go through with the quick repair, and there goes Yeron, though.
Yeah, charging forwards, but not going to be able to connect any damage, unfortunately. Has got that blackout on as he gets hit by the grapple momentarily, constantly getting cancelled out here. Trying to get the damage onto Dubai, but in comes Chezyang to try and get a bit of additional damage. You can see Kaibao actually not pulling this trigger. Remember, he needs to find these kills. He needs to get this damage. Kaibao actually coming in with a flamer on the side has found Chezyang able to chuck through his health as Dubai able to escape his clutches. Everyone slithering away. Kaibao needs this kill and he's able to get himself a 4th. Again, he climbs up. He has just got 1 point between him and YKC. Kaibao can't get eliminated early, but he needs to get kills. He needs to knock players out. He needs to secure himself that top spot, and he is playing unbelievably aggressive because of it. YKC just chilling in a bush, staying away from Kaibao for as long as possible. This game is going to come down to the wire. Yes, the top end of the lobby doesn't matter, but the bottom end and qualifying for the bi-weekly finals is up for grabs for a bunch of players right now. Dubai being knocked down actually could lose his place if YKC makes it deep enough into this. Oh, there's so much that can get shuffled here, actually, with Dubai going down. I didn't notice that. There's 0.2 points between Dubai and YKC. If YKC makes it deep enough in, he surpasses him, and Kaibao could potentially beat out Dubai. Dubai's point positioning will not be moving around, and in comes Kaibao once again with a flamer. He wants to find another kill. The freeze is there. He still has that flamer. He can get through the shields if needs be. Chezyang able to get away from Kaibao. Kaibao playing this very tempered. He knows that a spot in the bi-weekly finals is on the lines as he catches the cancel out on the grab here. On to 1, but isn't going to overstay, isn't going to overreach, knowing what is on the lines for him. But the flamer's going down. He's trying to get a bit of damage, and that's it. He's found himself another kill. That is an elimination. That is Kaibao moving from 17th to 15th. He is officially qualified for the bi-weekly final, and he has knocked Dubai from 15th to 17th in one swift movement. Kaibao must be ecstatic at the end of this. He has finally made it. He's kept his dreams alive today.
Absolutely insane coming in as Kaibao's going to be able to clutch this up and get himself within that bi-weekly here. Really doing a fantastic job here. Now with the final 5 people alive here, this is where the game gets hopefully good. It's Jin all the way up top here trying to hold off as best as possible, not trying to land and get caught. Meanwhile, YKC fully shielded up, ready to attack, but not necessarily doesn't want to get caught though with any of that as well. Still trying to patch this in as now Jin is going to be able to try to see if he can not get caught though, as he's getting blitzed by Kaibao and that massive Flamebringer rotating this in. Meanwhile, even on the inside here, could be absolute massive damage as Jin gets shut down by one fly. One fly trying to see if you can keep the same momentum. Wolves, Kaibao dangerously low is going to be able to hit that shield. Beautiful helpfulness as the rest of the shield is going to be able to take off for that player. Has Wong Fly still within that bush though, ends up getting pushed immediately. Wong Fly is going to be able to hold this and try to keep him as best as he can into the space. Meanwhile, YKC trying to see if he can connect it with it. Is so much damage coming in from Yeron and that insanity. Can Yeron get a 2-piece? Back to back as YKC immediately gets the elimination.
He's done
off of that one as Yeron is going to be able to do it. Get the freeze. No. The freeze is going to catch him on the outside though. As Yeron shuts him down and gets a 2-piece. The back-to-back dub coming in from Yeron.
Not only that, we get our first Taka G win of the split. I am so happy to see this. Amazing stuff coming in from Yeron. And crucially, he has actually knocked Zhang Yu out of the top 8 and taken his spot in the top 8 of the table off this win. A lot went down in that final circle. We wanted a game that was going to be explosive. It was relatively relaxed, but the tail end had so much on the line. With the fact that we saw Dubai get knocked out of the top 16 in the last couple of moments and actually got pushed down out of the final ending there. But man, what a game from so many players. YKC somehow able to hold on to that top spot and make it into the bi-weekly finals in that top 18. Unbelievable game coming out. A lot went down, and yeah, I'm sure there's a bit of breath of relief there from YKC because he had Wolves Kaibao on his tail the whole time. And somehow that worked out for him as Yiran, though, able to also make it up the ladder into that top 8, and I think that's 8 for 7 for Yiran now.
Be really good
really
and also super helpful though, as it looks like now. It looks like it's looking good though, but Yeron with the back-to-back, that's pretty helpful. That's how you close out a game. That's how you close it out.
A lot went down. A lot went down. There was a lot of stakes in that game, and a lot of criteria got met. I'm a little bit sad for Dubai. I'm sure he is heartbroken that he was confidently in 15th, sorry, and then went to 17th and was just instantly surpassed. An amazing game for Kaibao as well. I think he went out 3rd or 4th in that game, which means he'll still get a pretty good kill multiplier. And actually could place higher than YKC, because I don't know how many kills YKC got. Maybe only 2 at the end of that game, but overall just an unbelievably clutch game to end it on. And you know, Dubby, we'd had some quieter games today.
Quieter games, yeah. It's been a very relaxed type of momentum through these games and all of that, and all of the it's been interesting to say the least.
It's been different. It's been a change of pace. It's been a breath of, I don't want to say a breath of fresh air because it was a bit stinky, because it was mostly just like Z-Pings and Justina's slowing the game down. But
stinky.
Like, stinky. Let's have a look at the overall standings though and see exactly where we are at. Wow, another 10-pointer. That is just like unbelievably low scoring games. At Kaibao 9.5, he might have beaten YKC overall now. He might have taken 15. We'll see at the end of the day after our interview, but that is an interesting one. But Yiran, that back-to-back kill at the end was enough for him to take 1st place. What was the highest scoring game? Like 12? Like, we just had a very low-scoring
No,
day.
I think the highest was like 16. I think that was in our first game.
Oh,
in
you're
terms
right,
of
you
game
did.
score was like 16. Our first game was like a 16.4.
Yes, you are right. We had one close to good game, but wow. Like, very, very slow tempo game. And, you know, Ayanami, he was so close. He was so close, but today just hasn't been his day. A lot of 0-pointers. Xjin for J-Team, kind of getting that J-Team curse kicking in there as well. And LXY, I think LXY is at the bottom. I think he is our 24th player, but there we go. Oh, I'm not seeing a Taki G MVP, but a big fireball down, and he comes in with an explosion. 18,500 damage coming in from Yiran. 10,000, almost 11,000 of that actually coming in from the melee weapons. Storm Stride, Velocity Untold, Cavalry Broom, and Tuna as his Soul Jades. Along with a melee Soul Resist, two melee resist Soul Jades coming in. Yiran is the MVP, 2 wins back to back. He's going to be very, very happy with his end performance today.
Yeah. Still a whole lot of that coming in, though, as we're able to see a lot of it coming in, and still like 10,000 damage from melee weapons, 5,000 from dual blades, 5,000 from katana. And the skill and ultimates there, 2,300, was able to hit the fireball with the fireball. 17k and healing, 18,000 damage, though. That's still a pretty decently sliced one. But Yeron getting the back-to-back, though. The very last person of the entirety of this game for solos is no longer at the bottom of the leaderboard. Now, obviously, that might not necessarily be so exciting, but if you've been there the whole time, this is still pretty big. And to get 2 back-to-back dubs, hopefully Yeron will hopefully be able to keep that same momentum. Maybe if he keeps it up, maybe we might see him qualify. We'll see, but he's gonna have to do more than just these 2 games, but it's definitely the start.
It's definitely a start, yes. I think it's a bit sad, though. Well, not sad, but it's a bit more scary now because, you know, the top 3 weren't playing today. And then when you get into that bi-weekly, now you got to play versus Spider. You got to play versus Zin. You got to play versus... Oh, wow. I've forgotten who number 2 was. Oh, brain has fallen apart. But then, whoever number 2 is...
Be like that sometimes.
That guy is scary. Number 2, you don't want to mess with them. But yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, the top 3 didn't play today. They look phenomenal in their matches where they played versus each other. And today, I'm going to be real, I wasn't that impressed. We had very low scoring games, very I'm impressed with Yeron. And I'm impressed with Yeron, but he only scored like 20 points in his 2 wins. Like, not a lot of points. I think he might be humbled when he goes up.
All I'm saying is before we head to this interview, I'm just happy that Tarkaji was able to take a dub. Jaeger, go ahead and take it away real quick. Tarkaji for the win. Fireball!
Thank you, Dabi. Thank you, Kipring. And this is Jaeger. Welcome to post-game interview. Today, we are very glad to invite Kai Bao from the team Wolves and let him say hello to our audience. Hello, 凯豹，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是狼队的凯豹。
好的，再次欢迎你，恭喜你在前面3把打了非常好的一个成绩。So congratulations that you have very excellent performance today. And I saw you that I think you are really good at like get the Moral's blessing. And because from several raids I saw you always get the golden armor. So I would like to know how's your skill? Can you share with us? 那首先要再次恭喜你今天的表现非常的不错啊。然后我其实在看了很多把凯豹的比赛，我发现你在抢飓风客的能力真的特别的强，而且就经常可以看到你在比赛当中是在万人丛中啊，是摸到了一个金甲然后就走了。特别想问一下，自己在抢飓风客方面有没有什么样的心得？
其实抢飓风客的话，就是看第一波嘛，第一波看一下各种技能，比如说火男的火球啊，或者是妖娆姬的盘子啊什么的。第一波技能大概规避完了，然后这个时候直接就是上去，然后把鼠标大概预输在金甲的那个位置，然后这时候你打开飓风客，然后直接就是在金甲，然后点一下金甲，再点一下飓风那个喷火筒或者是就是轻武器，这样的话一般就能直接抢到2个了，然后就在关闭，然后在鼠标左键直接滑步走就行了。
好的。So actually, I have my skill of get the Moral's blessing. It's like at first I always like to watching at the quiet place and avoid the other other heroes' skill, like the Tarka's skill and also Yudu's skill. And after their first damage, and I will prepare my mouse on the place, like where's the golden armor and also where's the golden weapon, and then I can get very good equipment at that time, and then I will use the dodge and escape. Okay, so also today I saw at the last game, you and another opponent, you two are only 2 players who use the Ziping. So I would like to know how you comment on this hero, and you think like which hero maybe most counter Ziping, and how's your skill? 那今天其实我们也看到，在最后一把是有2个英子平，对吧？然后特别想问一下，就是凯豹为什么这把会选紫平？而且就是你觉得在这么多英雄大家选的都比较五花八门当中，为什么选择了紫平？他自己有什么比较 counter 他的英雄啊？然后自己的技巧是怎么样的呢？
其实我选英子平的原因是因为就是倒数第2把嘛，然后就是全是英子平的局，然后我选了顾清寒，因为那个时候就想到这个顾清寒，把顾清寒用掉，然后最后一把留一个英子平。因为就是英子平多的局是会针对其他英雄的，但是顾清寒多的局，就比如最后一把就是比较杂的局，他是不会特别去针对英子平这个英雄的，所以就等于是就是再加上英子平的抢空投能力，很能让这个绝地翻盘嘛，反正，然后我就选择了就是赌一把，就是把英子平留到最后，然后进行一个对局，就是这样的。
好的，原来如此啊。So actually in the game 5, because it's the map Polaris, and like most of the player, I choose the hero Ziping. So I choose the Justina Gu and left the Ziping to the last game. And because the last game, there's like every players choose the virus hero, so they won't focus on Ziping. And if all the players are using Ziping, they will focus on the other hero. So that's why I choose Ziping in the last game. And also because if there's various heroes, so Ziping's skill to how to get the Mars blessing will be very strong. So that's why I choose Ziping in the last game. 好的，谢谢凯豹今天的分享，再次恭喜你。Thank you 凯豹 for today's interview, and we will get back to the casters.
Lovely there to hear from Kai Bao, and I'm sure he is feeling very, very happy with himself. Just able in the nick of time to qualify for the overall grand bi-weekly, not grand bi-weekly, just the bi-weekly finals. Our second to last one, as there you can see it, Kai Bao able to make it into the top 16. Hongfly in 15th, Ego in 14th, but this is where it's all going to be about the top end of the table. Lu Ranking starts where he ended today in 7th place, but at the end of the day, I'm sure he's going to be very happy with that one overall. And Shah was number 2, by the way. You got to be really scared of Shah. He's a good player. But yeah, these not much has really changed here, actually, other than you ran making it into 5th.
Even coming in on that with 5th place, though, still able to, is Shazang able to come through with that 54.6. Yeron, massive jump. Now he's in 5th. That's very interesting, though, as we look at it. And Dunk Queen still down here is Lu Ren King, 49.1 here, so still within top 10 here. So it's looking good within the standings here, but I think probably we'll be able to lock this in for the next one. It's gonna be good.
I think grand finals are going to, also bi-weekly finals are going to be really good. Remember, these are the second to last bi-weekly finals coming as well. We have this one, and then we have next week's. Oh, well, not next week's, in 2 weeks' time. And then we're then we're into playoffs. Then we're getting on that road to Worlds. But it's gonna be so important. The points you gain here, these Worlds points you gain here, the ever so closer as you climb towards that grand final. Every point here really does matter. As you can see, these are the 16 players who have made it. Jin, Shah, Spider, Chozyang, Yiran, Dongqing, Lu Renking, Reki, Zhang Yu, Zhang, Jux, Pandaman, Weiss KC, Ego, Hongfly, and Kai Bao. 16 players be all battling it out in 2 days' time to make it into the into the bi-weekly finals to see who's going to win that. But we still have to decide who's going to make it on trios, and tomorrow we'll have Group A and B fighting out in our trios, starting at 2 o'clock if you're in America, 8 o'clock in the UK, 9 for EU, and then it's 5 o'clock if you're over in Asia, in China. So that's your time set for when everything is kicking off, but that is tomorrow's games. We'll be having the trios decide who's going to be making it into that bi-weekly. I am kind of excited to see what's going to be going down there, because this might be the final week where trios doesn't have Zeeping. There's a chance that she's coming in next week.
There's a chance for it here, so I don't know. There was a lot of picks. Justina, Yodo, Zeeping. I feel like we're seeing that pattern, and hopefully that pattern changes ASAP. But trios are still lit as can be. Seeing a lot of trios and a lot of fights that's been happening, so tomorrow is going to be absolutely exciting coming in towards that one here. And obviously Zin's still at the top though with that 68.6. Luren really trying to do what he can, but Yeron clearly the massive MVP winner for tonight. He did a good job. He finally was able to really come through and really make some magic happen here with more points than he did in his day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Yeron has been playing, very, very well today, especially in the tail end. It's been an odd day. I don't expect the solos finals, bi-weekly final, to be anything like this though. I expect once you've got Shah, once you've got Spider and Jin in the meta in the lobby, it is gonna be a very, very explosive day. You don't want to miss that. But tomorrow, remember, you make sure you tune in to find out who will be the last teams qualifying for the trios bi-weekly final. But for us, that is us done for the day. Myself and Dabby will be signing off. Good night, and we will see you tomorrow for more Naraka action. See you later.
Fireball!